Good morning. Welcome to Big Money, Big Decisions. This is TFR's coverage of the Texas budget. I am Tim Harden, president of Texans for Fiscal Responsibility, and I'm here with quite a few guests. Why don't y'all introduce yourselves?
I'm Jeremy Kitchen. I'm the executive director of Texans for Fiscal Responsibility.
Hi, I'm Bill Peacock. I am the policy director at the 𝗗𝗘𝗧𝗦𝗓𝗏 Foundation and also have my own website, 𝗥𝗠𝗢𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.net.
Oh, okay, we're plugging too. Okay. Brandon Watson's managing editor for Texas Scorecards, txscorecard.com, txscorecard.com, and happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, I guess while we're plugging, I should also plug the Liberty and all the other great podcasts they have here at Texas Scorecard.
Oh yeah, Headline Fridays. Okay, we'll list them all up.
Yeah.
So just to catch everybody up, right now they are actually on the floor. They're going through third reading. The idea today is we're going to be providing commentary on what's going on the budget. They should be starting fairly soon. When Bonin comes up and starts laying out HB1, we'll probably take a break and cut to the floor. But for now, we wanted to talk about, for those unfamiliar with the budget process, wanted to have Jeremy just kind of briefly discuss how this goes down and what's normal in a legislative session and what to look forward to today.
Sure. So I think the thing that's important for Texas taxpayers especially to know, right, is that the thing that you elect your state lawmakers to do, the one thing you elect them to do is to pass a balanced budget, right, at the end of the day. Everything else, right, happens obviously during the 140-day legislative session is kind of secondary, right, to the budget. And the way it works in Texas, of course, is, we meet for 140 days every 2 years, right? And so they budget on a 2-year or biennial cycle. Okay, so the budget that the House is considering today, the proposed budget, takes the form of House Bill 1, and that covers fiscal year 2024 and 2025, right? So they're going out, if you will, right? You look forward. Assuming it passes at the end of today with whatever the amendment process looks like, it'll then go to the Senate. The Senate will have I'm not going to say a similar process because there's very little of a fight publicly on the document, but really what we would be focused on is what inevitably happens, which is the 10 members of the conference committee that get appointed. Normally it's the 5 people from the House that are normally the subcommittee chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and then the same on the Senate side for the Senate Finance Committee. And they'll really kind of iron out the big details, if you will, and then at some point towards the end of the legislative session, they'll spit out a conference committee report, and it'll be the last few weeks, right, of the legislative session, and lawmakers will vote on it because they want to go home normally, right, and then that becomes the budget document once it's certified by the comptroller, right, and everything else, and that guides the state appropriations for the next 2 years. So.
Okay. And so we're still going through third reading. Before we kind of cut to the budget, Bill, you want to just give us an overview of what we're looking at on this budget, either the good things or the bad things associated with this budget, and give us your breakdown?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of things going on with the budget, as Jeremy pointed out. But the one thing we can all be assured of at the end of the process is that they will be spending more money over the next 2 years than they did over the last 2 years. Right? And that should be a problem for conservatives. When I go out to speak to folks across the state, I often ask them, who thinks government's already too big, right? And just about everybody raised their hand. So if the government is already too big, then why should we as conservatives think it's a good thing that the budget is growing, right? We've got measures out there. Traditionally, conservatives have put out this standard, well, you can let the government grow, but no more than population growth plus inflation, right? But if it's already too big, even that is a loss because, as conservatives and people who are liberty-minded, we have focused over the last few years about a lot of the oppression coming out from government. Washington, D.C., truly, but not just Washington, D.C. It happens here in Texas, too, both at the state level and at the local level. And so the question is, well, if they have more money, then they're going to have more money to hire more people and to have more programs, and all of which at this point in time are probably pretty unnecessary and designed mostly to stop us from doing things that they don't want us to do.
Gotcha. You want to talk about the metric of population plus inflation and how that is kind of problematic because of our inflationary numbers from the federal level,
right?
Just how high that cap is now.
So again, that's been a metric for a long time. When I was at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, we put out a conservative Texas budget. And basically, we were measuring if they appropriated this time the amount of money last time plus population growth plus inflation, what would that be? And we tried to put them against that standard. And that was not too bad. When we first did that, In 2015, the metric was about 4.5%, I think, over 2 years. So 2.5% growth is not ideal, but it's better than what they were doing, right? Mm-hmm. And actually, they got pretty close in 2015, but ever since then, they haven't gotten so close. And one of the problems with that is that with inflation running, I think right now it's scheduled to be about 9%, 10%, no, 10 or 11% over the next 2 years, right? The next biennium. That's a pretty massive growth in government, and you can see that in the numbers that are coming out of the budget right now.
Brandon, you want to talk about kind of what are we looking at as far as amendments today? We've heard rumors that some have already been pulled down. Mm-hmm. What's going to be kind of the hot button ones that we're going to be dealing with today?
Yeah, so aside from just the dollars and cents of the budget, right, which smart guys like Bill and y'all, right, can figure out. I like to look at the budget as an opportunity for some actual policy discussions, right? At this point in the session, I mean, we're 80 some odd days into the 140-day session. We haven't seen really any substantive debate, I would say, on any of the issues that the people would normally talk or care about in the Texas House. And so this is the first opportunity when we may get to see that. There's been, between, I think, the budget and the supplemental budget, there's been over 400 amendments pre-filed that touch on all areas of government. One of the big ones I think that people are looking to tonight, though, is going to be an amendment that gets brought up every time by Democrat 𝗡𝗢𝗄𝗅, which is a anti-school choice amendment. Time after time, the House has passed this amendment. It essentially says money in the budget can't be used for school choice programs. But this year seems a little bit different. This year you have Governor Greg Abbott, who spent, I'd say, 80% of his time touring the state now and pushing for this. And so it seems like this could be a little bit different. Potentially you could see 𝗡𝗢𝗄𝗅 get pressured to pull the amendment. The House could vote to vote against it, right, and say, look, we're not saying we support school choice, but we want to have the discussion later. That's, I think, a potential outcome. But if this amendment does get on there, you've already had a number of Republicans, including I saw Brian Harrison, Nate Schatzline, I think Representative Steve Toth as well, who have said that they're not voting for this budget specifically on the grounds of that. And so that's going to be one of the biggest issues that we're looking at tonight.
Yeah, I think we've seen some other things. Typically, what happens in the budget is, like you said, there's a chance to come up and talk policy. And so we've had a lot of amendments that are introduced. Some are dealing with property tax reform. We have a lot of Democrats who are kind of moving away from. Okay, let's take a break and listen. Let's jump to the feed real quick.
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
I'm waiting for the bill to lay out, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Tenderholt, pursuant to the calendar rule, the first 20 minutes of the layout is uninterruptible, so it'll be about 20 minutes. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1 by Bonin, General Appropriations Bill.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 is the culmination of months of work by the Appropriations Committee. I thank the members of the committee, the subcommittee chairman, for putting together the budget that you have in front of you. This bill provides historic investments in property tax relief, public education, and that includes increasing the state's share of public education, decreasing recapture, and also increasing the budgets in our school districts. Additionally, this supports higher education, infrastructure, and many other issues that are critical to our constituents. The amendments that we will consider today and the bill that this chamber will debate over the coming weeks will produce a final budget that represents the priorities of the state. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 spends $136.9 billion of general revenue. When accounting for what is included in Senate Bill 30, this amounts to a 4.1% increase in general revenue spending over the current biennium. This proposal is within all of the constitutional spending limits and the new statutory consolidated general revenue limit that we passed last session. Members, I'd like to provide a few highlights of this budget and recommend that you reach out to the subcommittee chairman and the other members of the Appropriations Committee for a more extensive list of how House Bill 1 impacts your constituents. The committee substitute for House Bill 1 includes $82.8 billion in all funds to support public education. This is an increase of $11.8 billion in new funding from the current biennium. The state's share of funding, which is general revenue dedicated, and other funds, in this committee substitute represents an increase of $12.8 billion, or 22.3%. Included in this amount is $875 million to active teacher health care program, TRS Active Care, and this will ensure that premiums do not outpace the medical trend indicators of 5%. There's $2.5 billion in general revenue to fully fund enrollment growth, $2.4 billion in general revenue for increased golden penny yield. The golden penny yield, which funds maintenance and operations for districts, is increasing by 31.4%, going from $98.56 million in the current fiscal year to $98.56 per penny in the current fiscal year to $129.52 in fiscal year 25. There's $5 billion in general revenue that is contingent upon other public school legislation that will be coming through the Public Education Committee and to the floor of the House. With these increases to the Foundation School Program and the proposed $12 billion to compress tax rates, the state share of public education funding will exceed 50%. This increased investment will result in less M&O taxes that are paid and collected locally, more money in the pockets of your constituents, and a continued increase in the state's contribution in the funding of the public education entitlement. House Bill 1 funds Medicaid at $79.3 billion for the biennium and fully funds the projected caseload growth in CHIP, foster care, adoption, and permanency care assistance programs. House Bill 1 continues the state's commitment to mental and behavioral health by funding nearly $5 billion in all funds for community mental health for adults, children, and crisis services. For our institutions of higher education, we secure a freeze on tuition and fees for students, while the state provides additional funding for major budget drivers in higher education, which includes formula funding, Hazelwood costs, enrollment growth, and increased funding for our comprehensive regional universities. This budget invests in our highway system by fully funding TxDOT's request for road design and construction identified in the UTP. It provides significant funding to address critical water infrastructure, flood mitigation projects, and money for the state portion of the cost-sharing agreement for the Texas Coastal Spine Project. Additionally, this budget makes huge strides in ensuring that our public safety officers and the judiciary have the resources they need to keep Texans safe. The subcommittee members will now lay out their respective articles, and once we have completed those layouts, I am happy to take any questions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Bonin, for the layout of House Bill 1. I am extremely excited and honored to talk to you a little bit about what we have in Articles 1, 4, and 5. Members, the budget provides the first cost of living adjustment for all state employees since 2013. Inflation is impacting all of us, and with thousands of new Texans moving here, each week the demand for state services has never been higher. The budget includes also a 5% raise for each fiscal year of the biennium and delivers relief to those who serve our constituents. In Article 1, which is general government, House Bill 1 includes an additional $900.3 million to eliminate the unfunded liabilities of the LECOS and JRS2 retirement systems and to put our state contributions on a sound footing moving forward. Members, this will ensure that our law enforcement and judicial public servants get the pensions that they have earned. In Article 4, the judiciary, House Bill 1 provides an additional $40 million for indigent defense services, including $20 million to increase access to public defenders in rural communities. We can all be proud that we are supporting the constitutional rights of our constituents. And additionally, it includes $36.8 million to include judges and district attorneys in the statewide salary increases. This is the first increase since 2013 and provides inflation relief to our judicial officers. In Article 5, which is our public safety article, it provides $401.6 million to stabilize the juvenile justice system, including $144.4 million in additional resources for juvenile probation departments. This funding will help retain staff, which we've heard so much about, eliminate the backlog of youth awaiting placement, and improve rather than expand our current system. Additionally, we provide $343.8 million for the second phase of climate control installation at our state correctional facilities. Members, this is a generational opportunity to support rural state jobs, provide relief to our correction staff, and reduce inhumane treatment of inmates. Lastly, House Bill 1 includes $118.8 million for additional funding for community supervision and corrections departments, the largest increase in a decade. Members, you will find that this funding will ensure our local probation departments have the resources that they need to keep our community safe. In closing, I would like to thank Chairman Bonin, Vice Chair Spiller, Representative Allison, Representative Dayala, and Representative Jarvis Johnson for their guidance and hard works on Articles 1, 4, and 5. I'd also like to thank our appropriation staff and LBB analysts who have been so wonderful. And with that, we'll continue with Article 2, Representative Jdtan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jdtan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to first thank Chairman Bonin for the opportunity to work on Article 2 and for his leadership throughout the process. The agencies within Article 2 have a critical role in providing for the health and well-being of Texans and protecting our most vulnerable populations. This budget before us increased funding for many of the House core health-related priorities. House Bill 1 funds Medicaid at $79.3 billion for the biennium, and fully funds the projected caseload growth. Included in the amount is $1.5 billion in all funds, including $0.7 billion in general revenue to support community attendance, increase rate enhancement programs, and increases the rate for intermediate care facilities and certain waiver programs. Nearly $5 billion is included for non-Medicaid and CHIP mental health and behavioral health services across the three agencies, including funding for community mental health services for veterans, inpatient mental health services at state-owned and community hospitals, and substance abuse prevention, intervention, and treatment services. This is an increase of $1.3 billion in general revenue for outpatient, inpatient, mental health services, including mental health, state hospital operations, mental health community hospitals, and mental health grant programs. In early childhood intervention program, House Bill 1 maintains the fiscal year 2023 average cost of $433 per student or per child at an increased caseload above LBB projections. The budget before you includes $438 million in state essential women's health programs, including Healthy Texas Women's Family Health Planning and breast and cervical cancer services. That's a $93.2 million increase over the current biennium. Maternal mortality and morbidity increased to be an important issue, continues to be an important issue and critical priority to the House. This budget increases funding to the Department of State Human Services, Health Services for statewide maternal and child health initiatives by providing $2.6 million for maternal health.
All right, everybody, we are back. As exciting as it is to listen to them lay out these articles one by one, essentially what they're doing right now is they're going article by article, kind of explaining what the budget does. So we know that Tinderholt came to the back mic and he has something he wants to say. Likely he's going to come in when they're kind of finished laying out the bill. So we figure it's a good time to come in and kind of talk about the general process and the amendments or the articles and kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I think we should probably start with just talking about what the Appropriations Committee is, right? Because the reality is, for the budget process, right, even though the process takes the course of really 2 years and beyond, right, most lawmakers don't actually see the bill, right? They don't know the intricacies of the bill. I'd make the argument they don't even know the intricacies of the bill today, right? But the reality is most lawmakers don't see it until one, the initial version is publicly filed, but two, the committee substitute as it comes through the committee, right, is filed. And so if y'all don't mind putting up the graphic, that it's the Appropriations Committee summary. This one here, right, I just want for everyone, so everyone's aware of who is on the committee, right? In total, the Appropriations Committee itself is made up of 16 Republicans and 11 Democrats, right? That's important to kind of know the philosophical bent there. Using our Fiscal Responsibility Index, however, it probably would surprise no one that the average on the committee is an F, right? It's an F rating. It's 35 out of the maximum 100. And, you know, going back the last few cycles, you see that play out, right? Where it's like, man, especially on the House side, they're pretty fiscally irresponsible, I guess would be the term. So I think that's an important takeaway. Before we get into kind of any of the other stuff, the second graphic, if you don't mind putting up, this is the actual names of those on the committee, so everyone's aware. Of course, the chairman, who we saw very briefly, right, Greg Bonin from the Friendswood area, Republican. This is his second legislative session as the appropriations chairman there. The vice chairman, who we saw very briefly, she's also the subcommittee chairman of the Article 1, I think 4 and 5. That's Mary Gonzalez, a Democrat from El Paso, right? And then you've got your mix of Republicans, Democrats, and some freshman lawmakers on the committee. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's worth mentioning, you know, the way that this, and complaints we've heard from legislators inside is, the problem with the Appropriations Committee is like it's really kind of all for show, right? The LBB is the people who are actually crafting the budget, and there's been frustrations from many lawmakers who have had interactions with appropriations, and I think that there's not really any discussions going on. There's no interactions from the members themselves, and I think what's telling of that is this go around how many freshmen were put on the Appropriations Committee.
Mm-hmm.
I remember looking like, I don't think I've ever seen this many freshmen on the Appropriations Committee, and I think what that reveals is they don't really want discussion. They don't really want deliberations. These people who it's their first time in the legislature, they're drinking, you know, from a fire hose. They don't really know what's going on, and you're putting them on the most important committee in the entire House, and they have no clue what's going on. So obviously they're going to be yes men and women, and just kind of go along to get along.
Yeah, I think to your point on that, Jeremy, earlier you talked about how the thing we elect our members for is to pass a budget, right? Well, that's not quite how the members see it on the Appropriations Committee. What they see their job being is to spend our money.
Yeah,
right?
Good point.
And they sort of judge their success by how much money they can spend on this. And you look at the numbers, and we've done a lot of analysis on this, and a lot of this will be up online. But one of the things we can look at is how much they're spending, they're looking to spend today versus how much they appropriated or decided to spend 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Because what happens is they decide to spend money 2 years ago, and then some of that grows sort of naturally because of the budget, and they come back and do the supplemental bill, which we'll hear today as well, and they'll add to that total from 2 years ago. And then by the time they get to spending the money on this current appropriations bill going forward, it doesn't look like such a big increase. But if you just compare to what they did last session to what they're doing today, and here are the numbers we put together.
But I don't want to interrupt you. Before you get to that, I want to make sure we have a graphic for that, comparing it while you do that. So
okay, yeah.
If you can put up the graphic for the overall budget comparison while you do this, I think that'd be
it's
helpful.
the increase in initial appropriations. That is what we're looking at here. And so what we have here is what they're doing today. If we look at the bill committee substitute that came up, they will be increasing spending by 21% over the last biennium, right? What they did last session, right? That's a lot of money. 21%, 2 years. That's 10% a year. I don't know how many of us out there are getting 10% raises every year, but we're paying 10% more to the government every year to support this, right? They may not be voting on increasing tax rates, but our taxes are going up more nonetheless, right? Sure.
Could you go a little more into depth as the game they play with the supplemental and how they short funding on things like Medicaid, and why exactly are they doing this? Why do they do it this way, Bill?
Well, I mean, Because they want to spend more money, and they don't want us to know that they're doing it, right? And so the game gets really complex, and I'm not going to go into all that stuff because I don't even understand it at all. But essentially, they pass a budget like they're doing today. So let's just kind of go forward. They're passing this budget for the next 2 years, but they're not putting everything in it because some, like Medicaid especially, that's a big ticket item, right? So if they pull like $2 billion out of, they know they're going to have to spend in Medicaid, but they don't put that in the budget, then all of a sudden they've got $2 billion other dollars that they can spend somewhere else because they have this little problem in the Texas Constitution, which is called the Balanced Budget Amendment. And so the comptroller is only going to certify so much money to spend, but they're betting, that over the next 2 years, the economy is going to grow more than the controller thought. And so if that's the case, then they take that $2 billion from that growth, put it in there, but they still got to spend all this money on everything else. And that's what they do. And that's why I've developed, along with my friend 𝗡𝗪𝗡𝗪, who's a former co-worker and a former chairman of House Appropriations many years ago, this thing called total session spending. Because it doesn't matter whether they're doing it for this biennium or that biennium or in the regular bill or the supplemental bill. It's just how much they are appropriating every session. And if you look at it from this number, and again, we like to focus on the state spending part of it because the federal spending, it's all a big mess. And they can use that to hide a bunch of other stuff. If you look at it from that perspective, this session, using the House bill numbers, it looks like they're going to appropriate 30% more, $49 billion more. 30% doesn't sound maybe too big, but $49 billion more this session than they did last session.
I want to note here, right, and we talk about this when we speak all the time, but we get this question of like, the Republican Party, Republican lawmakers have controlled the legislature for 2 decades, right? Every statewide office. And so what I hear you saying, Bill, is that Republicans.
Yeah, we first rolled out this session spending thing in 2013 when they were just going out of control. And the two chairmen of the House Appropriations and Senate Finance called it fuzzy math. Yeah. My former boss, who I love to death, Rick Perry, said he didn't understand our math, right? And it's just that this process has been going on for 20 plus years, and the budget continues to grow and grow and grow, and Republicans won't shut it down because at least the ones on the Appropriations Committee and the ones in leadership seem to feel like there are other constituents who are more important to them than Texas taxpayers.
Sure. So I think, with the talk of wasteful spending and of course I think we all in this group would agree that we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. I think it's worthy of talking about some of the things that we're planning on spending, or at least there's an effort being made, first and foremost being the Chapter 313 renewal. And so I know you're familiar, Brandon, you want to kind of let people know it's a confusing word, but what exactly is that? And
Chapter 313, right? Well, now it's kind of become a little bit of a bad word in the Capitol now, right? I think it's House Bill 5 now. That's in there. They've got their little code words. Essentially, it's just this crony, corporate welfare program that essentially allowed school districts to give away these tax breaks to businesses to bring them in to attract business. But it was at no loss to the district. Actually, it was state taxpayers that made up the difference. So it was this really weird sort of program, drew a lot of criticism, not only from conservative Republicans, but you also had a lot of Democrats fighting this as well. Finally, the program is made to expire at the end of last session, at the end of last year. And but of course, nothing is ever dead, right? And so you're already seeing, I believe, actually on Monday, the Texas House Ways and Means Committee, I think, or one of the committees is set to look at and discuss a potential replacement, a new and improved version.
It's had like 50-something authors too.
Yes, and so a new and improved version. We'll see what happens there, especially when you look at the Senate, which has been a little bit more antagonistic to the idea. But anytime it's funny, we see conservative priorities get killed all the time. It's funny.
I think real quick, let's pivot to the live feed.
Yeah. Cinderella's up.
Is now open for questions, comments. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 of the House Rules regarding Secretary of State funding for Eric in Rider 15, but I do have an accompanying point of order precedent that says we do not need to take the bill down. We can strike the rider and move forward with the bill today.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Okay, so we have some more dead space. Essentially what is going on right now is Representative Tinderholt has called a point of order. This is a procedural mistake that was made in the bill. And so in essence, what he's trying to do is either delay or fix this bill, possibly kill HB1. I don't think they're actually going to be able to kill the budget, right? But what they're doing right now is they're deliberating on the point of order. So we have probably a couple minutes while they kind of decide whether they're going to sustain or overrule. My guess is they're going to overrule it, guys. I don't think this is going to fly, even if there is a legit mistake. So while we're waiting, let's kind of get back to Chapter 313s. I think it's you mentioned we had a program that expired. I think. For those who really don't understand, Brandon did a good job explaining it, but what we like to say is this is corporate welfare. And not only is corporate welfare, this is the largest corporate welfare program in Texas. I think $11 billion is what Chapter 313 actually had before it expired. Mm-hmm. And so we do have a committee hearing coming up on Monday as well. And so this year, let's talk about what they're trying to change in it to make it palatable. You want to kind of talk about what the suggestion is and what they're trying to do to try and push this, because both parties we mentioned oppose this, right?
Yeah,
and so
both parties in their platform oppose it as well, right? Which is an important takeaway. It's funny you say what's changed. Well, they changed the name from 313.
Don't you dare say 313.
Yeah, there's been some interesting kind of pushback on it. So the one that's filed, I think for those kind of inside the bubble, the Capitol bubble, it's kind of a shell. So we won't really know what's in the bill until the committee substitute is laid out on Monday in the Ways and Means Committee. I think what's important to take away here, right, is that in the lead up to this legislative session, you had House Speaker 𝗘𝗓𝗓, some of the Republican leadership, specifically in the House, kind of create the narrative, right, that in order for Texas to be competitive, or not continue the narrative, right, in order for Texas to be competitive versus all these other states that either have economic incentive programs or have a different regulatory environment, right, where businesses find them more attractive. For Texas to continue to be the shining city on the hill, we need to make sure the taxpayer burdens are either shifted or funneled, right, to specific winners and losers. That's kind of the big cursory overview. And this is a philosophical, I guess, difference between lawmakers, is whether or not we should facilitate that as taxpayers, right, or on the backs of taxpayers. And so we won't really know what's in the bill until Monday when Todd Hunter is the author. He's a Corpus Christi Republican. It's House Bill 5. It's a priority of 𝗘𝗓𝗓's, and he'll lay that out in the Ways and Means Committee.
So I think what's important for taxpayers to understand is, what this is ultimately is a property tax abatement. So we're getting massive property tax breaks for a lot of woke, multinational, billion-dollar corporations in the same year that taxpayers are
wind turbines.
And wind turbines, yeah. And so that's kind of where I was leading was, some of the problem with 313 is there's a lot of complaints about wind turbines and green energy subsidies. Of course, we oppose subsidies no matter who they're going to, because ultimately this is corporate welfare. Ultimately, it hurts taxpayers. But what we've heard is to make it palatable, they really have removed renewables. The question is, at some point along the process, all of those lobbyists who still want those subsidies, are they going to be able to convince them when we kind of get into the front, if they are able to get this through the House, and through the Senate in a conference committee, are they going to throw these back in? Because I know there's a lot of pressure on lawmakers from those lobbyists for the green energy that they want their free money as well. Ultimately, who gets hurt? Taxpayers get hurt because we're giving billions of dollars to corporations, which, by the way, there was a study in 2018 that actually studied 313 recipients, and only 15% of those said that they even considered the 313 abatement in choosing Texas. And so of those who are actually receiving these subsidies, the vast majority of them don't even care if they get them. Now, of course, if you hand them,
even though on the forms they have to fill out, they have to say that they won't come unless they get it, right?
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's an interesting dynamic this time around. It's very different. I've been working trying to kill these things for a long time, and generally unsuccessful. And once I left the legislative process, it finally died. I don't know what it says about my abilities up there, but it was really interesting last session that you had this big left-right coalition. Y'all pointed out that both the Democratic and the Republican Party in their platforms say they oppose it. But maybe the biggest player in killing this thing last year was the Houston Chronicle, right? Which is not something we would normally think of as a big champion for liberty. Yeah. But they ran articles, and I mean, and it's not like they were being activist in one sense. They were just publishing the truth on it, which you don't often find in mainstream media, but they were doing that. And I think that really helped change the narrative in the legislature. And so they just let this program die because it has an automatic renewal every few years. And so I think that dynamic is still going on. For instance, when Representative Hunter filed his bill a month or two ago, Representative Trey Martinez Fisher, right, who's a pretty big left-wing Democrat, right?
Caucus, the Democrat caucus chairman.
Yeah, Democrat caucus chairman, But one of the things about him that I like is he's willing to speak his mind, and and he doesn't hide behind things like some Republicans do. And so when the bill was filed, he said, "Well, I'm glad they filed that, and I guess that means they think they have enough votes in their own caucus to pass this because they're not going to get Democrat votes on this." And then he said, "But the last time I heard, they didn't even have votes in their own caucus." So I think we're used to kind of running away, from all these big businesses and this coalition coming after us. But I think we might have the upper edge on this one. I mean, we can't back off, but it looks different than it has before.
And so, the reason we bring all this up, we're talking spending, and ultimately the big issue for our organization is property tax relief. I know with your organization, the 𝗡𝗘𝗪𝗏 Foundation as well, we're advocating for really the complete elimination of property taxes, and we would like to see us be put on a path towards elimination. And when we're trying to eliminate and give breaks to taxpayers who are literally drowning and paying rent to the government, but we also have folks giving billions of dollars to corporations, this works against us trying to help taxpayers out. But there's a number of other different ways that we're spending money, and one of them is border security. So we have Operation Lone Star, right, which I believe they're giving, $4 or $5 billion again. So one of y'all want to talk about kind of how effective this operation has been. Maybe Brandon, I know y'all have reported on this. How effective Lone Star was this last go round, because I think we gave about $4 or $5 billion last go round too, and it looks like we're doing the same thing this go round. Is this going to solve the border crisis, or is it just another $5 billion we're flushing down the toilet?
Yeah, and I think this is one of those issues when we talk about border security, right? Versus something like a Chapter 313 or a bunch of money for the arts or whatever else, like kind of little budget, right, or thing like. I think border security is something that a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives say, okay, that's something we'd be willing to spend money on if we're seeing results. And so that's been the rub, is that we have spent billions of dollars, the state has, on Operation Lone Star, which has essentially been a surge of like DPS officers and others that have been sent down to the border. The problem is that we haven't seen actual meaningful results. Now, you'll see reports about illegal aliens that have been detained, they've been encountered, captured, whatever. But when it comes down to it, what we see is that they're just being processed by Border Patrol and released. And so in many ways, we're just kind of helping the Biden administration's open border policy and giving them a hand in making sure that people come across, right? And even though the fact that we've spent these billions of dollars, Texas is experiencing a record surge of illegal immigration at the southern border. And so that's why you see a lot of groups out there, Texas for Strong Borders being one of them. I know the 𝗡𝗘𝗪𝗏 Foundation as well, that have said, look, if we're going to spend money on border security, and and we think that's a good thing to spend money on. Let's spend it where it matters, right? Let's actually build an actual wall, not just a photo op little short thing, right? But an actual wall. Let's declare an invasion. Let's actually use the state powers to send people back. That's been the big conversation that we've seen around the border, and so. Again, if it makes for a nice thing for lawmakers when they're campaigning to be able to say, I voted to spend $5 billion on border security. But at a certain point, people continue to see that the problem hasn't been solved. You just wonder, what else can they do at this point?
I mean, I think the other takeaway, absolutely agree, is that no one's really defined what winning looks like at the border, right? For state efforts there, and it's important to kind of understand where we started, right? Last legislative session, they didn't initially appropriate the $4 billion that they spent, right? It started about half of that, and then in the interim, right, period, when the legislature was not in session, they have the ability to appropriate some monies there, and so they did that all the way up to about $4 billion before this legislative session, and we're asking for even more of that for the next 2 years. And that's all well and good if we can point to, and you kind of touched on this, right, what success looks like, right? There's reports of apprehensions, but what happens post-apprehension, right? There's reports of all the fentanyl, right, that we're getting, but okay, how much are we not getting, right? And you don't hear that kind of other side of the coin there. And that's not to say our efforts are in vain, but lawmakers specifically, to kind of bring it back to the legislature, they are the appropriators, right? These are the folks that ultimately have a say in how the tax money is going to be used. Taxpayers should absolutely demand that accountability is a metric, or there are metrics for accountability that come with these appropriations.
Yeah, I think the border is an example, and we use the budget as the same example as well, as the actual problem for a lot of these symptoms, i.e. the fentanyl crisis, right, is the border.
Sure.
And so what are we doing for the fentanyl crisis? Well, I think the latest proposal is a testing kit or something like that to give people hey, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad idea, but is that going to solve the fentanyl crisis? No, it's not, because the crisis is the border is wide open. I think most people would absolutely agree that not only has the border not gotten better, it's actually gotten exponentially worse under this Lone Star program. And that's nothing against our border agents or anything. This is a policy issue. And really what we need, and I think what most grassroots are screaming, is what you said, which is declare an invasion and actually secure our border, stop it. Enough of the gimmicks, enough of the, bussing people all over, which is really ultimately just helping the cartel kind of spread their mules all over the United States. It maybe was a good gimmick, right? We made a point, but ultimately what needs to happen is we have to solve the problem. And doing the same thing over and over is what the definition of insanity. Mm-hmm. And so we just did this last go round. The border is worse now. And so to spend $5 billion more to do the exact same thing is not going to solve the problem. We need to change strategies.
Well, Tim, I think you pointed out that this is a policy issue, and of course that's right, but it's really more than that. It's really an identity issue.
Sure.
Because, and that's the thing that's maddening about how Republicans are dealing with this. Why is the border wide open and people coming across it? Well, because Democrats want to swamp the electoral system with people who vote for them, right? And that seems to be working, although it kind of backfires. It seemed to have backfired somewhat in Texas, where you have a lot of people along the border who maybe are second and third generation who have come to see the problems with that, and more Hispanics along the border are turning towards a conservative sort of Republican approach. But generally, across the country, it seems to be working, where people get in here and are able to vote some way or another, mm-hmm. and you're getting more Democratic votes. And more Democratic votes is not bad just because they're Democratic, because it's what they want to do to our country. And that's the maddening thing. Republicans are acting like this is just another policy crisis rather than an identity crisis for our country.
Yeah, great point. I kind of want to pivot to property taxes, as we've alluded to. We've spent a lot of time, and I think we've been together in committees. We were in the Senate committee and the House committee, listening to, and I kind of want you to be able to talk about the numbers they're using for property tax relief. Abbott has promised the biggest historic property tax relief in history. For those who don't know, when we've done the historical reference, 2006 they offered about 14.2 billion, and so this is why they're kind of trying to angle to 15 billion or more. And so could you talk about the numbers that both the House and Senate are saying, what the real numbers are, and maybe even talk about the need to adjust that for inflation, because we do that with everything else in government. When they're giving their office allocations raises, oh, we have to do this because of inflation, so why aren't we doing this? So just kind of talk on that a little bit.
Sure. Well, the first thing to understand in this is the numbers are never what they tell you they are, and just like it is with the budget, right? For instance, you mentioned the $14.2 billion. So without getting too complex, the state doesn't have a property tax.
Right.
Schools have property taxes. Cities and counties have property taxes. So the state, and a matter of fact, there's a constitution against this state property tax, right? There's a prohibition in the Constitution on that. So the state can't directly influence it. So that what they do in the case of the schools is they just send more money to the schools, and because everything flows through the state funding formula, and then they tell the schools, okay, you have to lower your rates because we're sending all this money. You don't need that much from local property taxes, so lower your rates. Well, they sent that $14.2 billion to schools in 2006, but that year property taxes only went down by $400 million. So $14 billion in new spending, supported by about $14 billion in new taxes, because they raised the franchise tax for that, and all we got out of it was $400 million. So when we're talking about the largest property tax cut in history, you could say, well, we only got $400 million. But let's ignore that for the time being and just say $14 billion. Well, they're coming around and claiming $17 billion for the House, I think, and $16.5 billion for the Senate. But what they're doing with that is, and they're making it sound like it's all new property tax relief, but what they're doing is they're counting $5.3 billion or so from the property tax relief they gave us in 2019, and I think in 2021 as well. So they're taking those property tax relief and say they're having to spend that $5.3 billion again. So we ought to be grateful and that they're spending it again, and so they're making it sound like new property tax relief. And Tim, you and I were in the Senate Finance Committee when Senator Joan Huffman out of Houston and Senator Paul Betancourt out of Houston as well got up there and tried to explain why their $16.5 billion or the $11.2 billion that they're really offering is really $16.5 billion. And as I put it at the time, I think in my Twitter feed, their math really wouldn't survive in a fourth grade classroom.
Yeah. I think this is hard to understand, and they're trying to kind of take that angle, but it's really not, right? The 5.3 is old compression, and I've had certain lawmakers say, well, it is new because it is going to compress this year, right? It's like, yeah, but if we had no property tax relief new passed this go round, that would still be there because this was dedicated years back.
And if they really want to play that game, well, they'd have to go back and bring in the $14.2 billion from that, and so it wouldn't be $16.5 billion anymore. It would be $30.2 billion, right? Or whatever the number would be.
I think we can't have this conversation. We talk about this all the time, right? It's like, yes, you point out, rightfully so, that it's local governments, right, that levy the tax. And it's funny, lawmakers, right, certainly they want to make sure that they don't levy the tax, but they also want credit for the property tax relief, right? And we can't have any of this conversation in a vacuum, because if we're not simultaneously addressing the problem, which is outside of the levying of the tax itself, is spending, right? Is local government spending. And it'll be interesting to see. There's bills filed this session to address all that have gone nowhere as of yet. They've been referred to committee. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of that, or if what we fear is the case is these things are going to pass. Right? To be clear, these are incorporated in the budget. You can find it for viewers that want to see. It's Rider 81. In the proposed House budget right now, you can find it in there. But ultimately, they're going to pass this. They're going to, say we passed the largest property tax in history, right? It fulfills Governor Abbott's emergency item, right, as such. And, I guess hope that taxpayers don't necessarily see the difference, before it's too late. We'll find out soon, right? Appraisals are going to start to come out here in a few weeks, and that process will really get started.
I think that's what they're banking on, right? Is by the time taxpayers figure out that this is the largest, isn't actually going to equate to much property savings, at least not as much as they're pitching, they're all going to be reelected by that time.
Well, and to your point about local spending, Jeremy, it's also a problem with state spending, right? Because we've got this record $32.7 billion budget surplus now, and that's just from the prior biennium. We've got a lot more. And so you look at the numbers just in the House budget, for instance. So in the House budget, they have $11.7 billion of actual new relief set aside for that. But in the supplemental bill, Senate Bill 30, which will be the first one up on the floor today.
They actually pushed it to.
They delayed it.
Oh, they delayed it.
They're going afterwards.
Okay, so it'll be the last one up on the floor today, right? They're got $17 billion in new spending out of state dollars with that. And then in the HB1, which will be up first today, another $18.2 billion in just this state funds called general revenue. That kind of thing. That's $35 billion in new spending that they'll be doing in this legislative session, where they're only giving us $11 billion of that new money back. We did a study at the 𝗡𝗘𝗪𝗦𝗡𝗜𝗪 Foundation, and if they just put spending down to 1% growth per year, and dedicated 90% of those resulting surplus from that, we could eliminate the school M&O property tax in 4 to 6 years.
Which is the largest portion of the property tax. Right?
That would be
about
relief. 35 to 40% of our property taxes could be gone in about 4 to 5 years if they just stop spending.
I think while we're on local spending, right, I think we've recommended quite a few remedies for what's going on. And for those who don't know, we have a cap, well, really multiple caps at the state level. Most of them are correlated with population plus inflation growth. However, there is no caps on local governments, whether it be cities, counties, special purpose districts. And honestly, what we saw over the last couple of years during COVID, when everybody was just getting flooded with money, was all kinds of these loopholes and games they were playing, and a big money grab from local governments. And I know, Jeremy, you wrote an article talking about kind of where we are. I think we're at 6th in the nation with local debt. And so kind of explain what you wrote in that article and where the reality of really our insolvency, right, as a state because of the problems of local government.
So it kind of depends on what you incorporate or include as defining debt, right? But generally speaking, a lot of think tanks, right, have come out and said, and it should be concerning to taxpayers, that the largest municipalities in the state, by and large, where the bulk of the population lives, right, and ranked, I think, the one that I wrote about specifically, in the top 75 municipalities in the United States, right? 9 of them reside in Texas. 6 of them, right? 6 of them do not have enough money to pay the bills that they currently have, right? And that would be the actors you probably think they are. That's Houston, that's right. That's Dallas-Fort Worth, that's Austin. All these are Democrat, blue-run cities, right? But it's those, right? And then there's 3 that were, they have enough to pay their bills going forward. If I remember, I think it's Plano is one of them. Arlington is one they list, but that's confusing because there's a lot of bonded debt that occurs with Arlington. And there's Corpus Christi is the other one, right? And I bring all this up because, Texas it's always kind of heralded as we're the 9th largest economy in the world, business is booming, that's great. But no one likes to talk about, right, this kind of stain on that, which is the amount of debt our local government, not just cities, right, like all these kind of local government jurisdictions, these school boards, like all of them have. And the last thing I'll say on this, when we talk about it pretty frequently, I use the example of, you might recall back in May of last year, if you're a Republican, you got to vote on some Republican ballot propositions, but statewide, everyone got to vote on propositions related to property tax relief, right? It was one for I think they did in the 3rd special or whatever it was, right? So you voted, and it was extending the disabled, right, veteran exemption, and ultimately I think it came out to, it really provides like $198 or $182 of relief. I say that because here taxpayers voted overwhelmingly for property tax relief, and then simultaneously across the state, right, almost that same amount, that passed at like 80% or something, almost that same amount, I think it was 72% of all bonds that were backed by property taxes passed. right? So we're ultimately raising our own debt burden while also simultaneously calling for relief. And I think what that really goes back to is it's so confusing to taxpayers. They have no idea, by and large, what it is and how this stuff is paid for. Let me give you a spoiler. It's paid for in the backs of your children, right? Like, that's the reality. So.
I wrote an article about Duncanville, and a lot of cities were doing this, and this is one of the reforms we're going to talk about here in a minute. But they have this limit, 3.5% and 2.5, depending on the local government, right? And there is a provision that allowed them to kind of bank this over, which expired this last year, and so a lot of them kind of were able to even go above that without triggering an election. But even if that wasn't there, what we saw a lot of cities specifically doing is they have to actually, if they don't lower to what's called the no new revenue rate, which is what this is it's the rate in which they would have no new revenue for the local government, right? And so what they were doing is saying, hey, we lowered your rate, and putting out this notice that they're actually not going down to the no new revenue rate, but cities, because of multiple different factors, right? Because appreciations are going up, because they have the new people coming, they're actually, even though they're lowering rates, they were actually creating way more revenue because they were refusing to go down to the no new revenue rate. You had other cities who just didn't care. And like, for instance, Duncanville went, I think, to like 0.00003 underneath the voter approval rate and just grabbing as much money as they possibly can. And so there's a lot of loopholes and a lot of problems. How do we solve these?
Well, it gets worse.
Yeah, of course.
So you're right. So for counties and cities, they're not supposed to be able to raise their property tax revenue more than 3.5% without going to the voters. Schools, it's 2.5%. Yeah. Special districts like MUDs and water districts, that's 8%.
Yeah.
And so, but you would expect with those limits in place that you would see, property tax revenue across the state increase by no more than, 4% or so, something like that. Except this past year, it went up 12%. Right? Yeah. School property taxes went up 13% this past year. Right? So all these limits and things they put in there are totally meaningless, it seems like, because, for instance, the no new revenue tax rate, it actually allows them to get new revenue, right? They don't tell you that. It sounds great. Hey, no new revenue, but you get new revenue out of that. And so, well, the way you solve the problem is we hold them accountable, right? But that gets back to your other point about, on one hand, you had people voting for property tax relief. On the other hand, you had people voting for more property taxes because of debt.
Sure.
And I had Michael Sullivan on my podcast this week, and he makes this point a lot, is that, he said the big lie is that the problem is with government, but really the truth is the problem is with us. Absolutely. Because we are the rulers in our form of government, and we're continuing to send the same people up here over and over again. We're continuing to vote for property tax relief and higher property taxes at the same time. Yeah. So the way we're going to really solve this problem is for people to look at themselves and make up their mind whether they want liberty or oppression.
Yeah. I want you to talk about it. We were actually talking last night about what your school district did. Could you tell, like, what these are the kind of games they're playing?
I was debating to write about this. So my children go to government school, unfortunately.
Got a ruling on this point.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's pivot to this.
Drew, let's finish.
Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the House Bill 1 under Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds that the bill contains matter that changes general law. Mr. Tinderholt alleges that Rider 15 for the Secretary of State's appropriations changes general law because it requires a secretary to spend $1.5 million to participate in a named national system for states to exchange certain voter information. Under its plain language, the rider does not direct the secretary to enter into an agreement, but rather details that the secretary may spend appropriated funds in support of an existing agreement authorized by general law. Thus, the rider permissibly details the expenditure of appropriated funds. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Members, the House is about to move on to amendments.
Hey,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to amendments today, just wanted to, for awareness, there are some issues sometimes with the floor amendment system, and if we could ask for maybe just a little bit of a pause for those amendments to load before they're adopted in case we have an issue trying to see them on our screens.
We will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
With regard to today's debate, things will happen pretty swiftly, pretty fast. There may be the need to have the mic on the back podium active. I don't know what the House's prerogative is, the chair's prerogative, but that would certainly help in case there is an objection or an inquiry before we move to a vote. Just wanted for awareness, sir.
The chair would do his best to make certain that the back mic is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez Fisher. The following pre-filed amendments have been withdrawn. The clerk will read the list.
HB 1 withdrawn amendments. Page number 7, 178, 179, 180, 182, 188, 215, 223, 376, 378, 381, 382, 40, 154, 217, 419,
The following motion in writing, the clerk will read the motion.
Motion in writing by Bonin. Motion for en bloc adoption of amendments and placement in Article 11. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of the Calendar Rule for HB 1, I move that amendments on the following pages of the pre-filed amendment packet and packet supplement be adopted and placed in Article 11, and that the procedures outlined in Section 5 of the Calendar Rule be followed by the Journal Clerk in processing the amendments and votes recorded by members for placement in the Journal. HB 1 requests to move to Article 11 pre-filed amendment packet. Page number 14, 16, 22, 23, 24, 25, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 45, 50, 51, 52, 56, 57, 58, 59, 61, 63, 64, 65, 66, 68, 71, 73, 75, 79, 80, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 93, 94, 95, 96, 98, 99, 100, 102, 105, 111, 112, 113, 115, 119, 122, 124, 125, 126, 131, 133, 136, 138, 139, 143, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 158, 160, 162, 163, 166, 168, 172, 175, 177, 184, 186, 196, 197, 198, 203, 205, 206, 209, 210, 211, 212, 221, 224, 225, 226, 227, 234, 235, 237, 238, 239, 241, 242, 243, 244, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 256, 257, 260, 261, 262, 264, 266, 267, 268, 277, 278, 282, 283, 285, 287, 288, 291, 293, 294, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 315, 316, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 329, 332, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 340, 341, 343, 344, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 354, 355, 358, 359, 362, 363, 364, 367, 368, 369, 370, 373, 384, 385, 386.
I'm going to back Mark and start asking questions about random numbers.
387, 389, 390, 391, 397, 398, 399, 401, 403, 405, 406, 407, 423, 425, 426, 428, 430, 432, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439, 440, 441, 442, 62, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 443, 183, 134, 10, 380, 379, 361, 328, 410, 259, 333, 42, 156, 219, 421. HB1 request to move to Article 11 supplemental packet, page number 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is in the middle of putting a motion to the House.
Pre-filed amendment packet, page number 383.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
After hearing all these numbers, is it your intent or is it Chair's intent to give us a list of those published amendments that were, I guess they were withdrawn? Which ones I appreciate the reading clerk reading them out, but as you can imagine, there's no way for us to know which ones are still left in. So will a list be made available?
Under the calendar rule, at the end of today's proceedings, the journal clerk will provide a list of all amendments moved to Article 11.
And I appreciate that, but did you just move all those parliamentary inquiry?
Please state your inquiry.
All those numbers or amendments that she called out, were they all moved to Article 11?
They will be as soon as we make that motion.
Okay, so
the motion is pending before the House.
And I guess I'm just curious, how will we know what parliamentary inquiry? We've got to wait till they print it to know that, or is it possible for us to get a list?
We must make the motion to
Right.
move the amendments to Article 11, and then I can entertain the parliamentary inquiry that you have before the House. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Please take your inquiry.
Is it true that if you're on the back mic, your kids can watch you at home and you can say hi to Quincy and Graham?
The chair is not advised. Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry. I'm trying to determine whether or not we would be able to get a copy or a list of those amendments that have been moved over to.
Ms. Davis,
Hey, thanks for watching our live stream. If you want to stay up to date with what's going on in session, subscribe to our vote notices and fiscal note at TexasTaxpayers.com. Just go to the website and click the subscribe button.
That was absolutely, I mean, we were talking about this while they're listing it off. This doesn't happen, at least to this extent, that we've seen, at least in budgets from 2, 4, 6, 8 years ago, where they just crossed off, and I couldn't really keep track, but it seemed like a significant chunk of the amendments that they were supposed to be considering. You heard the journal clerk, that's kind of the staffer who sat at the front and listed off, 319, 321, literally listing off through the pages of amendments saying the ones that were withdrawn or otherwise that they wouldn't be voting on. This really changes things. We had heard and we had talked that potentially we'd see some of these amendments withdrawn, but when you look at the amount now I think the question is, okay, what wasn't withdrawn? That might have been a shorter list to read, but also this could potentially be one of the earlier budget nights that we've seen, right? A lot of times we've seen this go past midnight. It's usually sort of this this big affair. Now you're looking at it, maybe I don't know, maybe members want to just kind of get this done, go home for Easter weekend and call it a day. I don't know, but I haven't seen it to that extent.
The skeptic in me was, okay, they're doing this before Good Friday. What that usually tells me is like they're probably not going to go until 5 o'clock in the morning. I think, as a matter of fact, last session they went till about 9:30, something like that. And all of y'all have served and gone through budget nights, as staffers, and I remember nights where it's 2:30, 5 a.m. the next morning, and so it feels very much so like this might be one of the shortest budget night. It might not be budget night. It could be budget afternoons, before they actually decide to go home. But like you said, I've never seen that many amendments get pulled down. So we had two different things happen. We had a bunch of people withdraw amendments, most likely because they traded it or there's a conversation behind. We don't really know why, but typically there's a lot of horse trading going behind. And the other one was a motion to move amendments to Article 11, which, technically this is the wish list, but we all know this is the trash can, right? Mm-hmm. And so this is kind of a way, it's kind of similar to, the governor will allow something to become law, but he won't sign it. It's like this, basically, they don't want to pull it down, but this is going to go to the wish list. If we have enough to make this part of the budget, they will. But the reality is, these amendments are dead as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that too, because that's something we're going to be hearing. I would expect to hear a lot throughout the budget debate. I motion to move this to Article 11. People who are watching this for the first time, you're right. Article 11, it might as well be the trash can. Article 11 essentially means it's almost as good as just withdrawing the amendment, and so that's what that means. It's a little bit of kind of insider, some of that opaque legislative speak.
It's very
it's meant to be, kind of meant to be disingenuous.
You're going to have lawmakers right now, if not already, gotten their 30-second social media clip. They're going to do it right later and be like, my amendment to do whatever, right, got accepted into the proposed budget, knowing very well, right, that really it's the 10 people in the conference committee that are going to strip all that off of it, right? It comes off of it. It's just kind of a disingenuous, approach to budgeting. I will say, if we can read into what just happened maybe a little bit, I'll put my tinfoil hat on, is, it seems like whatever negotiations have happened previously or are currently happening, right, between leadership and folks that maybe have some of these amendments, all of these being negotiated away certainly tells me that they might end a little bit early, or if not a lot earlier. But it also tells me that like they're really hoping that everyone just kind of falls in line for the budget as proposed. It seems like, which we've already lined out a lot of the problems with. That should be concerning to taxpayers.
I think, we mentioned the school choice amendment, Herrera's amendment, and there is no way of us to telling if that was one.
Yeah, I
that was
feel
pulled
like,
down or not.
someone let us know.
Yeah, we will have that info shortly, but my guess what's going on is that is the worrisome amendment that some lawmakers wanted to take, other lawmakers didn't want to take. The fact that I think Slayton has an excused absence today, I think there was a number of amendments pulled down. That was kind of like the shining star of like, is something major going to happen here? It's kind of a preview of school choice. And so what might have happened, and we don't know, is a lot of these were pulled down or traded in exchange for not having to take that vote yet and not having to have that. We do not know if that was one of the ones pulled down. We'll report on that soon. But just to let folks know, this is typically what happens. There's a trade happen. Hey, you pulled down these amendments we don't want to take. We'll pull down this one. And ultimately, that's likely what's happening. We just don't know if it involved the school choice amendment or not.
Yeah, I think one of the sad things here is just watching the debate, because a lot of times you get to the House floor, Senate floor too, and there's no debate, right? I mean, on particular issues that are important to us, and we're looking forward to seeing some, like for instance, property tax relief. Could we get it past 11.7 billion up to a real number? But our understanding is that the good property tax amendments that were filed to the budget have probably been withdrawn.
Yeah.
And we probably won't have that budget discussion today.
Yeah, and during the layout of the bill, typically this is the time where if you have overall questions on the budget, that's when you would come up. It looks like we've already started on amendments, which means that period has expired, so there's not going to be any amendments. I was kind of hopeful. Schaefer got up there and he was like, we're like, oh, what is he going to say? And then he just said hi to his kids and walked away. And so, and Schaefer's a taxpayer champion, but I think what that tells us is like, is there fight in these Republicans on the board for smaller government to question this massive budgetary increase? It does not appear so. Maybe we'll be proved wrong as the day goes on. But it's strange that no one even had any questions to the author during the layout. It was no questions, pulled down. Seems like the vast majority, or at least half of the amendments. And so, is there going to be a fight at all today?
Well, let me say this too, because we talked about this before they had started debating on the budget. And even just saying this sort of undermines a little bit of the entire importance of watching this debate. But it is true that if you look at what had happened in 2021 and in 2019 especially, there was a little bit of a shift in strategy when talking about the budget, especially on controversial amendments, where authors would just accept the amendment so they didn't have the vote, knowing that they would strip it out in conference committee, right? And so now we've got a bunch of amendments being withdrawn. It remains to be seen whether or not they do that as well. Oh yeah, we'll take your amendment. Sure, we'll consider it committee and then just trash it later. Certainly, if that's the case, right, it brings into question, okay, well, these are 150 elected members that are supposed to have a voice in this process. It'd be a real shame if it's actually just a handful of people behind closed doors in a committee.
All of those are great points. And I think what it really speaks to, and we talk about this in different ways on our weekly podcast, right, is that, especially in the House, more so in the last few legislative sessions, it seems like so much of the theater that's produced is designed to deflect accountability, right? Like you're there to ensure that people don't have to take tough votes. And the budget, to your point, is a good example of where you're right. What they've done in the past is, in the recent past, is they just accept these, maybe more controversial amendments, knowing that the conference committee, the 5 people from the House, 5 people from the Senate will strip them off. And then it becomes the end of session. It's too late, right, to do any of that. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see.
So I think, from a bird's eye view perspective, looking at the nature of politics, you look at the federal level and kind of who your stars are up there on, specifically on the Republican or conservative side, right? You have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you have the Rand Pauls, you have Trump, you have all of these, and why are they popular? Because they fight right against the system. Love them or hate them, and however you feel about these characters is irrelevant. The reality is the reason that they're in the news, the reason that they have so much grassroots support is because most folks are just so frustrated with the nature of politics. Those who are Republicans are frustrated with the fact that the right just never fights and would just get steamrolled by Democrats constantly. And so, but then when we shift to the state legislature, right, and we have this same uniparty atmosphere in the state legislature that we do at the DC, but it always is perplexing to me how you, even as a state legislature, can look at the climate of national politics and those who are getting the attention, those who are fighting, but yet decide that, you know, the best strategy is just to stay quiet and go along to get along. Hopefully we pass a bill or two and not, I don't want to say cause problems, but cause problems. Like, we need people to cause problems because the status quo is uniparty and it leans left in Texas, and that is not poll after poll what the people of Texas want.
It's interesting you say that because, you know, I'd suggest it's more uniparty in Texas than it is in DC. Right? So, I mean, for instance, if you go back to the vote on Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Republicans couldn't get him elected because enough Republicans backed off that they couldn't get a majority in the House. Why? Because the Democrats didn't vote for him. But that's not the problem here in Texas, right? Because Democrats typically vote for the Republican Speaker. And why did they do that? Well, you know, back in the day when Joe Strauss got elected Speaker, you had 11 Republicans get in a room, liberal Republicans, and they were enough to tip the vote if they got all the Democrats with them. So they sat around in a room and voted among themselves and sent names out to Democrats. And then once the Democrats picked a name, they announced this guy's going to be Speaker, and Republicans, conservative Republicans, everybody else, if you want to get on board, come on, because we Democrats and a few liberal Republicans are going to elect the Speaker. That's the same process, a little bit different, but the same thing kind of worked out with the current Speaker, 𝗖𝗢𝗠𝗘𝗬, where when he announced the last block that came to him to put him over the top was the LGBTQ caucus over in the Democrats, right? And so we have this system where basically Democrats are really kind of controlling things. Not everything, but if they get really upset, then they can always threaten to pull their votes away from the Speaker, and that would collapse the whole thing. And that's the one thing that they can't let happen in the House.
I think the proof to that is when we look at what bills have been heard in the House compared to, if you look at the Senate, they're passing out lots of priorities. They're making Republican and conservative priorities, and they're pushing it over to the House. Well, in the House, what have we done? We've criminalized honey producers. I think we removed retarded from the code in Texas. We have done a tampon tax, right? And so
removed
it, right? And so we're not dealing with, certainly the Republican majority is not dealing with hardly any of the Republican priorities, but the House isn't even dealing with their priorities yet. We're putting, and a lot of these are like Representative Rose, and it's a lot of Democrats who are coming through, where in the other chamber is just ramrodding through. They're hearing school choice, I believe, today, and so they've already pushed over a lot to the House.
Yeah.
So
they're voting on, literally right now, as I'm just checking in, the Senate is voting on a ban on taxpayer-funded lobbying, right?
It's a priority of ours, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and so school choice, I mean, they're tackling some big stuff. Very interesting to see both of the chambers sort of front-loading today as well.
Although, let's don't make a mistake here. Not a lot of the stuff they're pushing to the Texas Senate isn't necessarily good. It may be Senate priorities, but it may not be good for us taxpayers.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So they have begun to kind of lay out amendments. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the live stream and just kind of see. I believe they're in Article 1 right now, and so we will be back with y'all here in just a moment.
Howdy everyone, Jeremy here. Are you following us on social media? Search for @TexasTaxpayers to make sure you're following us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The amendment on page 14 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 16 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 18. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment clearly strikes a rider that we put in subcommittee, and that needs to be remedied, so I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 19 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. The amendment to the amendment makes a technical correction to clean up the amendment. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the amendment as amended.
Members, this amendment instructs the Office of Attorney General to use funds appropriated to distribute grants to aid to victims of domestic abuse. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment to the amendment. Amendment to the amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 20 of your packet. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that has a litigation reporting requirement for the Office of the Attorney General. It is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 21 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Mesa to explain the amendment.
This amendment is offered to get legal services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. The funds were to be appropriated from the crime victims compensation. The purpose of the amendment was to provide legal services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in accordance with the Violence Against Women's Act 1994 and the Violence Against Women's Act of 2000. However, it's not our intent that money come from the crime victims compensation that would be meant for the victims of Uvalde. And so,
Howdy everyone, Jeremy here. Are you following us on social media? Search for @TexasTaxpayers to make sure you're following us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
We are back again from this exciting budget afternoon right now. We have swapped out one of our commentators. We have now with us Vance again. Kind of explain who you are and what you do, Vance.
Yeah, Tim, it's a pleasure with y'all today. I'm Vance Gann. I'm a PhD economist and working on a lot of different things. President of Gann Economic Consulting, also senior fellow at Texas Fiscal Responsibility. I work with Pelican Institute in Louisiana. I have a podcast, the Let People Prosper Show, which is a lot of fun. Check that on YouTube and other places. But just love talking about the budget, the economy, things of that nature. And I would have been here earlier, but I was on the 𝗘𝗑𝗪𝗏 show on Fox Business talking about the economy and what the Federal Reserve is doing and how they're messing stuff up. And I've heard that the Texas legislature is also trying to mess stuff up with the budget, right?
So we assumed you thought that the Fox News was a bigger deal than the TFR press. Welcome. Of course, you know, I'm sure you know, you just mentioned, you know, they pulled a bunch of amendments down, but we are in Article 1. And so we kind of want to talk about what's in Article 1 and some problems associated with it. So
Yeah, sure. And I know that y'all talked some already about the growth of the budget and how much that's increased. When you look at appropriations to appropriations, you know, not what the Legislative Budget Board wants us to believe of spending to appropriations. That's like measuring apples and oranges. You need to measure apples and apples, right? And so there's just massive increases, you know, across the board, really. When you look at, state funds are up 21.5%. General revenue funds up 14.9%, all funds up 14.3%. But then you kind of break it down and you say, all right, that's well above the frozen budget that we talked about and everything else. It's also, you know, above population and inflation. I heard y'all talking about some of that earlier. The state fund is above even that. So this is a massive growth in the overall size of the budget that infiltrates all of our lives in the process and doesn't do nearly enough for property tax relief. And I know y'all went through all that.
Could you talk about, like, what is Article 1? What is being dealt with? Like, what are some of the things that we're funding for our viewers who might not be familiar with the budget at all?
Yeah, so Article 1 is general government. So you've got all of your major agencies and everything else within Article 1. And I was just looking up here. So you have the Commission on the Arts, the Office of the Attorney General, Bond Review Board, Pension Review Board, the Office of the Governor, Employees Retirement System. I mean, you name it. When you think about state government, that's those are all the functions that are included in Article 1. And even in Article 1, look, I mean, when you talk about general revenue funds in Article 1 is up 27.8%. From what was appropriated last time of $5.6 billion to $7.2 billion this time. So we're talking about $1.6 billion more dollars just for general government of 27.8%. I don't know about y'all, but look, even inflation over a couple of years is up, maybe 9, 10%. You add population in there. I think the spending limit number they used was 13.3%. This is going up by twice as much as population plus inflation. It's just massive growth in these areas. This is also where you have, though, the Texas Enterprise Fund, the slush fund by the governor, right? Of all those deals that are the sweetheart deals that are done. This is a lot of excess, and some of this will be for salary increases. I heard y'all talking about that earlier, right? Why they have population or inflation increases for salaries, and you ask the question, well, why? We got to remember, right, that government has no money. All of the money comes from us, the taxpayer, through the productive private sector. And, you know, Biden and them don't understand that up in D.C. They just want to keep taxing us away. But, and Bill, you mentioned this earlier. See, I was watching. But the local government and the state government are taking more of our money as well. we don't see our taxes ratcheting up as much as maybe we otherwise would, like they do in DC, and property taxes at the local level. But if you think about it, our taxes are staying higher than they otherwise would if they cut spending, if they didn't spend as much, because we would be taxed less in the process. Yeah. And so I think that there's a lot to talk about, even under state funds. So you think about general revenue, dedicated funds, and other funds. The state funds is up from $7.2 billion to $8.9 billion in just Article 1. That's a $1.7 billion increase. So it's 23.5%. 23.5%. And then you look at all funds. You include state funds and federal funds, and you're up from $8.5 billion to $10.2, a $1.8 billion increase of 20.7%. Yeah. Either way, this is a massive growth in the budget, Bill, that I think, we follow this for a number of years, as we all have. I don't know that I've seen these quite as large of these increases in quite a while.
Well, the last time we saw these kind of increases were back in 2013.
Yeah.
Which is when we started developing a lot of these metrics and methodologies that we've talked about already, the session spending and the conservative Texas budget and things like that. When you look at Article 1 here, I think a lot of what we see here in this growth is growth in corporate welfare. Right? There's a lot of that in Article 1. When you think about corporate welfare, there's really three aspects to it. One is just where the government is giving money to corporations, right? Or rebating their taxes or whatever it is, things like that. So that's a big part, and that's a lot in Article 1. But there's also two other types. There's tax incentives at the local level where they just don't collect as much money. There's a lot of that. And then the third way is regulatory favoritism, where they pass regulations that favor a particular industry or even a particular part of an industry and things like that. Most of those are going to be, the local tax incentives aren't in the budget because that's all local. The regulatory type of incentives and favoritism are going to be later articles, like a regulatory article, which is Article 8. Yeah. Natural resources, Article 6, those kind of things. Here we see a lot of them in this, and maybe this is a good place for us to talk about what's going on in the governor's budget. Well, first of all, there's the Arts Commission. That's all corporate welfare. It's either going to some local government or local charity, but there's a lot of businesses that get involved. They may be nonprofits. There's a lot of that too.
Bill, just real quick, with the Commission of the Arts, right? And this is using the LBB's numbers, so spending to what's appropriated, so it's a little bit messy there. But they're growing by 27.2%.
Wow, and that's spending to appropriation, so it's really going to be...
It's more than that, if you look at what's appropriated last time to this time, 27%.
And this is what I was talking about, to somebody else the other day, but what's going on here is that they found this big pot of money, right? That just showed up. And all they're doing is looking for places to spend it. And this is a perfect example of that kind of thing. Let's move over to the governor's office, if we could, because that's the biggest fund out there, perhaps in the country, is the governor's enterprise fund. Yeah. And that's a big just pot of money that they can slush fund, really, that the governor can use to pull in businesses but it's not just any businesses. It's like politically favored businesses. Right. Y'all run across that before in the legislature, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all of this just speaks to, and I guess you mentioned this, right? You kind of have to break it up, right? Because you have the office of the governor, then you have the trustee, right, programs for the office of the governor. You see some border security stuff in there, right? There's also the majority of it in Article 5, right? All of those sorts of things. I think really what this speaks to, we get into the numbers, but if I'm someone who's tuning into this live stream or any of our content, we want to know, like, what is the impact for taxpayers? Would y'all agree that thus far what we've seen, there's a comment here that kind of speaks to this too, is we haven't really seen a debate on anything. And that's, to me, the takeaway for taxpayers is that the folks you're electing, right, to like go through the ins and outs of how they use your tax money have just kind of so far given
it seems like they just have thrown the white flag up. I have not seen, at least in my time, last 10 years or so watching budgets, immediately right off the bat, just a massive amount of amendments that were pulled down before they even started laying anything out, and the rest of them thrown to the trash pile right in Article 11. It seems as though nobody questioned the bill during the layouts, and as I mentioned earlier, those who are favorited nationwide are fighters, right? And so the question is there going to be anyone today who fights for taxpayers, who calls out how big the budget is and starts calling out things like these programs that are wasting taxpayer dollars at the expense of people who are literally drowning under inflation, high energy costs due to the Biden administration, and property taxes, which has been our pet subject, because it is by and large, as long as I've been involved in state politics, it is the number one issue, always has been, and the solution has always been the same. Kick the can down the road, a little trinket here, a little trinket there, get past the election, but no substantive change really ever, right, at all.
I mean, I know for my own family, it's one of the number one things that I think about. When I see that property tax bill, I just got my appraisal. Did y'all get y'all's appraisal?
Not yet.
I just got it. And the appraisal actually went down. You know what, from last year?
Yeah, sure.
But my bill's not going to go down.
Yeah.
And the appraised amount, the market value went down, as we've seen some of that happening across the state, but the appraised value still kept going up. And the amount of tax liability will keep going up, because even though you're limited to 10%, well, it was above 10% from what the appraised value was, so I'll still keep going up. This is the problem with property taxes. And one thing I do want to mention earlier, I think I may have said billions of dollars when I meant millions of dollars in some of these things. But millions or billions, it all adds up to real money at some point, right?
Yeah.
But I'll at least give them credit for that. It's still 27% increase and stuff like that. But these are massive increases overall. And in the property tax problem, yes, we have the concerns at the local level. And I know y'all mentioned this earlier with school districts and cities and counties and everything else. One thing that I think that is often overlooked is that we're spending so much on education already. Yeah. We're spending so much in each one of these areas of the budget, which that would be Article 3, okay? But when you look at Article 1, which they're currently talking about, this is the area of state government where I think when you think about the government, that government's best, it's closest to the people. This is the one that we would think of as closest to the people, and is going to provide the services that we want and demand as voters, who maybe we can't get it from the private sector, or maybe we shifted from the private sector where it should be already, because we need less regulation and things of that nature that allows for the Texas model to really flourish. And what we're seeing is that there's continued expansion. Yeah. Continued expansion of regulation, continued expansion of people, government bureaucrats that are going to continue to infiltrate our lives through a number of ways. And, whenever I look at these numbers and I say, okay, we've seen in just state funds an increase of appropriations of general government by $1.7 billion. This is $1 billion here. $1.7 billion. That's $1.7 billion less that we have available for property tax relief.
Yeah.
Property tax relief. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so I think it's worthy to talk about. We've spent a little bit of time, but not much, on the surplus, the constitutional spending limit, and things. From what we've heard, in the Capitol itself, one of the biggest reasons that they're giving that they do not want to provide more property tax relief, specifically, we're advocating for compression of M&O, right, is because they don't want to break the constitutional spending limit. And we've told them many times, I think taxpayers are okay with y'all breaking that limit to provide more property tax relief. Unfortunately, the constitutional limit is not exempted like the one Hancock passed today. Exempt, you could give $100 billion in property tax relief under his cap. It wouldn't count, but the constitutional doesn't work that way. And so why are they refusing to break the limit? Is it a bad thing? Is it a fiscally conservative thing to not want to break the limit to provide more property tax relief?
Well, no, it's not a bad thing. Right? I mean, that's a very simple question, and the reason they don't want to break the constitutional spending limit to provide property tax relief is because they want to hang on to the money and spend it on other stuff. That's right. I mean, there's no other
and you
way
see
around
that
it.
if you look, and we talked about it, but if you look in the supplemental and this budget, you see that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you see it, but as we talked about a little bit earlier, they're spending at least in the House budget, in both the supplemental and the regular appropriations bill, at least $35 billion of new money, right? Some of that's GRR, some of it's other funds, those kind of things. I mean, we can talk about it, but $35 billion of new money over what they did last biennium, last session, and they're still under the spending cap. So clearly, they could take that $35 billion, all of it or some of it, and give it to us back. You know, if they took that $35 billion and gave it all back to us and into property tax relief, along with the $11 billion, that's $46 billion, right? They could be putting back in our pockets, but they're not wanting to do that because, again, there's people out there who they think are more important, whether it's big businesses or you know, the Texas Association of this or the Texas Association of that, you know, some political caucus, some interest group, some, you know, Democratic caucus, even whoever it is, they think satisfying those folks and their lobbyists up here in Austin are more important than satisfying taxpayers by giving us tax breaks.
Well, one of the biggest pushbacks, you know, that we've heard is, well, we want to protect against an economic downturn. That's why we don't want to spend more of the surplus or break the constitutional limit. Do we have a fund out there that's designed for economic downturns and how much money is available if we did have an economic downturn?
I'm not sure about that. I'm going to turn to the economist over here. You can tell us.
Well, that's the Economic Stabilization Fund.
Rainy Day.
Rainy Day Fund. There you go. It was created back in the late 1980s because, you know, there used to be in Texas kind of this boom and bust cycles. Probably created by the Federal Reserve and some other things that were happening. It's a whole other discussion. We
can plug it and the Fed.
And the Fed. That's right. That's right. I do some work with Young Americans for Liberty as well, and they talk a lot about in the Fed too, as I know y'all do. But you know, at that point in time, we were dependent a lot on oil and gas. About a quarter of our economy was oil and gas activity, and a lot of the budget was dependent on oil and gas as well, and those revenues that were going in. And what they did was, I think it was 1987, they created this Economic Stabilization Fund to say, instead of, you know, whenever we have a boom period and this revenue comes in, and then they spend more, of course, and then when the bust happens, then the revenue goes down, they would raise taxes. So there was a lot of volatility with what the tax rates were going to be over time, and they couldn't budget very well, or it made it more difficult. And so they created this fund to cover unforeseen revenue shortfalls. Now, one problem with that, though, is that they should always be restraining government spending. It was never a revenue problem. It was a spending problem that they tried to cover up with this economic stabilization, this rainy day fund. And so you have this over time, and they've spent a lot of money out of that, not to cover unforeseen revenue shortfalls, but for education, for healthcare, transportation, all these other things they spent the money out of. And so, you know, now what the comptroller says is that there's going to be, I think it's like $15 billion at the end of the current biennium that's going on, and up to $26 billion.
It's going to reach its cap.
Yeah, there's a cap of 10% of certain general revenue dedicated funds, okay? But at the end of the 24-25 biennium, the one that they're appropriating this budget up for now, they're expecting to be $26 billion, which would be more than the 10% cap. So there's going to be extra money just flowing in as long as the economy keeps growing and everything else. And look, I think that we've been in a recession for a while nationally. I think it started last year.
You can't call it that.
I know. Yeah, you got to redefine it. But there were two consecutive quarters of declining economic growth, which historically, going back to 1949, every time that's happened, it's been considered a recession. But they're trying to redefine it now. Last year, I know we're talking about Texas, but you know, talk about the nation a little bit too. But over the last 4 quarters, from Q4 2021 to Q4 of 2022, the U.S. GDP, gross domestic product, increased by 0.9%. 0.9%. The last time that we've grown by that small of an amount for 1 year during a recovery, quote unquote recovery, you have to go back to the 1960s. It's always been more than that. And so Texas has been doing better because we have less government spending, lower taxes, central regulation.
Right now.
Yeah, just right now. Yeah, you're correct.
Maybe not in the future.
That's right. No, you're right. You're right. But compare with like California, although with these sort of growth numbers of budget, we might be there soon. Right. But this is why it's so important. for us to maintain the Texas model that has supported more growth. Another number that I was looking at the other day, if you just looked at Texas and Florida's beating us on a lot of things nowadays, okay? They're number one in economic freedom, according to the Fraser Institute. We're number 4. Yeah. We want to be number 1, right? But if you just looked at the growth of jobs since February of 2020, right before the pandemic and the bad shutdowns and all that happened, Texas has created 30% of all jobs across the nation. Out of the 3 million that have been added since then. Not the 12 million that Biden likes to claim. Yeah. It's only 3 million, okay? That's been new jobs. The other were recovery jobs. Just replacing the jobs that were lost. That's 22 million. Yeah. And Texas has 10% of the population. So we've created 30% of the jobs here in Texas. At the same time, if you look at Florida and Texas, 50% of the jobs have been added in just those 2 states with 15% of the population. This is the sort of models that we need across the country, and we can't sit back on our laurels and think, you know what, Texas is going to keep doing this, and that's why we're all fighting so hard to make sure that they don't spend. You talked about the frozen budget earlier. The frozen budget would have been so important because if you looked at general revenue related funds of $125 billion, instead of them trying to appropriate $143, they would have kept it at $125. That would have left $18.2 billion more dollars towards property tax relief. Right. Yeah. We've got more than that in general revenue, of revenue side, not the spending side, but the revenue side of the $33 billion of surplus money. That means excess taxpayer money collected from us, stolen, theft from us. Yeah. And then you have the general revenue increase over 24-25. We're really talking about $60 billion.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Dr. Ginn just called taxation theft.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, right? At least some level of taxation, right? Maybe at one level it's not, but when you get over something, it's worth thinking about.
So back to the ESF fund. So one, we actually have a fund created to help in the event of an economic downturn. So what that means is we have not only the ESF, which you said is at 15 billion, possibly 26 at the end of this next biennium, but we also have the 32.6 billion. And so we have this surplus, the surplus dollars, right? So we have both of these stacks of money, and we have lawmakers basically not wanting to spend the surplus, even though we have this safeguard in the ESF because
not wanting to give it back to us.
That's right.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
Because
it is over collected taxpayer money.
So can we talk about how the surplus could be used? I don't know if they're going to, but if we decided to use, and we're using some of it, right? One, could we use all or the majority of it? And if we did, what years would that be applied to? How would taxpayers actually feel that if we were to spend and give them their money back in the form of property tax relief? How does this actually work?
Well, there's 2 ways really to get money back to taxpayers these days from the state. The simplest one is by reducing the sales tax, right? Because it's a state tax. This is state revenue. And matter of fact, a while back, we suggested that they create, and it was Representative Kane, I think, but not the one who's in there now.
Irwin Kane.
Irwin Kane, yeah. And he filed a bill, but basically it would have created this fund so that they could just put money into this fund and it would just reduce the the sales tax, however much money they put in there.
The STAR Fund.
The STAR
Sales
Fund.
Tax Relief Fund.
That's it, the STAR Fund.
Right.
And that's a simple way to do it, right? And so you put this much money in there and it just reduces the sales tax for the next 2 years and then it can go back up again, right? And so it might go from, 8% now, we must 6% at the state level, down to like 2% or whatever it is, and then it's back up, right? Well, that's a good deal, and I think it would be great to use it that way because it's the simplest, except for the fact we have this problem with runaway property taxes.
Yeah.
And so that's probably the best way to use it today is put it back in there. But you do have the problem if you throw all this surplus in there at one point in time, then they got to pay for it again the next time.
Yeah.
And so one of the ways we did it, modeled it at the 𝗑𝗙𝗪𝗏 Liberty Foundation, was to just take the current $32 billion, take 90% of that, and then just pay it out into property tax relief over the next 8 years rather than do it all at once, right? And so that's the foundation for property tax relief. You do that, it's about $4 billion over per year over those 8 years, and then you just take ongoing future surpluses at 90%, and that's what I was talking about earlier. You can get it anywhere from 4 to 8 years, the property tax, M&O tax could be gone.
Not to interrupt you, Bill, but I want to make sure the takeaway for that, right, for taxpayers is that would be tangible property tax relief. You could feel that, right? It wouldn't be necessarily these gimmicks that keep being bestowed.
Well, I mean, the important thing to note is that only works ultimately, though, if you put limits on property tax growth from other things. Like you freeze the school taxes until you get rid of them. Don't let them go up at all. Yeah. But then you put real limits on the other one. And basically, part of our proposal, and we've talked about here as well, is you just tell all the other counties, cities, and special purpose districts, if you want to raise 1 penny more revenue off of your property taxes, you have to go to the voters every single year.
It's important to plug here, just for people that are watching. These are, of course, legislative priorities of ours as well, Texans for Fiscal Responsibility. If you're interested in that, there are bills filed this session to this effect of the things we're talking about. You can find that at texastaxpayers.com. You'll see a txlege, right? Point up there, you can find our legislative priorities there, the exact links to all the bills, who to contact about them. You know, get some fire under the rear ends of some of these lawmakers to get hearings for these things, because I think today's day 87, 88 of the 140-day session, right? And these things have not gotten hearings.
I think it's worth talking about the proposals and what is being proposed. So, you know, in the Senate, we have a homestead exemption increase that is, I believe, already passed on the Senate floor, so they've knocked it over. They have about half of the compression, right? And then they have like a business personal property. In the House, they have these appraisal cap reform, which is where they're trying to take the 10% homestead appraisal cap and lower that to 5%, but then also apply it to all real property. In the committee itself, which I was in, I believe Bill was in there as well.
They also have double the compression.
Yes, they have about 11 and a half. So they have more compression in the Senate, which is the I always like to say the Cadillac of property tax reform, because it's lasting. And we'll talk about why it's preferable. But the overwhelming witness testimony was against appraisal caps, because it actually works against compression and things like that. So let's talk about the different things being offered, the homestead exemption, appraisal caps, and why compression is the best form of property tax relief and why we're advocating for that.
Yeah, sounds good. So within, and you lay that out well, Tim, what can I say one thing just real quick about the economic stabilization fund? Yeah. Because I didn't quite answer your question.
Sure.
There's plenty of money available to maintain this relief over time, and there's plenty of money available to do something now. Even whenever you look at the past 30 years worth of declines in revenue, when we had some pretty severe recessions, it declines like maybe 8%, right? Just general revenue. That's just for 1 year. Then it comes back the following year. And so then we have the economic stabilization fund that you can cover it. And even if you use the surplus, that new revenue is the new base. Right. It's not like that surplus goes away. That's right. That's the new base. And so it builds off of that over time. And so I think that this is overblown, that how do we maintain this? It goes back to what we've been talking about. They really just want to keep spending.
Yeah.
That's the focus.
Yeah, state revenue grows about 5% every year.
Yes.
Right? So it's, in 1 year it may dip down, but it always goes back up the next. That's not an issue.
No. And so between the two types of property tax relief packages that are out there right now, you've got the $17 billion. I know y'all have been talking about this, but just to kind of reiterate,
not the $17 billion.
Not the $17 billion. Yes, but I guess what they're claiming is $17 billion. Right. $5.3 billion, and it's really $17.3 billion is the new amount that they put in this budget. So subtract out 5.3, which I've talked about earlier as being to maintain property tax, maintain past property tax relief efforts. When you think about in 2019, there was HB 3, which did some compression then for the school M&O property tax. 2021, they did the homestead exemption increase. We just did this from 25,000 to 40,000, right? So you have to maintain some of that. That's the 5.3 billion. Subtract that out. That's the real, new property tax relief amount of about a 15-cent compression of the school maintenance and operation property tax. And
just to confirm for viewers what that means, you're 15 cents on every 100 like that.
15 cents for every $100 valuation. And for what they're saying for a $350,000 home, that could be about $1,100 of relief. But we'll see.
Except they're counting with that $1,100 figure. They're counting the old stuff too.
Right.
So,
yes, that's right.
You
the 28
tweeted
cents
the other day that that back in February or whatever it was, that Senator Betancourt said the Senate package would be about $398 or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's not the $700
No.
or $1,100.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing they've been taking
Yeah, from
credit for.
zero.
Yeah.
If you're
From
not
zero.
homesteaded, it would be 800. But most people are homesteaded at 40K. So increasing from 40K to 70K would be 348 or 311 somewhere in there.
Yep. No, that's a great point too. And I tweeted about this. This is one of my first tweets here that I did earlier today. But yes, so if you looked at the 15-cent compression, which could provide savings for a $350,000 house of $542 in 2024 and $733 billion in 2025. That should be the 2025 is the next one. So it's over the biennium even. If you're thinking about 1,200, so it's well below this.
Yeah. So they count it 2 years, right?
Yep.
But we don't pay our tax bills every 2 years.
Yeah.
We pay it every 1 year.
Yeah.
And so they're double counting again there. So
Yep.
it's crazy.
It's over the biennium even, and I think that's kind of off. But at least they're putting most of it towards compression in the House. That $12 billion for school limit open compression, because our ultimate goal is to eliminate property taxes. It's very difficult or you can't eliminate property taxes by reducing the appraisal cap, right? From 10% to 5%.
Would you explain
Or the homestead exemption.
how a cap reduction works against compression? Could
Yeah, because you
explain?
can still keep increasing it.
Well, I mean, the problem,
They still keep going up.
Yeah, the problem is, and so first of all, what's compression, right? Compression is just reducing the tax rate, right?
Yeah.
Instead of paying $1 per, 100, you're paying 85 cents or whatever it is, right? So it just lowers the rate, which lowers your tax bill, right? And that's the way to do it, because what you want to do with compression is take it from wherever it is now to zero.
The zero.
Because once it gets to zero, you're not paying taxes anymore, right?
Yep.
But the problem with both the Senate's approach to, the Senate's approach to raising the homestead exemption and the House version of increasing the appraisal cap is that actually, it takes money out of the tax system, and so in order to get the same amount, they have to raise the tax rate. And so those two things, first of all, the appraisal cap does almost nothing for relieving property taxes. It balances the system, which is not a bad thing, but it does nothing to actually reduce property taxes. The homestead exemption does. But in both cases, they raise property tax rates, and that means we just got to go farther down to zero.
Yep.
And that's the big problem between the two. If we had to look at this, the ideal thing would be just to kill the Senate bill and pass the House bill without the appraisal caps. Or maybe combine them, and so we get the $11 billion or $12 billion from the House and the $5 billion from the Senate. At least we're up then to about
Let's throw
17
bill
billion.
numbers out there, because we've neglected. So on the Senate package, Senate Bill 3 deals specifically with the homestead exemption increase.
From
Senate Bill
40,000 to
4
70,000.
That's right. Senate Bill 4 is the additional compression, right? Senate Bill 5 is the business personal property tax.
Yeah.
And then in the House, it's House Bill 2 is the appraisal cap proposal with the compression included.
Yeah, and in the Senate Bill 4, I think it's about a 7-cent compression compared to the 15 cents that's in HB 2. And so you already can see the smaller size of that. It's like $5.4 billion compared to the $12 billion in the House for compression, right? And then you have the homestead exemption increase, which is another $5+ billion that they could put towards that. And I think Bill made a great point a minute ago, though, because what the homestead does is it narrows the tax base. Because what good tax policy is the broadest base possible with the lowest rate. And in this case, when you narrow the base, to zero. Let's zero it all out. But until then, the more that you narrow the base, the more that the people who haven't been narrowed or exempted have to pay more, because the spending continues to go up.
And that's the way it's working now. It's because business doesn't have an appraisal cap on it, business property taxes keep going up, and that's one of the reasons the Senate is using the homestead exemption thing, because they can provide more tax relief to homeowners who they think matter at them through that way. And so they do that, and it's cheaper for them to do it, though, because they don't have to do it for everybody. And meanwhile, what they do to keep the business folks happy is redo Chapter 313 and give the big corporations say. So they're buying off everybody at the least possible amount of money, because And so that's how they're trying to get through this, so they can keep a lot of their money and spend it on other stuff.
Yeah. So we're paying attention to the floor now, and believe it or not, we're already through Article 1. Wow. I believe we've moved to Article 2. Yep. And so let's take a break and tune back in. And
I don't know if there's anything actually going on.
But let's take a break and go back to the live feed, and then we'll be back here in just a moment.
The amendments on page 124 to 126 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 128 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment to our state's budget addresses an issue that affects every member in this House. Texas leads the U.S. in the variety and frequency of natural disasters. Since January, there was an ice event right here in Central Texas. Crews helped clear electric lines and equipment was used to clear roads. Tornadoes in Harris County and Northeast Texas. Debris had to be cleared from roadways. Wildfires in West Texas. Crews responded to 105 fires burning in 13,000 acres. Our emergency response and recovery system has worked well, but we must keep our guard up in a growing, dynamic state. In short, we need to keep Texas prepared. Keeping Texas prepared is a statewide emergency management related request of 5 agencies of the Texas A&M University system. The team is led by the Texas Division of Emergency Management and 4 service agencies: Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service, Texas A&M Forest Service, Texas A&M Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Laboratory, and the Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. Over the last decade, and particularly in response to Hurricane Harvey and the COVID pandemic, these A&M system agencies have been tapped to help supply emergency preparedness in response to hurricanes, tornadoes, floodings, ice storms, wildfires, the pandemic, and other events. Often these agencies find themselves responding to multiple events in multiple areas in the same time period. Little over a year ago, these agencies responded to 13 wildfires, including the 54,000-acre Eastland Complex fire, clearing roadways impacted by snow and ice, and providing storm cleanup and damage assessments in Northeast Texas following severe weather on the same day. They have responded and helped in recovery from East Texas to West Texas and the Red River to the Rio Grande, all in an effort to reduce the consequences of loss of human life, property, and the economic viability of communities and the state. To accomplish these goals in a rapidly growing state, these agencies must have an adequate, reliable base funding. Members, this amendment would provide funding for the Keeping Texas Prepared initiative, and as a proud Fighting Texas Aggie, I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Mr. Harris moves adoption and placement of the amendment into Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The next amendment is on page 130 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Pliesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Pliesa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Pliesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Pliesa to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Member, this amendment to the amendment changes the funding source from A2A and draws from another source. This amendment is acceptable to the author. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Pliesa sent an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Pliesa to explain the amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment provides additional money to ECI, early childhood intervention. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Pliesa sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 131 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 132 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds $40 million to the Alternatives to Abortion program each year of the upcoming biennium. The program funds a network of pregnancy centers, adoption agencies, and maternity homes across the state that provide social services for expecting and new parents in Texas. These providers have seen a 43% increase in demand for services over the last year, and they'll desperately need this significant increase in funding to keep up with demand during this biennium. This amendment will ensure that those social services providers on the front lines do not have to stop their life-saving and life-affirming services throughout the 2024 to 2025 biennium. It's not enough that we ensure Texas is abortion-free. We must make sure that Texas is truly pro-life, and this amendment is one way to do that. Move adoption.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Vasut, are you aware that providers at these clinics are not required to be medically certified?
The program does not provide medical services. It's a social services program, so medical certification is not required for those types of services.
So in that case, since you're aware these are not necessarily medical services, are you aware that there are no privacy protections in place for people who choose to visit these facilities?
I would disagree with that contention. I believe that to the extent you have a medical provider or a medically provided service, you have HIPAA protections, but I would disagree that the privacy of those that visit these facilities is not protected.
I'm a little confused, Representative Vasut. I believe we just acknowledged that these were not medical services and mostly social services. So are there any privacy protections in place for somebody visiting these facilities and receiving any social services, or could their information potentially be released?
I'm not aware of anyone's private information being released by these services.
Are you aware of any protections in law to make sure that people's private details, potentially about their pregnancy status or relationships or dynamics with their other children, are you aware of any protections in law for those women?
I am aware that there are rigorous contracting requirements that HHSC puts in place. I'm not aware of the specifics about the context of the privacy protections that are put in there. But again, I'm not aware of anyone's privacy interests being violated by these services.
Are you aware that HHSC actually had to pull the contract for one of these organizations, the Heidi Group, for failure to comply?
My understanding of the pulling of that funding is that it was from a separate program as opposed to this. That's my rough understanding, but I'm not familiar with the Heidi Group otherwise.
Why should this body be investing more funds in a program that has very little accountability and is not shown to actually help women and families when we have good programs and good options, like funding our social support networks that are already in place through Medicaid, assistance for needy families. Why should we be funding these private nonprofits instead of our own institutions that actually work to provide help for families?
Because these programs provide critical services to women in need, and they've provided services to more than 100,000 women in this state. These are great programs, and I disagree with your characterization on the back end, but I'm answering your question that you asked first.
Representative 𝗓𝗓, what is the name of this program again?
Say that again, I apologize.
What is the name of this program again, Representative 𝗓𝗓?
This is the Alternatives to Abortion program. The program that's in current law is the subject of another bill to rename it. That'll maybe come up at a later time, which we can't discuss for germanous reasons at this time.
I know neither of us were here at the time of the origin of this program, but what was your understanding of the purpose of this program when it was begun?
I would have to defer to those that were here back in 2005 at precisely what they intended for this program, but I think at a rough level, it was to provide resources for young families, for mothers, to be able to aid them with pregnancy.
My understanding of this program was that it was to try and funnel women into facilities where they may be talked out of having an abortion. Is abortion legal in Texas anymore, Representative 𝗓𝗓?
Elective abortion is not legal in Texas anymore.
So why do we still need to be funding a program called Alternatives to Abortion when abortion is banned in the cases of rape, incest, and other situations here in Texas?
Great question. Let me tell you why. I'm on the board of a pregnancy help center. Now, we're not in this program, but we provide a similar service. The need since 2022 has only increased. And the services that are provided are not just narrowly focused on preventing abortion, they're to help families. And these programs provide a great service in that regard. And the demand has only increased over the last year. So regardless of whether abortion is legal or not, we still need to be on the front lines of providing help for those that are young, expectant mothers or otherwise.
The facility you're on the board for, does it have any religious affiliation?
I apologize. Could you ask that question one more time?
The facility you're on the board for, does it have any religious affiliation?
It does, which is why it doesn't get money from this program, because religious counseling it cannot be funded by this program. And I've also been advised to your earlier question that A2A programs have to comply with HIPAA.
Have to comply with what?
HIPAA. Just wanted to make sure that the record was clear.
As we discussed earlier, HIPAA is only relevant to the medical portion of the services, correct?
Per their HSC contracts, they have to follow HIPAA. Regardless of whether or not medical services are being provided, the same privacy protections that are in HIPAA have to be mandated on these programs.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that interpretation, but I thank you for trying to find me an answer on that.
You bet.
So how do we make sure we actually provide services available to everybody, not just the folks who are going to walk into a facility like this?
Well, the services that are funded through this program include not only those that go to, say, a pregnancy resource clinic, but also adoption programs, counseling programs, and otherwise. They're available throughout the state of Texas. There's hundreds of clinics and programs available. They serve over 100,000 Texans all across the state of Texas.
Yeah. Mr. 𝗓𝗓, what challenges do you hear from women who are hoping to have families?
Well, a few things. Depending on financial resources, it may be, help with getting diapers and formula. Those are things that my center provides. It may be they need a crib or car seat. My mother-in-law teaches a car seat class at our pregnancy help center. People that, are first-time parents may not be well-versed on the safety standards for having toddlers and babies in car seats. And so we provide that service to them, and then we give them a car seat. And we go through that class with them. There's tons of things that are done that provide those needed, whether it's advice, counseling, monetary resources, or again, the physical resources like diapers and formulas. These programs provide all of that.
The biggest challenges I hear are health care and child care. Does this amendment do anything to provide more prenatal and postnatal health care services to pregnant women?
This amendment provides additional funding to a critical program that provides resources to expectant and current young mothers, resources that they desperately need, and that it provides. I think that to the extent you're talking about, a particular type of medical procedure or otherwise, it doesn't go maybe into that level of detail. But just because, I think you're narrowly focusing on what young mothers need as opposed to the broad panoply of needs that they have. And I think this program reaches a lot of needs, not just a narrow class.
Does anything in this amendment give access to child care for working mothers, especially when their children are 3, 4, 5, once they're past that early period?
The core of this program is to help people, Whether or not the program provides every single need, I think is irrelevant. So does it provide paid child care? I'm not aware of that. I'm not advised on that. But just because it does, it does? I'm glad that I have Chair Click here to tell me that it does. So maternity homes as well. I think the point that I'm trying to make in response to your question is, regardless of what class of care you're trying to focus on, I think that this program provides needed care. And that what it does or does not provide is irrelevant to, I think the key issue is the programs that exist that are funded under this fund are critical to young families in Texas. They're in demand. Demand is growing, and we need to make sure that we meet it.
Mr. 𝗓𝗠, are you aware that some women have reported that when they've tried to attend some of the facilities included in this program, that they were turned away when they said they were not considering abortion?
I'm not advised.
Well, Mr. 𝗓𝗠, before you come out here and push an amendment for this, I would advise you to do deeper research and instead support something that will help Texas families actually be successful.
What I am advised on is that this program works.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman's time has
Move
expired.
to extend.
Is there objection to extension? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended. Ms.
Will the
Flores, for
gentleman
what
yield?
purpose?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, you realize that there was in the Appropriations Act there is $120 million in GR, which is an increase of $20.3 million from last biennium. Do you not?
I am aware of that, and that's not enough based off of the need that has arisen in this program in the last year. It's up 43%.
Well, I would argue that, can you delineate which other programs you are going to be removing money from that will be hurt, that you might hurt other people? Do you have any specifics where you are taking the money from?
I do not.
Programs?
This is left up to the conference committee to fund.
Well, I would argue that you need to specify, if you are taking this amount of money, that you need to specify the amount of money that's being taken from other programs.
I'm not aware of any intention by the conference committee to reduce funding to any other healthcare program in this state to fund this increase, and I trust their judgment about where they source the money from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
Ms. Howard, does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative 𝗓𝗠. I have a bunch of questions here, but I'm not sure if I'm going to ask all of these questions. I'm really interested in where you're getting your information about the increased need and what specifically that need is, if you can explain that to me.
My understanding is that there's been a 43% increase in demand for the programs that are currently funded by A2A.
I'm sorry, what percent increase?
43%.
A
in the last year.
43% increase in the
Last year.
in the need for the services that this program provides. Is that what you're saying?
In the demand for services that this program provides. Yes, ma'am.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
That is correct.
Because you're saying, I assume, or I'm asking you, or you're saying that because there's an increased need now that there are more people that are going to be having to carry their pregnancies or unplanned pregnancies to term?
There
Is
are
that
more
correct?
individuals that are seeking out these services for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know the details of their motivations, but they're there. The demand is there. The need is there, and it's going to be met. I liked your bill that we funded in order to provide a tax exemption for diapers. You know, my pregnancy center gets those donated, and those donations are going to increase because of that. Where there is a need, we need to meet the need, and I think that this amendment does that.
Are you aware of what the specific services are that are being provided that have resulted in what you're claiming to be a 43% increase? Or do you know specifically what those are?
I do not have that broken down based off of each individual program, each individual service type. I just know on the broad basis, the demand over the last year is about a 43% increase.
And I'm sorry I couldn't hear all the questions that were heard earlier. Do you understand that the Alternatives to Abortion program does not provide any health care services, correct?
I would disagree with that. I think health care is far beyond perhaps the way that you would define it. I think it provides much needed health care services to women in this state.
Did you know that the Health and Human Services contract specifically says that they cannot provide health care services? Did you know that?
I believe that you may be conflating the terms healthcare with medical treatment and by a licensed physician or otherwise. I disagree with the characterization that the counseling, the support services, and the resources are not aiding the health and well-being of mothers in Texas.
I would suggest to you that I agree that there's social determinants of health that go beyond medical care, but did you know that they do not provide any medical care?
I mean, if you want to amend it to expand the scope of services, I'm happy to evaluate that, but I'm not advised right now about any medical services that are provided.
Is from the writer, it does not allow, my understanding from the agency is they're not allowed to provide medical services. But the fact is, you're suggesting that there's an increased need for these social services, are you not? Is that what you're suggesting?
I apologize. Could you say the last part of your question again?
You're suggesting there's an increased need for social service supports.
Whether or not it's the particular characterization of the services needed, again, I don't have it broken down, but of all the services that this program provides, the demand for those services has increased approximately 43% in the last year.
And are you've mentioned counseling. Are you aware of what the services are that are provided? And for instance, the percentage of the services that are going to pamphlets?
There's reporting requirements, there's audit requirements, and things that you can access to, I believe, ascertain that detailed information. General categories, would be, for example, parenting classes, job skills training, diapers, and otherwise. There's a wide variety. As far as the specific data, we could, happy to pull that from the reports. I mean, the program is audited.
The program is audited? In what way is it audited?
My understanding is that there's an audit requirement that's governed by, it should be HHSC.
I'm sorry?
It should be HHSC that has an auditing requirement that's put in place under A133 audit.
Are you aware of the fact that there are 4 contractors and 100 some odd subcontractors, but that the actual oversight is by those contractors without HHSC's involvement, other than to say they have to have a process? There's no specifics about it. Did you know that?
I'm advised that there's reports that are brought up to the Legislative Budget Board and to our other House committees to provide requisite oversight, particularly what the terms of the contracts are. I don't have them in front of me, so I'm unable to answer those.
Do you have the terms of the contract there?
I do not.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, then I missed exactly what you were saying there. The fact is, did you know that HHSC does not directly oversee any of these programs? They have 4 contractors. Did you know that? And that the contractors
They have
provide
4
the
contractors. They're required by HHSC to submit monthly reports.
Do you know what's in those reports?
Exactly what the contents are or those, we can pull them, but I don't have them in front of me right now to be able to advise you the exact line by line of everything that's recorded.
Okay. The issue here, did you know, the issue here for some of us anyway, is that there are substantial needs, as you mentioned, I believe, for providing support services to parents and families. Do you have any kind of a breakdown that would suggest to you that the amount that's being spent on this is actually covering the things that we would expect to be covered, and that that's actually the best use of these dollars for those who are experiencing pregnancies when they have the need for health care interventions also at the same time? Do you have any idea of how you could compare how these dollars are effectively being spent?
I know that these dollars are serving over 100,000 people in this state. In fiscal year 2022 alone, for example, it's over 113,125 unduplicated clients. I don't have the exact data on what kind of service each client got, but you're helping more than 100,000 people in the state, primarily women, with their issues related to pregnancy.
Well, actually, do you see in that breakdown the ages and the types of clients that are being served? Are you aware of what the eligibility is for this program?
The eligibility includes mothers. I'm not aware of any age requirement. I don't have an age breakdown on the services that are provided. So I can't tell you whether or not 10% or 18 to 20 or 20% or otherwise. I don't have that data broken down.
I believe it's in the report, but do you know who qualifies for this program? Do you know that it's not just about women who are pregnant?
My understanding is that it includes not only women that are pregnant, but certain family members. There's a bill. The reason why I have the confusion a little bit, because I've been deep in studying SB 24, which is going to be the one that changes some of these. And the eligibility requirements there and exactly how they relate to the A2A program, I mean, it's going to be the successor, are a little unclear to me, but it's certainly moms, it's certainly dads, immediate family members, those who have adopted individuals, parents, etc.
So if you look at the report, can you see the breakdown of the demographics of the ages of those being served and of whether it's male or female?
I do not have demographic data in front of me at this time.
So what you were saying, you just read off to me some of the eligibility. So you're saying it's it's for those that adopt children, correct?
That is my understanding.
And it can be adopting children of any age. Is that not correct as well?
I'm not sure on the specifics on that.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone wish to speak for, against, or on the amendment? The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Vossoot. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Jaton voting aye. Show Mr. Harrison voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting nay. Show Ms. 𝗓𝗘𝗦𝗣𝗢𝗡𝗦 voting nay. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 59 nays, the amendment is adopted. Members, we're going to stand at ease for just a few minutes while they adjust the microphone. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 52, Zaffarini, relating to the right of state hospital patients to designate an essential caregiver for in-person visitation. SB 412.
Thank you. The amendments on page 133 to 139 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 140 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is an amendment that's acceptable to the author, but let me tell you briefly, it is the bill directs the Office of Inspector General to give a quarterly report to LBB and to the governor to report, among other things, total dollars identified of potential overpayments identified for recovery resulting from activities of the Office of Inspector General. And this amendment would add, including under the Medicaid Managed Care Program. Move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there an objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 142 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment directs the Health and Human Services Commission to implement provisions of HB 3121 that we passed in the 87th legislative session with existing appropriations, and it deals with residential, psychiatric residential youth treatment facilities. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 143 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 144. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, imagine visiting a school and meeting a little boy who needs a hearing aid. The school gives him a hearing aid for the day and then takes it away from him at the end of the day. Then imagine deciding you need to file a bill to fix this. You file the bill, it goes to committee, comes out of committee, comes to the House floor, it passes out of the House, goes to the Senate, passes the Senate, goes to the governor signs it, has no fiscal note. The agency is supposed to implement the bill, and they decide not to. And so you ask them why they aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and they say because there's no money. But the bill didn't have a fiscal note. So this amendment does not take and put. It says do what you're supposed to do and spend the money you have on a bill that we passed that tells you what to do from the 86. That's all it does. It is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on page 145. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment instructs the Health and Human Services Commission to use funds appropriated to conduct a disparity study on kidney dialysis treatment. And this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The amendments on page 146 to 152 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 153 will be moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 154 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 156 has been moved to Article 11. The amendments on page 158 through 162 have been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 163 has been moved to Article 11. Members, we're moving on to Article 3. Members, the next amendment is on page 165. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏.
The chair recognizes Ms. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, now I do plan to move this amendment to Article 11, but it is so important that I think that it should be read and heard. As an educator, I believe history is so important. So what my amendment does is preserve and remember the history of African Americans in the South, specifically the historic Rosenwald schools. Now, for those of you who don't know about Rosenwald schools, they were a critical part of the history of African Americans in the South. More broadly, this bill references the schools in South Central Texas specifically. These structures were created to support the education of rural African American communities in the South who would have been otherwise unable to obtain an education as a result of the era of the Jim Crow laws. The founder of the school, Julius Rosenwald, understood the critical nature of education and worked to provide these opportunities for community advancement in the first half of the 19th century. So this bill seeks to address the issue of unrenovated structures. Currently, there are 39 structures in the state of Texas that are, and some of them need disrepair. I believe it is so important that as Texans, as proud Texans, we work on making sure these facilities get rehabilitated and used in a positive manner. Our rural young people struggle a lot of times with their education and or training. So I would love to see these facilities turn into learning centers that will provide the support and the atmosphere where our rural communities can benefit.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields for questions.
Representative Gervin-Hawkins, thank you for bringing this amendment. Was one of your considerations for this amendment that, there's a lot of history in our state, but not all of it gets told?
Yes, you're so right, Representative Wu.
And why particularly these structures? Why the Rosenwald schools? What is their significance?
I had the great opportunity to meet some graduates of the Rosenwald schools, most of them in their 80s and 90s. And they remember being able to get out of the barns and the fields and churches and go to real structures to get an education. And that education has made many of them very famous. I like to say that novelist Maya Angelou graduated from a Rosenwald school, and Congressman John Lewis graduated from a Rosenwald school.
And many of these communities and schools transitioned out of slavery, but then into Jim Crow, right? And into segregation. And they went through all that, all the history of those communities are in these buildings.
Yes, and it is so important, Representative Wu, that our children fully understand the history of their ancestors.
And is your intention of this amendment to make sure that this important history, especially for African Americans in Texas, that it not be forgotten, not to let it just crumble away into dust?
That is so true, sir. That is my intent.
Thank you. You have a good amendment here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I move adoption and the placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Ms. Gervin-Hawkins moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered.
Hey, thanks for watching our live stream. If you want to stay up to date with what's going on in session, subscribe to our vote notices and fiscal note at texastaxpayers.com. Just go to the website and click the subscribe button.
Hey, so we are back again, right? And we have now moved, for those still following along, we've moved into Article 3. Article 3 is, I think it's the largest portion of the budget, right next to Article 2, which we just had, right? And this article specifically deals with education, but you can also, as we'll talk about here, you can find the property tax relief fund here, right? Quite a few things are appropriated in this article. So let's, why don't y'all lead off here, kind of what can we find in Article 3? What would they talk about? It seems like thus far, let me catch folks up real quick. I neglected to do that. It seems like thus far, this has been a weird budget cycle in that almost a lot of these amendments have either been negotiated away, they're getting moved to the wish list we talked about earlier, right, Article 11, or, right, what's happening is they're just not taking record votes on it. They're just accepting it. I think we've had maybe 1 or 2 record votes this entire time, right? So anyway, let's talk about Article 3. What's included in Article 3? What does funding look like? That sort of thing.
Well, you want to go?
I'll get it started. So Article 3 is education, right? And there's 2 big chunks of spending in this. It's higher education, colleges and universities, and technical colleges and junior colleges and those kind of things. And then there's also public schools, K through 12 or pre-K through 12 or however far they're going down these days. Those are the 2 big chunks of change. Now, it is the biggest article by far. When you put them all together, it's about, I think, what is it I got here, about $96 billion over the next 2 years for that. The next largest one is, like you said, Article 2 at only $45 billion. And then you have the business and economic development below that at $26 billion. A lot of that's federal funds. But anyway, those are the big things in the budget, higher ed and K through 12.
Yeah, that's right. And those have grown, quite a bit. When you look at appropriations, which again is apples to apples, proper way of accounting, just like we do with your home budget and everything else. When you look at just general revenue, Article 3 went from, if you look at just general revenue, though, we were talking about this a little before we went on, is that it actually shows a decrease of $48 million of Article 3. And for public education, it's down $3 billion, so a 6.4% drop.
Hey, that sounds great.
It sounds good. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting there. And then higher ed is up is almost $3 billion up for higher ed. Like, they need more money at all these woke institutions. Right. They're up 18% for higher ed. But the thing is, and we were looking at the summary report by the Legislative Budget Board, when you look at GR, part of that is going to be from recapture, well, you have recapture payments in there, but you also have the amount of property tax increases over that period that help the funding. So what does it say here? It says $6.4 billion in all fund savings due to district property value growth. And so some of that is contributing to the reduction here when you look at Article 3 for public education. But now let's look at, when you look at GR.
Well, if I could hit that one, you're talking about, so that $6 billion, remember I talked about earlier how property taxes overall went up $12 billion this year, and school property taxes went up $13 billion. The total of that is $8 billion, right? And so a lot of that $8 billion, at least half of that, is coming from school property taxes, right? And so that's the amount that the legislature doesn't have to spend. They can just say, oh, we don't have to worry about that because the taxpayer is going to pay that, so they reduce that and they spend it elsewhere, right? Yes, so it,
quote unquote frees up more money elsewhere. Nothing is free. That's right. But you're exactly right, Bill. And so that gives them more money to spend in other places of our taxpayer dollars in the process. So then we have general revenue, but we have general revenue dedicated, then other funds to get the total state funds. Well, state funds in Article 3 is up $13.5 billion. $13.5 billion is a 16.2% increase. Public education, so you break that down, public education, higher ed. Pub ed is up $10 billion out of that 13.5, so 16.4%.
Even though enrollment has gone down.
Right, even though enrollments went down. And we should note that some of that they're including in here is from the property tax relief amount. Now, they would include the whole $17 billion, right? But even then, you're still talking about a $13.5 billion increase. And not all of those is all going to property tax relief. I'm looking at the LBV report. It shows about $5 billion increase just for pub ed, on top of the property tax relief and everything else. When enrollment is declining, to your point, Jeremy, so the way the school finance formulas work is they work off of a weighted average daily attendance, and that's
it's like 10:30 a.m. or whatever. Your kid has to be in school.
And that's where a lot of the folks who are the educrats want to come out and say we need to be funding based on enrollment. They don't like this because they're not getting as much money as they should, even though after all the ARPA money and all this other funding from Congress during the pandemic and everything, they're spending about $14,000 per student now in Texas. This is how much the revenue is. And we're not getting that same amount of outcomes. The student outcomes, waiting lists for charter schools and everything else. There's a lot of indicators that show that parents don't like where their kids are at. They're not being empowered.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say for our viewers at home and stuff like that, don't try this at home because Vance is a professional economist. So don't try to do all these numbers by yourself at home. Just listen to Vance.
I mean, that's kind of what I was going to speak to, right? It's like if I'm someone tuning in, we're throwing around billions of dollars, right? And that we want to convey to you that an insane amount of money is thrown into this article. And of course, we like to partition it out into two folds, right? It's public ed and then higher ed, right? And we'll get to higher ed in a minute, but I think the public ed piece is important for not only funding, because you see this narrative playing out, and you'll probably see it if they haven't taken down their amendments here. You've got quite a few, to include the Democrat caucus chairman, Trey Martinez-Fisher, has an amendment, for instance, that would take away money from the property tax relief fund, specifically Rider 81, right? Would take away, it's high numbers, right? Billions from the property tax relief fund to give to things like teacher pay, right? And stuff. And whether people agree with that or don't, what's interesting about that is it really speaks to, I think, what you see as this kind of fracture, this philosophical fracture where Democrats are planting their flag this session, right? If anyone votes no on the budget, if a Democrat votes no, it's probably on this point right here, right? As you see school choice getting debated in the Senate, we potentially have an amendment coming up, right, where that's going to be debated. It seems like that's their big, kind of the crux of their argument is this public ed needs more money argument.
So you're saying when the Democrats came out and said, we demand that school is fully funded like they do every single session. Are we saying that school is fully funded?
Yeah,
and
right.
has been fully funded for probably
And they voted for the last budgets.
Right.
So if you didn't consider it to be fully funded, why were you voting for all these budgets then?
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah, well, they always want more money for things like this, and part of it is, I mean, we can have a big discussion about public education and all those kind of things, but when you keep putting kids into public schools year after year after year, I mean, this started back in the 1820s and 30s, and the purpose for public education was to take God out of the public schools and take God out of culture, right? Sure. And we're seeing some of the problems with that today, and so I think that's partly what I'm sure there are some faithful folks on the Democratic side, but ultimately it's about taking God out of the public square, and they just want to keep spending more and more money on that.
You see that even in the early 1900s, in like the 1920s and 30s, you see people like John Dewey, Bertrand Russell, who were all communist atheists, right? Who had large hands in crafting what we know today as our public education system, the way in which it is designed. And if you read their writings on the purpose of what they're trying to do in public education, that is exactly right. It's about removing God and then kind of breaking up the family unit, having more reliance on the government as parental figures. And so it's an archaic system, and I think people have woken up during the COVID pandemic, realizing that it is an ineffective and archaic system that needs to be changed, hence why you see nationwide the call for school choice. And a return to maybe traditional values, at least in education.
So let's talk about the school choice thing, right? This kind of elephant in the room that who knows if we see it play out today or not. You've had the governor previously and this session, right, come out in favor of school choice. You've had the lieutenant governor previously and in this session come out in school choice. We won't talk about last session; it just wasn't prioritized for whatever reason, right? Yeah. But you've had them come out for some version of school choice, right? It seems like that focus this cycle, based on the inauguration, was that of an ESA, right, an education savings account. The Senate today, I'm not sure if they've gotten to it yet, but today is debating their version of that bill, Senate Bill 8, right? And you could talk about maybe some issues that come with that. It's expected, I assume it will pass the Senate. The question, the elephant in the room, is what does the House do with it, right? As we briefly mentioned earlier in the stream, every cycle the House has, it seems like Abel Herrero, I believe from the Robstown area Democrat, offers an amendment, right, that says no money can be appropriated for the purpose of school choice, ESAs, right, any of that sort of stuff. And it passes the House every time with wide Republican support. The question is, does it pass the House this cycle? Yeah. What are y'all's thoughts on that? I mean, do you think that the governor being behind it, putting such an emphasis on it this time, using the bully pulpit, right? The lieutenant governor certainly trying to get this to the Senate very quickly. Is this the time, right? Have parents spoken up? Are they loud enough this cycle to where it happens?
Does the legislature care?
That's
right, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I'm a eschatological optimist. Right? I think God is in charge of history, and He is moving us towards a greater and better place, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But that's the long haul. And the short haul, I'm not always so optimistic on this. I've been working on I went to work for Texans for school choice back in 1997, right? And putting kids first is what we called it, putting kids first. And it was probably the biggest effort we've seen in Texas, even I think up into this date on this. And, Dr. Jim Leininger out of San Antonio funded a bunch of it, and it was a great group of folks. We brought in a lot of people from everywhere, and we got a tie vote on the Texas House. We got a tie vote in the Texas House. That was the high water mark of school choice debate in the Texas legislature. It hasn't. We've had some debate recently, but it's never come close to that. So, what's it going to look like now? It looked like we were going to have a big push back in 2019, but then we had this really fairly close statewide vote in 2018.
So 17.
No, in 2019, because it was the 18 elections.
Okay.
The midterm elections.
That's when they pushed. All right.
When a lot of statewide Republicans kind of eked by, you know, and they got cold feet, and they pulled it back, and instead of having school choice, it was spend more money on teacher salaries.
Yeah, that's where they dismissed it. The big school push was 2017, but they abandoned it.
Lost in election.
What you're saying is they abandoned it in.
Well, they tried in 2017.
Yes.
But and they were all coming back in 19, and it was going to be full bore, and then all of a sudden, and then they just abandoned it because
that's true.
They thought they
got
could
scared.
save their jobs and the Republican majority by convincing suburban mothers by spending more money on education. And so, you know, you have to wonder where that's going to go this time. I think there's the votes in the Texas Senate to get it out.
The question is, are we going to get a split on this amendment? Because we already know that 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗡, Bales, and is there any other Republicans?
I think at the time there were 3 signatures: 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, the author, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Ernest Bales, I believe, were the only 2 Republicans. So.
There were a couple more that signed on later.
I'm going to operate under the assumption that the vast majority, if not all, Democrats are probably going to vote for it. Maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll see.
Maybe Dutton might.
But you don't really need a whole lot of Republicans to cross that 76 threshold to get this on the budget. And we know that a lot of the representatives have said they're a hard no if this gets on there. And so what does this do to the budget?
Hard no on the budget.
On the budget itself, if the amendment actually gets on. And so I would like to see the split. I don't know if they're going to try and dodge this and pull that down and kick the can down the road, hoping that, you know, SB 8 doesn't come over in time. But I would like to see the preview. But yet again, you know, there's lots of issues with the school choice bill. You know, we've been advocating for universal school choice. I think some of the criticism of the current version of the school choice bill is, one, it's not universal, right? So it's not including homeschoolers. It's only including I think people who are currently in public education, and then you have the issue of basically rural schools getting paid of something like $8,000 to $10,000 to lose students. Right, and
so you're inflating government schools to offset the
you're basically rewarding schools for students that want to leave. Right, and so and what I've heard, you know, the sentiment is, you know, if you make it too strong, then the House won't pass it. Right. Like I said, this is speculation, but are they kind of trying to limp this across to try and get it to the House so then they can go to conference and make it stronger? I don't really know, but there's a lot of school choice advocates who are for universal school choice who are not even necessarily a fan of this version. Sure, it's a foot in the door, and it might be a good reform, but it's certainly not what was pitched to the grassroots as far as like genuine universal school choice.
No, and what's unfortunate about this is you've got a school choice revolution happening in other states. We're going to be left behind if we don't do this now. You've got Arizona, Utah, Florida just passed it. Missing one other one, Arkansas.
That's right,
And West Virginia already has ESA. 10 states have some form of ESA across the state. But there are now, I think, 5 that have universal ESAs. So that's what's been happening just since last year. You have this huge push in Texas being the kind of the beacon of hope. This big red state. We can't get school choice.
Beacon of hope.
Former, okay. But this area where you can't get universal school choice, this is just unfortunate. And I think y'all made some great points there about there's been a push towards school choice for a while, but the pandemic, the shutdowns, everything else really shed a light on what kids are learning and what they're not learning while they're at school. And this woke up parents. I think that's why, you know, so there's been some branding changes about like empowering parents. I think it's probably important here. Do you want to empower parents or do you want to empower government? Do you want to fund students or do you want to fund systems? And really we need to be funding students, which is the parents really, and allowing them to have the opportunity. Now look, we can even take a step back and look at Article 7, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution and say, should government be involved with education at all? I'm a free market guy. I'd rather the private market work. But until we can eliminate that portion of the Texas Constitution, there's going to be some funding going to these schools. I don't want a monopoly. We don't need monopoly funding of these government-run schools. They're not public schools. They're not a public good. They're excludable. They're rivalrous. So they're not a public good in the economic form of things. And so we're spending all this money and not seeing the outcomes in the process. And through competition, just like in every other market that's out there, except healthcare, because it's basically run by government, you've got a situation that improves, that innovates, that comes up with new ideas. And to me, one of the biggest poverty-fighting things that we can do as a state is to provide school choice. Because if we help people get a better education, I mean, who was it? Representative Brian Harrison was just talking about this, and TEA Commissioner Mike Morath talked about this. Only about 24% of Texans are proficient at math and reading.
Say that one more time.
24% of Texas students are proficient at math and reading.
At grade level,
At grade level, 1 out of every 4. Are you serious? And we're spending, just in GR, $45 billion.
We're not fully funded.
We're not fully funded.
We just need more money.
So this is, to my point, and you know, I may be the other side of some of this from some people on the conservative
Yeah.
side, but the way I see it, I don't have any problems with ESAs and that kind of thing, but it needs to be funded by tax credits or tax credits.
Sure.
Rather than through the government, because this bill is, I don't remember what the fiscal note is on Senate Bill 8, but it costs a lot of money.
Yes.
It's spending more money on education, and it expands the public education system, because now the public education system will be funding private schools to some extent,
and it gets government's grubby hands on,
right?
which
And
is
so
dangerous.
people will say, well, Texas won't go after private schools. Well, look what's happened to higher education, and how that government funding has just led to wokeness throughout the whole thing. And so the way I think you ought to do it is you give tax credits to property taxpayers, right? You can give it to businesses through franchise taxes, those types of things, and then their property taxes too. And then that won't give most people enough just for themselves enough through property tax credits, but you put together these scholarship funds that these businesses or entities can set up, and then they can provide, instead of paying property taxes or insurance taxes or whatever it is, they can provide scholarships to kids, and that way you get the government out of the business, and it's actually taking money out of the system. The government has less money because it's going out here. It's not ideal, but it's a way to get more funds into educating children, but the government isn't spending money. And the government isn't telling us what our kids need to learn.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you on that, Bill. I think that's a lot of great points there. And with SB 8, because they're taking an education savings account and saying, okay, you can only spend on these certain items. It's basically funded through, to your point,
tuition,
through the
books,
school finance
that's
formulas.
right.
And SB 8 right now, the way it is, there's no fiscal note. There's no fiscal note because they can't.
Because they haven't appropriated any money for it.
Yes, but also because they don't know how many kids are going to leave.
That's right.
Like how many people are actually going to use those funds, and they've excluded all the private schoolers and homeschoolers. So
plus they were limiting the amount of kids who can use it by how much they appropriate.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So there's no additional fiscal note, although there's still a lot of spending that's going on. And so the $8,000, I think there's like 500,000 kids outside of the system.
To be clear, real quick, you're saying $8,000 is what they would allocate per student.
Per student.
I want to highlight here what you said earlier. Is how much do government school kids get allocated?
14,000.
Right. So
not that we want to allocate 14,000.
I agree. Right.
But the thing is, so you do this program the way they do it. It's not you're eligible if you're this kind of student. You're eligible. It's if you're eligible if you're this kind of student, and they appropriate money for it.
Yeah.
And so if we, Lord forbid, we have a blue takeover of Texas in 6 years or whatever it is, and then the legislature just stops appropriating money for this. It's gone, right? I mean, just like that. It's not a change. They're not entitled to it by law. It's just by appropriations.
I think your point, Bill. To them getting their hands on private school. 2 or 3 years ago, I think we would have said, there's no way that the government would lock the economy down and force people to stay home or force mask mandates or vaccine mandates on people. And so this is the danger when you put this kind of power in government hands. And it might not start off that way, but when we have government appropriating money to whether it be homeschool or private school or wherever it goes, there is always strings attached, and it's usually incrementally it gets worse, right? So it might start off great and it might sound great, but the danger is if we put the money and power in the hands of a evil, which is government, right? Which is really typically it's something we should avoid at all costs, because ultimately, eventually, we've seen things go one way and one way only. Government only continues to grow. It doesn't ever shrink back. And once you give it power, they hardly ever give that power back. And so the more we can avoid it, the better. I think school choice is absolutely needed. But I think we do need to step back and think, is this going to be a good thing in the long run?
Well, I think, you look at Vance's alma mater, Texas Tech, right? I mean, their basketball coach just got fired for quoting the Bible, right? To a student who, I don't know all the details, but who wasn't taking instruction very well and following authority, so he quotes a Bible verse on authority, submitting to authority, and he gets fired for that, right? Well, that's the same kind of thing that could work down into private schools if the government does this because of the funding that's involved, right? And even if they don't force it on the schools, You know, they could just say, okay, your funding's gone if you do this kind of stuff, and the schools start going, oh, we can't do that because 30% of our income now is coming from the government. Okay, we're going to have to change.
Let me read through some comments real quick before we get too far kind of down the rabbit hole. Marianne Knowlton says, there's a few comments here. Good to see you, Marianne. Hope all is well. She says, does this look like representative democracy? I assume talking about when we said there's only been 1 or 2 record votes. I don't think you're going to get any argument from us here in that you should definitely expect better from your lawmakers, unless you assume that everything is non-controversial.
To piggyback on that, you know, yet again, Bill also made the comment like, you know, we used to be the leader, right? But it seems like there's this false conception of Texas that we're like, you know, the spearhead. But the reality is on almost every single issue for the last, as long as I can remember, we're 15th or 14th.
Well, she goes on to say Texas is not as conservative as people think. And I think that's absolutely, it's a sad state. And we've tried to illustrate a lot of that here, I think, today. Not that we're rooting for that, but I think that's the reality. And hopefully folks are kind of starting to pick up on that, right? Like they're elected officials to say one thing in the ballot box, right? And then obviously operate
just
in
speaking
a completely
truth.
different way.
The reality is we are not even close to the most conservative state. And we obviously, I think from the budget, I think this is a perfect kind of test subject. Like, we don't have anybody fighting out there. Like, nobody, there's been 1 record vote. Nobody's questioning this massive, increase in government spending. They're all just kind of standing around and just kind of want to go home. Are these people representing the folks who elected them to be fighters when we've seen very little fighting this go around? And so I think it's just speaking truth. It's not necessarily hating on Texas. We all want Texas to be conservative. The reality is we just have to look at reality, and the reality is Texas is not even close to the most conservative state, and we need some lawmakers get some fire under their butts.
You know, as a lifelong Texan, it's kind of tough to acknowledge that Oklahoma is more conservative than Texas. but it's true. It's true.
Yeah. And not just Oklahoma, some of the states we talked about earlier that are just doing leaps and bounds more in favor of prosperity, in favor of free enterprise, in favor of allowing individuals to make those choices. It's definitely sad to see, even in my young life, right, kind of seeing this change happen in recent decades. It's definitely sad. I don't want to leave on that sour note, however. I would like to say, Sarah asked, can you explain what Article 11 is? We were talking about that earlier. I think we briefly touched on it, but I think it's worth mentioning because a lot of these amendments are being moved there. We joke that Article 11 is the wish list, right, or the trash can, if you will. It does have a title. It's basically like if it's not, appropriated for anywhere else in the budget and there's money, right, to do so.
Well, we do have money. We'll have some surplus.
It would,
maybe we can get these things done.
If it gets successfully adopted in Article 11, it would appropriate to those efforts.
So theoretically, it could end up in the budget.
That's right. But what happens in practice, as we know, is that when this goes to conference committee, everything that's going to be appropriated for, right, is like lined out, right, or muddied, right, in whatever portion of the budget, and those
1 through 10,
in Article 1 through 10, that's right, and that all kind of goes by the wayside. Now, I'm not saying nefarious, but the disappointing part of that, right, is that lawmakers will make the effort that, look at me, I'm fighting for you, I put something on Article 11, knowing very well that there is not going to end up being in the actual budget and appropriations document at the end. So
I can't really remember a time whenever something from Article 11 actually made it into the final 10 articles of the budget.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And one of the things too is, last session there were a lot of the ARPA money and the federal money that was coming down, and even in this budget, there's still a lot of federal funds that we need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on because of all the strings attached. And when you look at how much in debt and the deficits are at the federal level, one of the first places that I think that they're going to have to start cutting at some point is the money that's going out to states, the money to Medicaid and others. And I know we just passed through Article 2, but at the end of March, so that the emergency declaration at the executive branch in D.C., and I worked for a year at the White House, the chief economist of Office of Management and Budget during the Trump administration, right whenever all the COVID stuff started and everything else. That's when the emergency declaration happened, and then the Biden administration kept extending it, which meant that all the eligibility criteria and everything else for Medicaid and some of these other welfare programs kept getting extended as well. And so in Medicaid, they're going to start doing re-eligibility criteria. And there's about 1 million more people on Medicaid across the state than there otherwise would be. And I say all that because that's a massive amount of more money that's coming from the federal government that's making us less independent as a state. It's making us more dependent on Congress. At the same time, it's taking money out of our right pocket and our left pocket and both of our back pockets to fund government from multiple areas. And so
on that topic, I have the graphic. I don't know if they can pull it up, but just for folks that do not know, federal funds as a part of our budget makes up, it's about 1/3. It's a little over 1/3 of our entire budget is federal funds. Still tax money, but federal funds, right? To that point.
Yes.
So apologies.
Yeah, 1/3 of it. I also do some work with the Pelican Institute in Louisiana. In Louisiana, 44%. So almost one out of every $2 is federal funds.
Wow.
Because of the massive amount of number of people that are in poverty and that are on these programs. And so how do you get more independent as a state and get away from federal funds? You have become more prosperous, as you just said. Let people prosper is that you have limited spending or cutting spending, limited taxes, broad-based taxes, as few taxes as possible, and limited regulation, if any, right? But you make a framework that's conducive to economic growth and allow for these institutions, which really are just people. I mean, free markets are really just free people. And I wish we could get back more to that compared to how do we distort economic activity? All this industrial policy want to make my head explode, whether it's in Texas or the federal level. And we're going to see more and more of this coming down the pike, I think, from the federal level. So we've got to start cutting back at the state level as well.
I think another point I've made to quite a few grassroots folks, right, is I know that sometimes it's a little boring talking about taxes.
Yeah.
It's a little boring talking about the budget, but I always make the case that it's the most important thing we deal with, because no matter what your kind of pet issue is, right, whether it's the gender modification thing or any social issues or the CRT or whatever, these are only able to be funded because we give them tax dollars. And a lot of this is in higher ed, which we're on right now. So we're giving money to universities that train up people that have, CRT or that are promoting woke agendas, DEI, all of this. So the solution to that, and I think it could be a multiple pronged solution. We can absolutely pass some policy, right? But ultimately, we have to defund bad actors, and this is ultimately going to involve tax dollars. And so government can only do what you fund it to do. And the easiest and simplest way to prevent a lot of this stuff is if you have bad actors in a particular higher ed, then you just pull their funding.
It's a good pivot to higher ed, because you briefly mentioned earlier, right? It is pretty insane to think that, especially for these larger universities in our system that have ridiculous endowments, right, and that we continue to increase the appropriations they get, right, separate from that, right, whether it's the higher education fund, the the PUF fund, right, these new funds they're promoting this go around this cycle in separate bills. What are y'all's thoughts on that, right? Obviously, you kind of, do you throw the baby out the bathwater, right? What the governor has said multiple times, which you've got efforts from, I think, both in the House Higher Ed Committee through multiple sessions, the Senate Education Committee, right, is that you obviously want to have talent here. You want intellect, right? You want folks here. Hopefully they stay in Texas if you're training them in Texas, right, at these higher ed institutions. So you want to create an environment where they're here and you retain that talent. But how do you do that without also funding these things that we're talking about here, right? I don't know that we know the answer to that, but what are y'all's thoughts on that?
Let me start?
Yeah.
All right. I think it starts with cutting the spending, cutting the funding to some of these institutions to change the dynamics. Because remember, the budget is nothing more than policy priorities. Yeah. You put your money where your mouth is. And if higher education is taking us in the wrong direction, which I believe they are. There's too many Marxists. Look, I was in higher ed. I taught at Sam Houston for a while, at Texas Tech, and some others. And I have some really good friends that are still there. But I think the tenure situation sends them off the wrong track.
Which the lieutenant governor is trying to address this session.
Yes, but also the funding are incentives of where those dollars are going, and they're basing a lot of their teaching and everything else because they're not teaching anymore, right? I mean, I know you teach some Bill, and when I was teaching, I was trying to teach students how to think, but too often from K through 12 on, we're teaching kids what to think. Yeah. That's not education, right? That's brainwashing, and so we need to get back to teaching, and I think it really comes at the end of the day with what the budget is doing.
Yeah, it's a mess in higher education, and I don't know all the solutions. Yeah. Less money would be a big help, but it's the whole term policy. People are policy, right? Yeah. For instance, Rick Perry, my former boss, when he was ag commissioner, but when he was governor, he tried to get Phil Gramm to be the president of Texas A&M University. Right? He wanted to get him
This
installed.
former U.S. Senator Phil
Former
Gramm.
U.S.
Yep.
Senator Phil Gramm, very good man, great U.S. Senator, great man. But Perry couldn't get his own regent appointees at Texas A&M Texas A&M to do that. Instead, they picked Robert Gates, right? Ex-CIA director,
That's right,
all those kind of things. And that was really the beginning of the end of the downfall of Texas A&M, right? And now, there's new people there since he says
Michael Sullivan won't appreciate you saying
well,
that.
no, he does, because Michael Sullivan's a big Aggie,
Right.
like I am. I went to A&M too. I went in the Corps. I don't have the boots and that kind of stuff. But Michael sees the problems with Texas A&M these days, and and it's supposedly this great conservative institution that's not anymore. It's kind of like Texas is, the state of Texas, things like that. It's like, conservatives are like, Democrats are heading towards the cliff at 100 miles an hour. Conservatives are doing, or Republicans are doing that at 45 miles an hour. Well, same thing, University of Texas heading toward the cliff at 100 miles an hour. A&M's doing it about 25 or 30, right? It's the same problem we see with that, and and then later Perry came along and tried to revamp the whole higher education system by getting some new regents on board, but he couldn't get that done either. And then Abbott came in after him, and he just put in people who were just sold 100% on this big multicultural, woke higher education policy, and as long as those people in the legislature, in those higher education institutions are in charge, we're not going to see change. And so one way we could help with that is not give them as much money, but that's not happening either.
That's
Again,
right.
it kind of
They
gets
come
back
every
to
cycle
us.
down, right? The chancellors, the presidents, they make the case for why they need more.
Yeah.
They're on the road to be a tier 1 research university, right? Or whatever the argument is.
And it's unfortunate too, because like those in the audience, right? Maybe their kids are going to a college right now, and they're paying all this money. They're getting student loans and everything else. And so the even as the state keeps spending more money, and just by the way, general revenue higher ed is getting 17.9% more, 17.9% more. At the same time, tuition keeps reaching record levels. Right? And so we have all this funding out of one pocket, and then we're paying with another pocket again.
And potentially paying more.
Keep my pockets. Come on, man.
Potentially paying even more because we're on the hook potentially for a student loan repayment.
This redistribution scheme that the Biden administration is trying to do, along the way. And look, I mean, I know as someone who took Pell Grants, it was low income growing up. I mean, I may not have had that opportunity to do that, but I also knew over time that I was going to pay the student loan portion back. That was an expectation. That I chose a major, economics, where I thought I was going to get a good job. If you take out these student loans, maybe you shouldn't major in arts or something. I know, right? maybe you shouldn't major in art or something like that if you have to take on those student loans. And so I think a lot of discussion we've had today talks a lot about personal responsibility. The government has become the lender of first resort. The first resort for us to turn to, and we've become too dependent on government. The family, our churches, civil society, this should be where the first resort is. Not the Federal Reserve, not the state government, not their local governments. These are ultimately politicians, which ultimately are just people. They're rent seekers just like a lot of other people throughout society, and I think many of them are good. But at the same time, we've got to make sure that we are doing what's in the best interest of us and our family and not allow them to infiltrate what we're doing.
There are people that realize that by giving money, they can get themselves reelected and maintain power. Right?
Yes.
So that's the danger, because they are people and there is the proclivity to just kind of coat everyone with money and placate everyone, that this is going to solve problems. And sometimes it seems as though, but really we just keep digging ourselves into a worse and worse hole. And hence, when conservatives look around our society, it just seems like things are falling apart.
I'm going to keep talking just to give people an update on the floor. There's considering a point of order on an amendment still in Article 3. So nothing's really happened.
So I would say, I think Vance has commitment right at 2:30.
Yes.
Is that right? So we actually are probably going to take just a break for about 5 to 10, and we'll be right back with y'all. And so hopefully they've ruled on this by the time we come back. But we're just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with y'all.
Mr. Vsut raises a point of order against further consideration of the Bryant Amendment under Rule 8, Section 4 on the grounds that the amendment changes general law. The rider takes money appropriated for property tax relief and redirects it instead to the teacher retirement system of Texas for purposes of providing a one-time benefit enhancement in addition to any other benefit enhancement provided by House Bill 600 or similar legislation. Among other laws, Chapter 824 Government Code generally governs TRS benefits, including how those benefits are calculated and any available increases. And Section 821.006 Government Code prohibits TRS from taking any action, including providing a new monetary benefit payable by the system that would result in an increase to the time required to amortize the unfunded actuarial liabilities of the system beyond a certain period. To the extent the rider authorizes a cost of living adjustment, it would alter the calculation of benefits expressly prescribed under Chapter 824 and likely require an increase in the time needed to amortize unfunded actuarial liabilities in violation of Section 821.006 Government Code. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The amendment on page 186 has been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 187 of your packet. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is an amendment. I think you're going to want to pay attention to this. The effect of this amendment could give a public school teacher, a counselor, librarian, a $10,000 pay raise. And the reason why I want to stress that is I know we all care about public education. I know a lot of us spend a lot of time talking in our communities about the importance of education. A lot of us have children in our education system. Some of us are even have spouses who dedicate themselves to this profession. And I lay all that out because we know that's important, but I also lay that out because I know that we have to, not just do things or say things, we have to act. And one of the very first things we did in this body together, when we arrived in session is we took a vote to raise our own budgets. We pretty much unanimously took a vote to raise our budgets, and the constant talk was we cannot afford to pay for our staff. We cannot afford to pay them with the budgets that we have. Inflation is an issue. Cost of living is an issue. Housing costs, price of eggs, $6 a dozen. And so we took a vote, a hard one, to raise taxpayer dollars for ourselves. And I know that we don't want to go home and say that it was okay for us and not okay for anyone else. And so this amendment does a couple of things, and let me tell you what it doesn't do. If you're worried about being anti-property tax cuts, understand this. Democrats pay property taxes. Republicans pay property taxes. We have constituents that pay property taxes. There's bipartisan support for property tax cuts. What we don't have is a property tax cut law. We do not have a law today that's going to cut property taxes beyond the first $5 billion that's already in the budget. This amendment will reduce the general revenue for some future tax cut that we don't know if we're going to get. And I'll be honest with you, we don't know if we're going to get it because we have a split view in both chambers. We have a Senate that wants to cut taxes one way. The House wants to cut it an entirely different way. And we're going to be at loggerheads, and the word is that nobody's going to give in, so we may not need $12 billion to be sitting around for a property tax transfer because we may not have a bill. But here's what we do have. We do have a current commitment to our teachers. We do have a teacher pay scale. We do have teachers in the profession that cannot afford to teach anymore. And we have generational wealth in our budget coffers. So what this vote does in effect is this vote says we're going to have a strong vote today to emphasize that on Article 3 spending, we have not done all of our homework when it comes to our teachers. I said this last night in Democratic caucus in the presence of Dr. Bonin. There are a lot of good things in this budget in the first 10 articles, and there's no denying that. But for me, in Article 3, it doesn't pencil when I look at the money that's going in and I look at where it's going. I don't see us increasing our amounts to public education. And if this amendment's not acceptable, we can get into the Q&A from the back mic and talk about that. But if we send a strong signal that we really care about Article 3, not just the money that we put in the schools and the textbooks and in the classrooms, but for our teachers, for our counselors, for our librarians, if we acknowledge that we have not raised their salaries since 2019, two things have happened since 2019. We had COVID, and we had the increased cost and responsibilities and demands on our professional educators and professional staff to adjust to that, putting them in a pretty, health and safety situation. And we also have had record high inflation that we have already decided is a problem for us when it comes to paying our staffs. Well, the inflation obviously exists outside this Capitol. Federal Reserve said last week that it has not gone away. Interest rates will continue to go up. So if you follow the markets, this issue has not been solved. And if you look at what we're paying our teachers relative to what the cost is for our inflationary cost, we were paying them less than what we thought we were paying them in 19. So I'm not asking you to take this vote to choose Peter or to choose Paul. I'm asking you to take this vote to send a strong message in the House that we give a darn about public education. We give a darn about our teachers, our counselors, our librarians, our nurses, and that we hope that as this process moves and as the King bill moves and as the Chair Buckley bill moves on school finance and curriculum and all the changes, that when we start doling out the money, that somebody is going to give teachers a pay raise, and $10,000 should be a good start. And so that, Mr. Speaker and members, that's what this amendment does. Don't let anyone tell you that we are robbing the fund. We are still sending $8 billion. We are still sending $8 billion to the Property Tax Relief Fund. And most importantly, also understand, I will take this amendment down. I will take this amendment down if you can show me somewhere else in this budget where we can find $4 billion that isn't spoken for. Every single big ticket item we're going to do this session, from property tax cuts, TRS pensions, broadband, higher education endowment, you name it. If it's got a B next to it, we are going to spend it outside this budget. We are not going to be able to take and put. We're going to send it to the voters. If 100 folks in the House vote for it and 2/3 vote for it in the Senate and the governor signs it, we will spend that money if the voters approve it, and it'll be dedicated by the Constitution outside the spending cap. So if somebody wants to show me where $4 billion is lying around in TCEQ or, State Preservation Board or General Land Office, well, we can go there, but you're not going to find it. This is the only place in the budget where you can find $4 billion to support our teachers, but at the same time, let money move down the legislative process for property tax relief, something that both Democrats and Republicans support. This is a win-win. We send a message. We care about schools. We care about teachers. We also care about the work we're doing on tax cuts, and let both these things go forward. We're not under any illusions. Senate has their own ideas. This may not be it. And we also have conferees, ultimately, that may have different ideas. But if there is not a record vote in the House to show where we stand for this, then it's very easy to say that it's not a priority. So no gotchas here. This is just honest governance. This is just show me your values. Do you care about teachers? Show me your values. Do you care about raising their budgets like we cared about raising our budgets? And I hope this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question or
Does the
two?
gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Martinez Fisher. And you and I, and I appreciate your layout of this amendment. I think you and I will agree on a lot of what you just said. I know I certainly do, and I think most members of this body agree with what we are striving for here to find that balance, I think, that you were referring to between property tax relief that all of us want to go home and provide our taxpayers, but at the same time, provide that much needed pay increase for our teachers. And so with that in mind, and thinking about what you just said in your layout, I guess, to be fair with what's in the base budget, and you referred to some of this information, but we are in agreement there is an additional new $5 billion for public education in House Bill 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referenced a couple of bills that this body will be considering here in the next couple, 3 weeks probably, Representative Chairman Dutton's, Chairman King's bill. And I think as it pertains to increasing our teacher salaries, which is a priority for this Texas House, that we talk a little bit about that. And so my question is, and you may be aware of this, but did you know that in one of those bills that we are requiring the districts that with the new money, that they spend a minimum of 50% of the money on teacher pay raises?
Yes, sir, I do. My only concern with that is that the money that we have allocated thus far sort of amounts to about $50 increase in the basic allotment. We know schools need closer to 1,000. So I think if I'm a superintendent in my district or a superintendent in your district and you get sent an extra $50 per student, you know the needs are maybe need another $950 more. All I'm saying, sir, is that you are right, and we can work on that and we can improve that. But if we don't have a basis of understanding that the want and the need is much bigger than the status quo, you're a leader in this House, no doubt about it. I can pull this thing down for a half an hour if there is another way. We want to say today, when we're doling out the dough, that we haven't forgotten about teachers, because we know about the morass of legislation, and I know Chair King's working really hard. I know he tried to get a sub out this morning and wasn't ready, and we know the runs aren't ready, so we don't know what it does. I hear it's going to be dynamic from what he tells people, but we don't know that yet. But we're here right now. I can't do this tomorrow because we're going to do it today.
Right.
But if you think you've got some ideas, you want 30, 40 an hour to talk about it, I can postpone this for an hour and we can talk about it if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, I appreciate that, my dear friend. What I would say is, and I think we all want to go on the record here, I mean, we're all going to support our public teachers this session in a variety of different ways, more than what you and I are talking about this morning. But I think the other thing, talking about the property tax relief that's built into both this bill as well as House Bill 2, that's something that you alluded to. We all want to go home. Republicans, Democrats, teachers pay property taxes. We all want property tax relief, and I think there's unanimous agreement on that. But I think there is and I'm only going to speak for myself, but there's a little bit of concern, I think, when I look at your amendment, recognizing what you're trying to do. One of the things I get excited about when I listen to Chairman Bonin and Chairman Vandiver talk about the increased funding is, for the first time, I guess I should say, maybe ask a question here. Did you know, and this will be the first time in over 2 decades, that we have increased state funding to over 50% by buying down these property taxes?
Yes, sir, and that is a very good question, and I'm really glad you asked it, and I really hope everybody's listening to our conversation. We've made an increase in funding to public education. The state has stepped up to do its share for 50% for the first time. You and I are just a couple of regular guys, but you can also get to 50% by spending less, right? You could spend less and get to 50% of the bill, or you could spend more to get to 50% of the bill. But I'm sure you know that when you look at the biennial change for the next 2 years on this budget, we're going to spend $11.3 billion. Okay, we're going to spend $11.3 billion for the next 2 years. But when you minus the $12 billion in property tax cuts, the TEA is going to get $700 million less for the next 2 years than we've given them in the last 2 years. So if we're making these really big investments, We appropriated a sum certain to the TEA 2 years ago, and by this budget as it stands right now, if we do it this way, TEA is getting $700 million less, all funds, and that's why I think we need to talk about that, because all funds means money for charter schools. All funds mean grants and other programs. We're not talking about the foundation school program, and we know this. We know this even by just looking at Chairman King's bill. Enrollment is up. There's been this sort of...
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the amendment's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wasn't actually going to speak against this amendment. I was going to speak against a future one. But since House Bill 100 is a bill that I've authored and is going to be coming before this body soon, and that seems to be the topic of discussion for Representative Martinez-Fisher's amendment, I thought I'd just clear up a few things. We are going to increase the basic allotment, and it's not going to be by $50. It's going to be by $140 over the biennium. The most important part of the basic allotment, the third year, is going to implement an average inflationary increase every year where we're not before this body every session talking about the basic allotment. And then it also moves the amount of money going to teacher compensation from 30%, which is current law, to 50%. So we are doing a tremendous amount on teacher pay. The next thing I would say, House Bill 100 will also include a change to the minimum salary schedule. And the first raise in the minimum salary schedule will cause an automatic pay increase to over 70,000 teachers in the state of Texas. The second year of the biennium, when we raise the minimum salary schedule again, it's going to pick up considerably more. It would be an average raise of almost $4,000 a year just from the first increase. So while I appreciate what Representative Martinez-Fisher is attempting to do here, we're working diligently to take care of our teachers in a number of bills. There are billions and billions of dollars out there that are coming into public education in one way or another, and while teachers are vital and certainly my top priority, there are other programs, there are other things that need to be funded, and certainly we need to be taking care of our kids. And you know, we got billions of dollars looking at school safety amongst many other issues. So I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. I would urge you, as we go forward, to support, support the ideas, and let's have the debate and put these dollars on the bills where they belong, and let's don't try to create law in the base budget.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair King. Chair King, so thank you for explaining your substitute. I know we haven't seen it. We look forward to it. So what is the teacher pay raise that you anticipate for FY24 and for FY25?
Well, I think it varies because the minimum salary schedule is going to automatically raise the teachers I'd mentioned. 70,903 teachers would receive an automatic pay raise of $3,855 annually. But that doesn't have anything to do with the 50% of the new money in the basic allotment that we're going to require.
Yes, sir. And so the amendment that's on the floor is a teacher pay raise of $10,000, and you're saying in House Bill 100 the teacher pay raise just is on average $3,855. Is that what?
Only for the ones that would be below the new minimum salary schedule.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Martinez-Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing Chair King. If I can get some order, please.
Members, please take your conversation outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last response. We were talking about the pay raise.
So I don't want to confuse teacher pay raises that would be the money coming out of the basic allotment or what the legislation would require school districts to do with new money in the basic allotment. My point is when we raise the minimum salary schedule, it's going to, the first time we raise it, the first year of the biennium, it's going to cause a pay raise automatically to 70,903 teachers on average of $3,855 a year. That is not, no, you know, the other teachers that are above that, but that's what we're going to do for the ones at the bottom first. And then school districts, we're going to be required to put 50% of the new money we give them into salaries.
And that new money, Mr. Chairman, you said is, what is the basic allotment you anticipate?
I anticipate for the first, for the biennium, it'll be $140 additional. And then the third year, what the bill would actually call for is an average inflation over the last 10 years calculation for an annual adjust to the basic allotment, where we're not having this conversation every session.
Yes, sir. And so if today's CPI numbers suggest that the basic allotment raise would be $1,000, the current proposition is 140 and not 1,000?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I guess the inflation experts, the folks that track it, and you look at the cost for schools per pupil, that to get the basic allotment in line with inflation, the basic allotment would need to be raised by $1,000. You want to raise it only by 140? Is that?
I want to raise it $70 a year in this next biennium, and in the third year it would be adjusted for the average inflation. And if you take what the inflation's done the last 2 years, that would be a substantial raise. I don't have those calculations all in front of me, but I think you understand where it's going.
Well, maybe just to get you on the record, do you believe we should be funding our schools at inflation?
I think definitely we need to fund our schools to make up for the inflationary losses of the last several years.
Well, losses is one thing, but if the metrics show that this is the dollar amount per pupil for basic allotment, that will cover the schools to cover their inflationary costs. You support that?
I support everything we have done in 19 and 21, and what I support is making up for the gains we've lost and then continuing to build off that. We should have never had the losses we've had the last 4 years, but nobody saw that coming.
Yes, sir.
And I think what we're trying to do, Representative, at this time is we're trying to make up for those losses and plan for the future while we have the money to do so.
And I appreciate you wanting to make up for the losses, and I know you know this because you know your material, but the losses now take us back to 2013. So if we're looking at how we're treating schools right now, we're treating them at 2013 levels. In 2019, when we bumped the basic allotment up by like $1,600, we were high-fiving everybody on this floor. We had cups that talked about education now. 2019's come and go, and now we need $1,000 per pupil. And so we just need a commitment, and that's sort of been my ask this entire process is just give me the commitment we're going to do this. We don't have to take this vote.
Yeah.
So just give me the commitment that we'll fund it at inflation.
Well, my commitment is to get back not only to what we did in House Bill 3 in 2019, but to move beyond that. And I think that's what House Bill 100 will do. I'll be glad to talk to you. You can come talk to me about 100 if you'd like. But I think having your amendment in the base budget is not the right place for it. I think it needs to be in a bill, and it needs to be a policy decision.
Well, and I know you know that your bill is in the budget, right? I mean, your bill is very prominent in the budget, so it's kind of, we're there. But
no, sir, I would disagree with that because my bill is enabling legislation that the body needs to debate and vote on. The money is appropriated, but if House Bill 100 doesn't pass this floor, the money's not there.
We have a contingent rider for your legislation. And so, look, I'm an old school guy. Simple. You make a commitment right now that we'll fund schools at inflation, I'll sit down and we get one page further down this bill so we can go home. So you just tell me, Rep, we will fund schools at inflation, I'll sit down and withdraw.
Now, I would tell you just almost anything to get you to sit down, but I'm sorry, that was wrong.
Come on, man, come on.
I apologize, Mr.
Bring
Speaker.
it. Stand up,
No,
stand up
seriously.
and tell me that.
Seriously, I apologize. But what I would say is, I can't make that commitment on my own, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. I don't know. I will be glad to stand here and answer more of your questions, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, and I'm happy if you'd like to yield to Chair Van Dever so we could have some conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me clarify a couple of things. Number one, if you vote against this amendment, there's no reason for you to feel that you're voting against our teachers, you're voting against public schools, you're voting against the educational system in Texas, because that is simply not true. The budget funds our public schools. Actually, this budget is an increase in all funds of 16.7%, which is above inflation. So I assume maybe you'll sit down since I've told you that we are funding at 16.7, which is considerably above inflation. I believe that we are making a commitment to our public schools, and there is more than just the BA as a method to fund public schools. As a former superintendent, there were a lot of ways we were funded in our local school system. One of the things that's in one of these bills that we've been talking about today is one of the things that my superintendents told me was a priority coming into this session was work to fund on enrollment instead of ADA. One of these bills will do that in the small and mid-sized school formula. Many of you have small and mid-sized schools in your district. This is huge for those schools.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know the gentleman's time was expired. I was going to move to extend at the right time.
No, we're on to a new 10 minutes.
Okay.
Just want to make a couple of more comments, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. I want to remind people that one of the things that we're doing in this bill, that you will do in this bill when you pass this budget, we are putting $875 million into ensuring that our teachers' premiums for their health care do not go above 5%. And without that, they're going to skyrocket. There are ways to reward our teachers, to give our teachers income without necessarily doing it through salary. And I would also remind you that when we talk about taking money from property tax reduction to put it in teacher salary, I'd remind you that our teachers pay property taxes as well. And they're looking for some relief in their property taxes as well. Again, giving them an opportunity for a better level of income and a better life. And with that,
Mr. Speaker,
I will yield for questions. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what
gentleman
purpose?
yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Van Dever, thank you for your remarks, and thank you for taking my questions. We pass each other on this floor every so often, and I tell you the same thing every time I see you. I say, I'll call you Gary, but I'll say here, Chairman Van Dever,
Yep.
I'm going to find you some more money for Article 3. I keep telling you that. And I tell you when I find that money that I trust you as a former superintendent and you know how to spend it. But I believe in just simple math. And you can fund Article 3 at whatever number you have mentioned, and it can be at an amount above inflation. But is it true that of the money we appropriate, we intend to move more than $12 billion into the property tax relief fund? Is that true or not?
That's true.
Okay, so we know that while we're increasing this funding and we're telling people it's okay to take this vote because we're putting record amounts of money, we also have to tell them, but please know that that's not going to the classroom. You admit that right now? The $12 billion that goes to the property tax relief fund will not be in the classroom.
Sure.
It will not be in a school bus. It
Sure.
will not be in the cafeteria.
Right.
Okay, so just so that we're clear, we can't go home saying we took this monster vote for pub ed, knowing full well that $12 billion, and I'll say that when you look at the biennial change for the budget for 2024 and 2025 is what we're doing. That biennial change was another $11.3 billion, and I'm referring to figure 29 of Article 3, Education by Agency, as produced by the LBB. Is that true? Is the LBB telling the truth there?
I would assume LBB would be telling the truth.
And if they are telling the truth and you're looking at all funds, even though we say we're spending record amount of money in public schools in Article 3, these numbers suggest that when you take out the $12 billion that you and I just agreed to that will never make it to the classroom, the TEA is getting $700 million less for the next 2 years than we gave them the last 2 years. So my question to you is, how are we improving things for public schools when we're giving them $700 million less at a time when inflation is much worse today than it was in 2022?
So I guess I need a little clarification here. Are we talking about funding our public schools, or are we talking about funding TEA?
Well, I'm talking about funding all schools, and since charter schools are not funded by Foundation School Program, we have to talk about all funds. And because certain grants aren't funded in the Foundation School Program, those fund schools, so we've got to be apples to apples. Okay, and so this isn't federal money. This is all funds. And again, I'll spot you another fact is that this also takes into account that public school enrollment is up. It's not flat and it's not down. It is up, just like it's indicated in House Bill 100. So my question again, I mean, it's a lot of talk here. My question again is, if we are doing more for schools for the next 2 years and more for education for the next 2 years, how is it that we're funding the TEA with $700 million less for tomorrow than we did yesterday?
Well, I don't have those numbers in front of me, and I can't speak to that. But I can speak to the fact that over the past, 3 bienniums, we've increased funding 13.3% in 2021, with ESSER included 28% in 22-23, and then in 24-25, current biennium, or biennium going forward, we're projected 16.7%. That's significant. That's significantly higher than inflation. And again, you talk about BA, you talk about money going to TEA, but the reality is this bill puts at least $5 billion in our public schools.
Yes, sir.
And again, we're not looking to take that money and just distribute it. We have bills coming through. Our Pub Ed committee is working very hard to look at what's best for our public schools and then give us the path forward.
Yes, sir. And again, I mean, math doesn't lie.
Sure.
And we can take the ESSER funds out. We can have this conversation with no federal funds. And in 2022 and 2023, we have $54 billion for education. We are currently debating a budget today for the next 2 years without the federal funding at $50.7 billion. So my question is, if we're doing all these fantastic things and we're not going to rely on the federal money going forward, we are going to be appropriating $3.3 billion less of funds without federal funds for the next 2 years than we did the last 2 years. And so that just doesn't pencil for me, and I'm trying to understand that, and maybe you can help me understand that how we're making progress with less money.
I'll be honest with you, I don't believe we are funding at a lower level.
Okay.
I don't believe what the data you just gave, I don't believe that's accurate data.
Okay, so at least we can agree on the all funds number. We don't agree on ESSER, that's fine, we don't have to. The all funds is what it is. And so, again, my commitment is, with the $5 billion in new funds, no matter where you place it or how you place it, can teachers get a $10,000 pay raise with that money?
I don't know that a $10,000 pay raise, I don't remember that ever being necessarily the goal.
Okay. Well, it's certainly the goal of this amendment. is definitely the goal of those who will support this amendment. And I think I just want people to know that if they say, I'm not going to vote for this because I heard Chairman Van Dever and he said, with the $5 billion we have out there, we can get to a $10,000 pay raise. And I mean, again, I'm a simple person. If that's a commitment you want to make, we can withdraw.
No, again, you're the one that threw out the $10,000 pay raise, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I don't know that that's a decision we want to make in this budget. We have a very able public education committee that's going to look at bills that are coming through. Many of them have teacher pay raises in them, and we'll have a robust debate on that here on the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill amendment? Members, Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso has lost her BlackBerry. It's not exactly a rotary phone, but it's just one step higher than a rotary phone. So if you see a dinosaur walking around the House floor, please return it to Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, what is a BlackBerry?
There are two BlackBerries that I'm aware of. One is a fruit, and one is a phone that Mary Gonzalez has. All right. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does Representative Leach know where Connie, Anita, or Holden are?
The chair is not advised.
Oh, thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we've heard the debate. It's a very simple choice. We can make a statement for our teachers. We can leave money in the kitty for property tax cuts. We can trust our appropriators to go to the next phase, understand that this House, this body has made a statement that it's not either or, it is both. We can do both. And we have the capacity to do this. And we can do this a number of ways. We can come back with language that says we're going to fund this raise if the voters approve it. Outside the cap, we can do it just like property taxes. If it's okay to spend $15 billion to do a property tax cut and say, voters, we'll cut taxes if you approve it, we can say, voters, we can spend $4 billion for teacher pay raises if you approve it. And that's all this amendment does. We can disagree over the math. We can disagree over whether when you take $12 billion out of Article 3 because it doesn't go to the classroom, is that an education spend or not? You all are smart enough and your constituents are smart enough to know that if you're putting $1 in Article 3 to cut taxes, it's not going into the cafeteria. to help people eat. It's not going to the library to buy books, or maybe for some of you, take books out. It's not going to the school classroom. It's going to cut taxes. We're not going to graduate kids and have them have their best marks by cutting taxes. So this amendment, if we're going to stay to this amendment says there's $12 billion, almost $13 billion that we're about to transfer from general revenue to property tax relief. Before we send it away, send it to a place where we can never get it back, let's just carve out 4%. Let's just do a little bit more. Excuse me, not 4%. Let's carve out $4 billion and say we respect our teachers.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman
a
yield
question?
for a question.
Yes, sir, I yield.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you to my friend from San Antonio for yielding. And Representative Martinez-Fisher, I think that we evidently have a difference of numbers here from LBB, and I just wanted to clarify the numbers that we have in front of us. It was handed to me by Chairman Bonin. So to be clear, we are increasing our general revenue and all funds for public education in this budget to $70.4 billion, which is a 22.3% increase, and increasing our recapture funds in addition to that by $5.2 billion. So while I know that you have a sheet of numbers there that draw a little bit different picture, I just want to be clear that this is the facts, that what I just laid out as far as what we have from LBB as far as what we are investing in Article 3 in our public schools.
And being fair to you, because I respect you, I haven't seen your numbers. We talked about it here. What we disagreed on, you and I, was that we're going to double dip on that $12 billion, that it does count for school funding. Buying down property taxes is not school funding. Buying down property taxes is property taxes. I cannot educate my constituents on property tax cuts, the ones that are sitting in the classroom. And so we acknowledge that the chart I offered you and Chair Bonin to take with you is the chart from the LBB. I'm using their math. If you don't want to use my math about stripping out the ESSER funds, well, that's just something that we know how to do because we can count. Let's just take the all funds number, and we're putting about as much money in as we're taking out for property tax relief. So I guess the fundamental question, or I'm not going to ask you a question, I know better, but the fundamental issue is when we vote right now, are we taking a vote to say that property tax cuts is education funding? That's all I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is before we send that money away, this is $1 that will darn sure go in the classroom. As a matter of fact, it'll go to one of the two most important people in the classroom, and that's the person providing the instruction for the children that are taking the instruction. And I can't think of a higher and better use for Article 3 dollars, not your precious broadband money that you have down the road. This is precious Article 3 dollars. I'm also happy to take an amendment to this amendment if we care about tax cuts more than we care about teacher pay raises in education. Let's put this in a different article. Don't let me go home. Don't let me go home to my constituents. Don't let Lozano or Thompson or Anderson, don't let them go home to their constituents and say, oh man, we put $12 billion into schools. We killed it. Incidentally, we're going to let it out. Property tax cuts. We hope we're doing our best. Property tax cuts aren't in the Texas Constitution. That's not our duty. Our duty is the schools. And so that's just where we're at. I mean, this is a vote. This is a process vote. If we make a statement, sir, we're telling folks that we care about both, not just one. I could have swept the whole $12 billion. There's a lot of need in education. I gave you most of it. I gave you $8 billion. I'm just asking for $4 billion for teachers, and I want your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to be clear with the facts here that this is a historic amount of funding we're putting into public education. And while I understand that we have a difference of opinion in terms of prioritizing tax cuts to buy down local property taxes, it pertains to M&O for school districts. I know you and I have, and everyone on this floor has wanted to get to this day that's in this budget where the state's share of funding is 50% or greater for our public schools. And what I'm saying is we're doing both. We're taking care of our public teachers and we're providing the tax cuts that our taxpayers are demanding. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that. And I just want you to know that even though we're friends, if you're $5 billion broadband bill was in this budget, I'd be taking the money from there.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez-Fisher. Earlier this session, there was a press conference that I believe every member of your caucus likely attended, talking about a $15,000 pay raise for teachers. And I noticed that your amendment has a $10,000 pay raise for teachers. Are you saying that teachers aren't worth that extra $5,000 that y'all were in this room just 2 months ago talking about?
No, sir. We did that on purpose for you. So this is your opportunity to bring an amendment to the amendment. You want to join me? 15,000? Let's do it. I'll put my signature down if you put yours down.
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Would you do 30,000?
You want to be a big boy? Let's do it.
Would you?
I'll delay.
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
How much time do you need?
Would you do 30,000 for teachers?
Hey, are you going to sign it?
For 40,000?
Are you going to sign it? Cheap seats, man. Come on. Let's go.
No, we'll just vote it down. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for not caring about teachers.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record vote has been granted. The clerk ring the bell. So Mr. biennium voting nay. Dr. Bonham voting nay. Mr. King of Hempel voting nay. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. So Mr. Jatan voting nay. So Mr. Hunter voting nay. Of all members voted. Mr. Harrison voting nay. Of all members voted. There means 66 ayes and 79 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. The amendment on page 188 has been withdrawn.
Howdy everyone, Jeremy here. Are you following us on social media? Search for @TexasTaxpayers to make sure you're following us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry to interrupt this enthralling, exciting budget fight today, but we have some new guests today. We have Michael Sullivan and Robert Montoya with Scorecard. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks. Nice to sit down with you.
Good to be here.
So what are our thoughts so far on the budget and everything that's going down?
I'm actually thinking about using this next time I have trouble going to sleep. This has just been worse than paint drying and grass growing and whatever else. Just miserable.
Yeah.
It really is striking to me, Tim, that you've got guys on the Democrat side like Trey Martinez-Fisher who are passionate, get there and fight, and yet on the Republican side, any fighting is merely for the purpose of kabuki theater. And I think that for folks who are watching this, what you've been trained to say, we were treated to it. And it is going to be very heretical. And the three of you are going to make me leave as soon as I say this. I'm proudly pro-life. That is the issue that kind of brought me into into politics in a lot of ways. But yet the kabuki theater of the alternatives to abortion, look, if it were Democrats who were putting together the budget, then absolutely the Republicans are down there fighting to put in that money for alternatives to abortion. This is a Republican drafted budget in a Republican-controlled state, in a Republican-controlled legislature. The only reason they had to do the kabuki theater of moving money into alternative abortion was because months ago they decided we're going to need to have ourselves a pro-life vote, so they don't put as much money in as they think they're going to need, specifically so you could be treated to what we watched 15, 20 minutes ago of the big debate about alternatives to abortion. If they were actually serious, that money would have been preloaded in there, again, because Republicans are in charge of building
What you're
the
speaking
budget.
about, so 𝗏𝗃𝗪𝗡, a Republican from Mangleton, I guess that area of
Yeah.
Texas, had an amendment, right? And it was to put $40 million towards the Alternatives to Abortion program. And I believe it's in Health and Human Services, Article 2. And so what you're talking about, and we know this as staffers, is this phenomenon, which is that, they will purposefully kind of like not allocate that money when the budget is actually written, so they can have this theater, as you call it, on the floor, and they get to do the rally around the right kind of thing effect. They all sign on to the amendment, that sort of thing. That's what you're speaking about.
That's what I'm talking about. And, it does a big disservice, I think, to voters, taxpayers, where they play those kinds of games, because what I think it speaks to is this isn't serious. For as important as this, when you've got the head of the Freedom Caucus coming to the microphone, so we can do a little, hi kids, to his kids back home, where you've got the chairman of the Civil Jurisprudence Committee coming up at the point of the debate, so they can make a wisecrack about how old someone's phone is. All these kind of things, they think they're being cute and showing what quippy people they are, and instead what they're showing is they don't really care that Texans are being literally taxed out of their homes. They're getting to have fun here in the Capitol, and the other 30 million Texans can just go.
Never mind that we're appropriating billions of
Billions
dollars.
of
Right,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, the hubris is literally amazing. This is the most boring budget fight I've ever seen in my time.
Right.
Yeah, we use that term very loosely, right? But to your point, we've seen maybe 4 Republicans. We had Tinderhold called a point of order, like right off the bat. Then we had Schaefer come and make his comments. I think Ashby has spoken, Leach made a joke, and Kane made a joke. There has been no pushback at all from Republicans on a budget that is growing to historic levels in a year where Texans are being taxed out of their homes, and they're playing fuzzy math and games with the amount of property tax. We just watched an amendment by Trey Martinez-Fisher that was going to take billions, $8 billion out of the property tax relief, the Rider 81, and move it over to teacher salaries. In a year where school choice is huge because of our failing public education system, that even though enrollment is going down and that parents have been being attacked by school boards and are demanding school choice, we're playing games with school choice, and we're still hearing the Democrats scream, we're not fully funded, we're not fully funded. We had Van Skyn on earlier, and he made a great case that we've been fully funded for a really long time, and when we ask how much we need to fully fund public schools, more.
Just more money.
More.
That's right.
And,
more.
I know we're not supposed to say nice things about any people on the House floor because they're all truly abysmal people. You would not want any of them as your neighbor. But to his credit, he was kind of a buffoon in doing it. But Jared Patterson, just there at the end of that last amendment, kind of arguing with Trey Martinez-Fisher, the Democrat from San Antonio, who was wanting to would amount like $10,000 a teacher or something. And Patterson made the right point, but not in the very correct way. Around, okay, well, why just $10,000? If you really, let's 20, 30, what about 50? And of course, Martinez-Fisher, who just wants to bloat the system. He is a Marxist. He is a progressive. He does not believe what you believe, Jared. And so of course he's happy to spend other people's money. I am always happy when Tim leaves his wallet on the coffee table. I am always happy to take Tim's credit card and buy pizza. Always. I will do that every time Tim leaves his, and that's what Martinez-Fisher does. So you're not going to rationalize him into not spending other people's money. But again, I think that's where we've realized that the fight is not happening here.
Yeah. You got a question? You got thoughts, Robert?
Well, it's interesting as we're talking about this budget process. You mentioned all the increased funding for education. I think one thing that's very troubling is that there's been no discussion at all about accountability of all these different departments that they're increasing funding to. Let's talk about education. You mentioned some of those problems. There's also, we've had porn in schools, drag queen story hour, and also it seems like almost daily we see news scandals of student teacher sex, relationship.
But y'all cover it, Texas Scorecard, pretty frequently, unfortunately.
Yeah,
right?
unfortunately.
There's been a lot of stories.
Or wall of debauchery.
Yeah, wall of debauchery, yeah. But why isn't it we are seeing the Republican-controlled legislature instead ask the question of education, which every biennium, every session, they say, give us more money. Why aren't we seeing the Republican-controlled legislature say, wait a minute, we're seeing all these scandals. We're going to hold you accountable. What are you doing about all these things? I mean, there needs to be more accountability, and unfortunately, this is not the only area where we see that this legislature, when Republicans have controlled it, there's been a lack of accountability for increasing in funding. I mean, we've even seen this with the Texas Department of Family Protective Services. That's the one that can take your kids from you.
Yeah.
In our investigative series, we found out that from roughly fiscal year 2014 to 2022, there was more than 92% increase in funding of that department. What have we gotten? Well, we looked through a bunch of different reports, and what we found out is if you look at appeals of CPS investigative findings on parents or others who have kids, roughly 50% of those findings were overturned. These are the same people who have the power to take your kids from you, making these errors. We know that when DFPS went after a shelter for those who are victims of sex trafficking, they came to the wrong finding and wrongly shut that shelter down. Governor Abbott had to get DPS involved to say, whoa, 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 you came to all the wrong conclusions. And throughout all this, we've yet to see any real tightening of the noose of DFPS saying, why should you keep getting this amount of funding? Why should you even keep the funding we've given you? Because you have gone way off the rails, and you're a threat to parents and families throughout the state.
What you're speaking to seemingly, and correct me if I'm wrong, and what's kind of been the theme of the day, I don't know that I woke up this morning expecting it that way, has been this kind of this lack of fight or will to question what seems to be a rubber stamping, right, of efforts that take place away from the public, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's a recent phenomenon necessarily, but I think increasingly so, as we're talking about staffers and people that have to unfortunately watch this process, right, play out session by session. This is the first session I've seen it happen with almost even the theater of a fight, very little theater whatsoever. It's I don't know, as taxpayers, that might be something that's concerning.
Although I think maybe one reason that we're seeing so little fight and so little interest in trying to accomplish things, the past 4 years, what has devolved in practice. In the past, the constitutional framework was the legislature sets the budget, and people are supposed to follow the budget for the 2-year period. At some point, we decided we didn't actually live in a 3-branch system where the legislature does something and the executes it, and instead we kind of live in a quasi-elected monarchical system where this hybrid body of the governor, maybe the king, and his court, the members of the House and Senate who are specially selected, get together and they actually determine where the money is spent through this weird process that was set in place years ago with the understanding, there are occasional emergencies that do require moving dollars for an emergency. And that's why you have the Legislative Budget Board giving this authority to move budgets. But instead, we watched entire agencies of government get massive amounts of money to do contract tracing. A little scandal we've all forgotten about, by the way. So suddenly the budget doesn't really matter anymore. The budget is kind of
I mean, we're 1,100 days into an emergency declaration?
Yeah. And so I wonder how much is the legislator saying, well, we're just kind of giving some guidance because at the end of the day, the LBB will decide next September whether or not Department of Family Planning Services needs more money or less money, and they'll worry about those details.
Yeah, this comes to something.
And I have a cocktail party to get to, by the way.
Right.
I've got a lobbyist wanting to buy me dinner. I've got more important things to do than to do this budget.
We were speaking earlier about the LBB and frustrations for members that in or around appropriations and how there's just really no process at all, and it's essentially the LBB determines the budget, and citing the interesting take that there's so many freshman legislators that are on House appropriations now. Not only, according to our index, it's basically all failures, right? Yeah. They're all Fs. They're horrendous they're not fiscal conservatives at all. But then you have this slew of freshman legislators who have no clue what they're doing, and they're being put on the most prestigious committee in the House that controls our now $300 billion budget. Why are we doing that? Well, because the process doesn't matter, and they want a bunch of yes people, and we see it in the process, we see it in the appointments, but we're also seeing it here in the lack of fighting, that everything's kind of, the cake's been baked, and even the Kabuki Theater doesn't even feel like they even want to do the Kabuki Theater because they already know.
Kabuki Theater,
yeah. The real budget will be determined in the conference committee once it goes through, and that will be largely very similar to what the LBB plan.
And this isn't much different than, I think, I think certainly the four of us are surprised because we are accustomed to budget day being a fight, or at a minimum a debate day. But we shouldn't really be surprised because all session there hasn't been.
That's true.
There's been, we are 88 days in. I can't remember the day that we're on, but we are well past halfway through the session, and we haven't seen anyone except for the Democrats get up and fight for anything. You've got literally Governor Abbott's priorities haven't moved anywhere in the House. Republican Party priorities haven't moved anywhere in the House. And none of them seem overly bothered by it.
I mean, they fought to criminalize honey producers.
That's right.
So they fought to criminalize honey producers.
Well, I'll tell you what, those stray bees get really
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sad what you're all talking about. It shows that, unfortunately, this process doesn't work. And you talked about, the honeybee situation. I can tell you right now, if we look at, the environment Texas public servants have created is a dangerous one when it comes to the core services Texans expect them to provide. Let's remember when Governor Greg Abbott launched Operation Lone Star. That exposed the Texas military department had been poorly maintained by these public servants. Soldiers not getting paid on time, not getting proper materials for the operation.
Still having to deal with vaccine mandates.
And also some of them were sleeping in some of the most horrendous places, and also hostile environments from their commanders and such. The question was, where was the legislature? Why weren't they not always checking up on TMD? Hey, are you guys ready to go if we need you to? We also see this again, finally, and I'll end with this part, DFPS. The Texas Senate in their committee report on CPS, they compared, interestingly, the Texas legislature with the Florida legislature. They said, okay, both of them trying to do reforms of our versions of DFPS for a while. Florida, they got their reforms through and got everything done under 10 years. Texas legislature, they started these reforms in 2017. It's projected those won't be done until 2029. Now, what does this tell you? Amongst all these other problems, DFPS, how they harass parents, it tells you our public servants have created an environment where the bureaucrats feel they can do whatever they want without any accountability. They don't have to be afraid of these guys. That's a great disservice to Texans, and can you imagine the kind of more corruption we could possibly see if they don't start stepping up and doing the tasks that Texans have asked them to do?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but Operation Lone Star has been such a success.
Oh, yeah.
We're pouring billions more dollars into it this go round, and we're going to solve the border crisis this go round. Forget about declaring an invasion or actually securing our border, stopping fentanyl pouring across. We have this program that has resulted honestly in a more porous and worse border than when it started. And what is our solution? More money. The same solution that we have for our field at public
without
education.
asking for accountability. That's the point y'all were making earlier.
Yeah, correct. And unfortunately, Operation Lone Star was marketed as this is going to secure the border. When we took a deeper look at it, all it was supposed to do was to help local law enforcement arrest lawbreakers who cross the border. It wasn't to make, hey, you can't even enter in. This is something that Border Specialist Victor Avila has talked about. It's don't even let them in. That has to be the mission. No, you can't walk across here. You will not be allowed. That's never been the mission, and I don't know, unless that changes that, what's the justification for increasing more funding to TMD, especially in light of all the scandals? I have not seen any hearing at all where the Texas military departments had to come forward and the Senate or the House asks, hey, all these problems, what have you done to fix it? What's the systems have you put in place to make sure this doesn't happen again? Our soldiers are taken care of, and you guys get the job done.
So we're going to get to the border in Article 5 here pretty soon. We're still on Article 3, and so one of the biggest pieces of conversation is school choice. We talked with Bill and Vance a little bit about school choice. Right now, they're actually hearing SB 8, which is a school choice legislation in the Senate. It's come under a lot of criticism, and so what are y'all's thoughts on the bill in the current form it's in, and even if they're able to get it over to the House in a weaker version, will this make it through the House? Of course, we may be breaking here pretty soon because Herrero has a school choice amendment, which is why I bring this up. But what are y'all's thoughts on where school choice is right now?
It's been very fascinating to watch the evolution or devolution, I guess, of the school choice debate. We went 20 years of Republicans. We'll do school choice, and then we ran out of time and forgot to file something, and the dog ate my homework and everything. Now you finally have a governor pushing it, and at just the right time in history, where coming out of COVID, parents hearing what was being put forward by these teachers, parents going into the libraries and finding the filth that they've been finding in the libraries, and so the solution to the school choice program that comes forward to let parents escape is, when you take your child out of the public school, we're going to give that public school $10,000. You have said this school is not meeting our needs, and so the state will give that school more money to continue not meeting needs. I mean, it's the one thing you do have to say that the left has generally gotten right, or the advocates of public government schools have had right, is when a family leaves, they take the money with them. That's right. Well, not anymore. So you're just talking about growing government, and I think that tactically I've been rather stunned. I understand why they did it, but exempting people from the proposed school choice plan who are currently not in public schools. Right. So the only people who can participate are someone who's current in public schools. That says to the family who pulled their kid out of a school where the teachers were doing pride parades and transsexual ideology reading groups and whatever else, they took their kid out. Well, you're a sucker. You should have left the kid in for you should have let them be indoctrinated for another 12 months or something. That's kind of, again, I understand why they had to, figure out some way to reduce, dollars, because, they've got to spend money in other ways, apparently. But
no one can ever just say, let's cut, right?
That's fine. So we're spending so much money, and yet it's not entirely clear that this is going to be a program that's actually designed to succeed. It feels more like it's designed to make for a really nice headline on Fox News for 5 minutes, but not actually go to the root of the problem, which is, we're spending a lot of money without any real clear understanding of what we're getting out of our education dollars.
If my memory serves me correctly, in 2017, when the ESA push failed, it was because of or at least partly because of the provision that you had to be in public education. So a very similar provision, at least. Right. And so here yet again, we're bringing, that definition of insanity. We're just doing the exact same thing over and over again. You have to wonder, like, is this planned, right?
Never mind,
really want this to pass.
Never mind that those people that are excluded still pay property taxes, right? And fund the system itself.
Or the fact that the students that are going, they're only going to get $8,000, where the average student gets $14,000.
And quite honestly, almost everything we talk about public education, talking about the spending, the accountability, what little accountability there is, school choice, all these things we talk about in adult time frames, where Michael and Tim can sit down and have an interesting conversation about what our 10-year horizon is for saving money to better our family, and we do a 20-year mortgage, and all. As adults, you have the luxury of thinking in terms of, well, in 2 years we'll take a vacation, an Alaskan cruise or whatever we want to do. And then we apply that to looking at public education. Well, in 4 years. We'll do this thing in public schools. In 2 years, kids don't have that much time.
Never mind that they are going through it.
Great point. As parents, my kids are now out of school age, but there's a world of difference between an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old. There's a massive difference between a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. Yeah. And when we talk about these legislative sessions and these programs, well, in 3 years, maybe we can include your kid. Well, in 3 years, my kid's done. Yeah. Screwed. They're out of luck.
That's a great point.
And I think that's where, we don't have the same, I would argue our side doesn't have the same sense of urgency when we approach these issues that the Democrats bring to it. Yeah. And until we grab that sense of urgency, we're going to keep losing.
Yeah, I think another, to use that sense of urgency, one thing that Democrats understand is the importance of culture, right? And they have been planning and putting people in place in both higher ed and public education as a very effective means at affecting culture. I quote often Andrew Breitbart, right? Policy is downstream from culture. And so when we hand our children over to government schools and they indoctrinate them with leftist policies and woke ideology and LGBT, then we wait 10 years and we wonder, why is society the way it is? Well, they have had a sense of urgency for a very long time. And even though conservatives are actively acknowledging our literary civilization is falling apart because of all of this, and that we will even identify public education is a problem, we have no sense of urgency to dismantle the woke machine.
As displayed today.
Yeah, as displayed today. Everyone's sitting there, you're probably playing games on their phones or making jokes while they are literally allowing leftists to continue to indoctrinate our kids and in turn our culture. And what we're going to get is more policy that results from that, and it will be more left, and we will continue to go further left, not right, because of our lack of inaction and lack of sense of urgency.
Back on the on the specific proposal of school choice and the spending, I think some of the stuff is so humorous. The way the way language gets abused, where we talk about how we need to have rural carve-outs and you define rural. I think rural means you have to drive to your neighbor. That's rural in my head, right? But in this school choice legislation, rural is Eames, which is I think one of the most expensive places that you can live in the state. Rural is Highland Park, which is a landlocked, you can walk from one end to the other in about 10 minutes. That's rural, right? All because they're really not trying to help kids, they're trying to spend the money.
That's right.
Fundamentally, not to dismiss the good intentions of Brandon Creighton and Mays Middleton and Dan Patrick and Greg Abbott. I think they have some good intentions. But the more important intention for everyone in the legislative process is how can we spend money to buy constituencies, and I think that's where we as adults have to say that's not right. We need to fix that, fix the incentives.
Yeah, as you mentioned that, I'm reminded of the words of Milton Friedman, who said, "Intentions don't matter, results will." And I think the biggest takeaway for Texans right now who are watching this process is, let's say the school choice bill passes. When you see that headline, that's not the time to go to sleep. I mean, even if they pass the best possible school choice bill out there, that means you need to afterwards, okay, let's see what happens, because even if they do their best, they could potentially still make a mistake despite that, because we're all human. See what they pass, what are the results, what happens, and then come back and say, if there are problems like, hey, you gotta fix X, Y, Z, or like, hey, let's expand this more because this is doing very well.
Sure.
That if it passes, that's not time to go to sleep. That's time to watch even closer and stay involved and plugged in.
So as we kind of watch the low T GOP, right? They're just kind of
too much soy milk
around, right? I don't know if it's the water or the plastics, right? But there's no fight. And so bigger picture, what is the solution? What can the grassroots do? Is it through campaigning? Is it re-electing people? Is it pressuring them during legislative session? How can we motivate the GOP to fight? It seems like they shouldn't need motivation, just opening their eyes. Like, what can we do?
I feel like in a lot of ways, particularly those of us on the right, have adopted a very poor mindset towards elected offices, where we have kind of adopted the idea. It's kind of like going to the Jiffy Lube, where I can pull into the Jiffy Lube, I hand the guy $40, and in about 15 minutes, my oil's been changed. And I don't have to know nothing. I kind of like that. Yeah. That I don't know how to change my oil. I'll give the guy. If the guy Jiffy Lube told me $120, I would not bet it on. I'm not having I am that person. Right? But that's not the way our government's supposed to work. That's fine for so much in our economy. Is for me to not have to be an expert on growing corn and making bacon and building a suit and with all these things. I don't have to do that. I just pay something. I pay for the product, right? But in government, we're supposed to be in charge. And that we bought into the idea that, I can vote for the guy who tickles my ear and then not pay any more attention. And in fact, our system of government was designed for us as the citizens to be actively
To
involved in.
participate,
Yeah,
that's right,
so
sure.
we have to participate. And when the camera from the House chamber pulls back, there's no one there. There might be a tour group. There may be two lobbyists sitting there because it's their amendment that they're concerned about. But we're not there. We're not showing up. And I think that's I hear this often. People say, "Oh, well, Michael, I would love to go to city council meeting, school board meeting, to the Texas Capitol, but I hear this a lot. Somebody's got to work to pay the taxes." And I'm sorry, that's not correct. Our founding fathers made the decision that we're not going to pay the taxes. Actually, we're going to throw the tea in the harbor. If John Hancock had said, "No, I believe in all this independent stuff, but I've got to work to pay the taxes," you literally would not have had the Continental Army. He funded the Continental Army.
Yeah.
He was the president of the Second Continental Congress because he was funding everything.
If Republicans were, well, hey, the tax is only 3%.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal. We fought a war over.
They fought a war over 3%.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we have to take much more ownership as citizens. I don't care how good any particular legislator is. They are ultimately people pleasers, and they are ultimately guys who are there to look good. We as the citizens have to be there too. As Robert was saying, we have to be there to ones who are saying these are the results we want and demand it. Just like when I drive through Chick-fil-A, I order 12 nuggets, large fries, and a large sweet tea.
Right.
And if the very nice homeschool kid at the counter hands me frozen nuggets and a glass of Tab, I'm going to be upset, and I'm going to make him.
Does still make Tab? Is that still?
I don't know. I'm aging myself. But I had. I'm going to keep sending back until it's 12 edible nuggets and large fries and large sweet tea. And it's not personal. It's just this is my expectation, and I think we have to have the same expectation as citizens regarding our government.
And I think it's all the more important as the hypertrophy of the government continues, right? As government grows and grows its influence, the programs that we're on, like it's got its tentacles everywhere, and it's continuing to expand them. And so the more influence it has over your life, the more urgency you should have to care about what your tax dollars are doing. But we're seeing really the exact opposite in our state. We're seeing more detachment and just kind of
apathy.
Yeah, apathy.
Yeah, some of that apathy could be the result of, possibly what people are seeing these days, with what's happening with President Trump. And a lot of people, I think, potentially feel like helpless, like, what can I possibly do? I'm reminded of the recent shareholder meeting of the Walt Disney Company. Woke Disney Company, actually. In that, you have
it's good.
Average, everyday investors like you and me who own shares in that company confronting CEO Bob Iger about having the company be woke, picking a fight with Ron DeSantis, and he did not like it. That's probably the most important thing. Realize as a citizen, you are a shareholder in Texas Inc. This is your government. This is your state. You have a right to ask any elected official anywhere, any public servant, questions. You have a right to see what they are doing. And you have a right to be involved. And, I know there are a lot of people who are like, well, I can't be involved in everything. You have school boards, you have cities, you have the state legislature, you have the governor's office. For those who are interested in starting, I would just advise, start small. What's the issue that you're really on fire about? Is it border security? Is it property taxes? Is it education? Start there and work your way up. Don't try and do everything at once because, as anyone knows, you try and do everything. Hold on, here we go.
We're going to take a break. We got the school choice amendment up here, so let's go to the live feed.
Yep.
Amendment by Herrero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you may have heard of this amendment, simple amendment. All we are doing is restating what is already in the Constitution, and that is the funds appropriated for our public schools will remain as such. So if you look at the amendment, it says that this amendment prohibits the use of appropriated money for school vouchers or other similar programs, meaning the monies appropriated by the state will be for our public primary and public secondary education.
And just so that you know, under the education code as it exists now, an open enrollment charter school is part of the public school system of this state. Move for adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, first of all, I have tremendous respect for Representative Herrero and his passion about this issue, and as many of you on this floor. I don't think there's anyone in this body that does not love our public schools. It's been my family's life. It's what we've done. It's where my kids have gone to school. But I have tremendous faith in this body at a time when our kids have suffered through a pandemic, when we've seen learning loss, we've seen families torn apart by disease, and we've seen families torn apart by economic disruption, and our kids are behind. And I can tell you on Tuesday, there will be 6 pieces of legislation laid out before the Public Education Committee that will simply offer up a list of ideas of ways that we could potentially, if this body agreed to it, move our kids forward and provide resources for our schools while honoring the fact that we all know that parents are in control of their children's education. And I feel like this process with this amendment turns things really in the wrong direction. It is the proverbial cart before the horse. So with that, I will respectfully oppose and speak against this amendment. And I would also like to move to table this amendment so that we can begin to have a discussion in the process that the Texas House is known for, to be thoughtful about it and come up with good policy. So I move to table the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so if you support your neighborhood schools, if you support your public school teachers, whether they work at a public education school or a public charter school, we want to make sure that we vote against the motion to table. So for the new members, they're asking not to vote on the subject matter. This is a procedural vote. They're asking you to vote to table. So I'm asking you to vote no on the motion to table so that we can actually get on the subject matter before us, and that is to ensure that our public funds are used for our public schools. And so for that, I ask that you oppose the motion to table and so that we can actually vote on the subject matter before us.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this may be the first motion to table vote that I'm aware of. Just want to make sure the body knows how to vote before the bell is rung.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I move to oppose the table.
Mr. Herrera sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you support Mr. Herrera's amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you oppose Mr. Herrera's amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a division vote. The clerk will ring the bell. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Herrera. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Goldman voting aye. Mr. Herrera voting nay. All members voted. There being 64 ayes and 71 nays, the motion to table fails. Any member wish to speak for, on, or against the amendment? Any member would speak for, against, or on the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there may be no greater issue that we grapple with as a body this legislative session than how we educate the next generation of Texans. This amendment should be opposed both on policy grounds and on procedural grounds. An overwhelming majority of Texans and Texas parents support education freedom. We are blessed, and I would be the first to say, to have tremendous public schools in the state of Texas. I stand here before you as a very proud public school parent. But not every Texan has that opportunity. We've got to oppose this amendment on policy and also on the procedural grounds. As Chairman Buckley laid out, we have numerous bills that have been filed this session, and we as a deliberative body owe it to our constituents to have a chance to deliberate the questions of education freedom. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schlatzlein to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, look, something that I often hear from members on the other side of this issue is that we should listen to the wishes of our constituents when determining our position on legislation. One of the most important demographics to me, and the demographic that should be important to all of you, is the parents of our districts. Our Texas parents are struggling under the weight of high property taxes, rapid inflation. They've suffered with balancing the COVID pandemic and the effects that had on our children's education. And I know that the taxpayer-funded lobbyists, special interest groups have become very active in the last few days, flooding our offices with calls, pressuring us to oppose school choice, trying to drown out the voice of parents across the state. And I would like to share with y'all some statistics about Texas parents that should make clear the position of our constituents to us. And according to UT Tyler poll conducted in March of this year showed that 60% of Texas voters support education freedom. The University of Texas at Austin conducted a similar study, also showing a plurality of Texas voters support such measures. And then this UT Austin study also helped debunk the fallacy that rural voters strongly oppose education freedom, as the polls concluded there was actually not a rural divide on the issue of school choice in the state of Texas. And finally, most importantly, the research shows that 74% of parents with school-age children want control over their children's education dollars. I ask you members, please vote no on this amendment. The reality is that I believe that we have never seen any type of competition harm an industry. Our public schools are no different, and this has got to be something that we get to discuss and work towards as a body. I believe that parents should be empowered in the state of Texas. Please vote no on the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I hope you appreciate, I don't come up here much. I'd ask if I could just get 3 minutes of your attention for a second. You can be for all parents and all kids in your district. Public schools are great. I look forward to voting later for a big increase in funding to public schools. The vast majority of kids in Texas will always go to public schools, and I want them to thrive. The future of our state depends on it. But no matter how good the school is in your district, no matter how good, some of y'all, somebody in here has the best school district in the state, no matter how good those schools are, every child has different needs, and parents should have available options. No school can be all things to all people, no matter how good your school district is. We can do multiple things at once. We can be pro-public school, pro-charter school, and even possibly consider being pro-ESAs if we want to meet the needs of every parent and every child in this state, and I really think everybody in here wants to. I have talked to a lot of you over the last month as we have been working on this, and it has been very respectful, at least the discussions that I've had with members. But you know what? Virtually every member that I've talked to that is against this has also told me about at least one exception in their family. A child, a grandchild, a friend, that for whatever reason, public school wasn't perfect for them for their entire career. The difference is, members, every one of us is for choice when it comes to your own children and your own grandchildren. The difference is that members in this room Members in this room have the resources and the connections to make the choices that many of your constituents don't have. The bills that I hope that at some point we can at least discuss on the floor focus on providing some of the same options that you and I have for kids and parents in this state. I ask you to be for every parent, every child in this state, and give your constituents the same choices that you and I have. Ask you to vote against this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please stick with our public schools and our...
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, hope I didn't cause any confusion on the motion to table. But what we stand here today is not in a situation to be for or against your public schools. It's about the process that we have in the Texas House. It's about the process of what we're doing today, a constitutionally required effort to pass a budget. But then that is the framework. The flesh has to be put on these bones. And that's what happens in our committees. And I am absolutely certain that the Texas House Committee on Public Education will have a thoughtful discussion on Tuesday with several hundred Texans coming to the Texas Capitol to make their opinion known. And then, as we always do, we'll get together, R's and D's, those that are for it and against it and kind of in the middle, and come up with some sort of policy that may or may not leave the committee. But I do believe that we should respect the process and make sure that we have the discussions in the proper order so that we can have good policy that leaves this body. And so that's why I'm opposing the amendment today.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, is it your position that the debate that we're trying to have over this amendment in this policy area, given the fact that we have several bills that will be heard in your committee and the Pub Ed committee next week, the budget is not the appropriate place to have this debate? Is that your position?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to look at what ideas are brought before the committee. And then, as you know, many bills before a committee go through a process of changing and amending and working it out amongst members. And that's the process. I mean, the way if this amendment is adopted, you could take a simple grant that special ed parents are now receiving to provide services or special items for their special needs kids, and basically this amendment says you can't do it. We need to wrap policy around this budget. We've set the framework, and I just ask that you oppose this amendment and help the Public Education Committee and help your colleagues wrap policy around the budget, and let us go through the process to see what policy may come forth from the Public Education Committee in the Texas House. And then that's only one hurdle if that were to occur. This raucous body of folks that care about the kids back home will again have another opportunity to decide on the policy. So that's what I ask, is we simply let that process go forth.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
I move to have the remarks between myself and Dr. Buckley placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Smithy, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield, Mr. Speaker?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Dr. Buckley, I think you and Mr. Harris just made a good point. Is your meeting for next week on these bills, is it posted currently?
Yes, sir.
And
it's
so
been
the
posted
public,
since yesterday morning.
And so the public will have notice of that hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And people from all over the state will be able to come to that hearing and testify for or against the proposals that are before the committee.
That's correct.
And that's part of the democratic process, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And you know, the Texas House used to be, more so than now, a marketplace of ideas, most of which were bad, some of which were good, but we were never afraid to discuss those ideas. And so my concern is we're going to take a vote here today without public input on the issues that we're voting for. And this is not just an ordinary issue. The proponents of school choice claim that it will be the greatest thing that will ever happen to school children in the state of Texas. The opponents say that it will destroy our education system. I suspect the result would be somewhere in the middle. But at least we shouldn't proceed with this important question before we let the public have a say in what we're going to do. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. I mean, we've argued amendments today that talk about shifting funding around that don't take into account good bills I know will be heard that will actually solve the problem these amendments we're trying to solve. And so I think the process should be where we lay the policy out before a committee of our peers and we provide input from everybody in this body, and we hear from Texans about the direction they want to go for their children.
And I've always voted against vouchers in the past when we've had these proposals, and I may likely vote against them again this time. But I would like to hear the input and the arguments before you and I cast that vote.
Yes, sir, and that's why I asked people to oppose the amendment, to let the conversation continue so that we can have the robust debate that we have in this body, and that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, thank you. Members, I just encourage you to be thoughtful about your vote. The bills are going to be heard on Tuesday, and starts at 8 o'clock. I'll be there. Tune in, and you'll see Texas weighing in on this issue from across the state. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, procedurally, just so you know, we're now on the amendment. So if you support our public schools, if you support our public school teachers, if you support our public charter schools, then you would support by voting yes for this amendment. There was a comment that was made, and let me say this. This wouldn't be the first time, if this is adopted, that this similar amendment has previously been adopted in previous sessions on the budget. And the debate has continued, as we know. So the discussion about whether or not the debate will continue, I leave that for you to decide. Another comment that is made, another way of thinking about this amendment is these are public funds for public schools. As I mentioned to you, the Public Education Code specifically identifies under 12.105 that an open enrollment charter school is part of a public school system of this state, right? So that's a public school, public funds for public schools. Another discussion, although not mentioned specifically, was a reference to the Supplemental Special Education Services Grant. And let me just say that this amendment does nothing to negatively affect that program, because in order to be eligible for this program, it says students must currently be, and then one point is enrolled in a Texas public school. And so these are public funds for public schools, as is outlined and stated specifically in the Texas Constitution. And for that, members, please stick with our public school teachers, our neighborhood schools, and our public charter schools and vote yes for this amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. A record vote is requested by Mr. Pursuit. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Wally voting aye. Mr. Herrera voting aye. Mr. King from Hempel voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 52 nays, the amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 200 has been withdrawn. Ms. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please take your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, could we put all the exchanges for the Herrera amendment, reduce them to writing, and place them in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Hey, thanks for watching our live stream. If you want to stay up to date with what's going on in session, subscribe to our vote notices and fiscal note at texastaxpayers.com. Just go to the website and click the subscribe button. Well, we are back. Big news. They actually got the anti-school choice amendment on the budget. It was a split of what, 86 to 52. Thoughts?
Greg Abbott has his work cut out for him. It's important to note, this amendment doesn't mean anything. The House has passed this amendment. It doesn't mean anything in terms of policy or in terms of law. It goes to the budget, so it goes to the Senate. What always happens is the House votes for this. Yeah. And then the Senate, they strip it off, and it's not in the final budget. But there's also not been a school choice plan out there. And so what is significant to this is because there is a school choice plan out there, there is legislation that, while we've been sitting here, might have already passed out of the Senate, being debated today in the Senate. Going to be some various plans debated in the House on Tuesday. So there's an active plan, and yet you still had some number. You have to assume of the 86 who voted to prohibit school choice, 25 of them were Republicans. Greg Abbott, you better do another quick round robin of your pro-school choice tour. I mean, those are the districts to target at this point, and it's going to be so while legalism, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of the politics and the optics. This vote now makes it very difficult, even if Dade Phelan wanted to do a solid to Greg Abbott, this vote now becomes the excuse not to move the legislation. Well, on the budget, we had an overwhelming majority. This is big.
This possibly changes the amount of representatives who will vote for the budget as well. We had Representative Harrison and I think Schatzline on Twitter come out and say, if this amendment's going on, I cannot support the budget. We've heard rumors that possibly the Freedom Caucus or other members kind of have that stipulation. We won't really know until they actually vote on the budget. But the question is, how many no's on the budget now are we going to get because of the attachment of this amendment? I think it was telling that when we were watching, the debate and the question that really only we had a few Republicans, but the two freshmen, Harrison and Schatzline, got up and spoke against it. Freedom Caucus wasn't there. I didn't see any of the other quote unquote, more conservative representatives come up and talk against this. And so yet again, kind of just telling that the two freshmen were passionate about this. I expect to see both of them vote against the budget, but it's still going to pass. Don't get me wrong. Like, the budget's going to pass. It's just how many no's there are going to be.
As we were watching this, Tim, you pointed out that one of the guys who was speaking against-ish the amendment was Brad Buckley, a state representative from Central Texas, who's the chair of the Public Education Committee, who last session voted for it, and he was making this very, I swear if we go back through and watch his speaking from the microphone, he was blinking an SOS. I'm pretty sure it was like, you saw the ultimate hostage video right there. Brad Buckley, trying to explain why you should vote against the amendment so that the process of hearing the legislation, because don't worry, we'll probably kill it there. The whole thing was very awkward and weird, which is kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, you mentioned about how awkward it was. It was kind of striking how even those who were speaking against the amendment, there was all this tiptoeing around the public schools, like not trying to say anything to offend the public school system. And the question is why? Again, all these scandals we've come out with how anti-parent, anti-child, all this sexual grooming occurring in our public schools. Certainly, this now is the time for more confrontation of the public school system, demanding know what's going on, and don't even discuss more funding until we fix this, until you show us something's going to be done. I'm sorry, it's very interesting to see how there's all this tiptoeing going on.
One of my, critiques over really the course of multiple sessions, right, whether it's Freedom Caucus or the more conservative members generally, is the lack of also participating in the same kabuki theater that the left does, right? An example I'll use, you talked about both Representative Schatzline and Harrison being at the front mic. Both are members of the Freedom Caucus. But where was the caucus to stand behind them, right, in support of such a thing, right? Where was the caucus to like ask friendly questions from the back mic, right, while they were talking about that sort of stuff? That used to be, maybe not, very well implemented, but that used to be, right, the course of action I was taking. It makes me wonder, it's like, well, what's the point if these guys aren't going to back you up, right, in front of the camera, in front of viewers? What's the point at all in like affiliating with such a thing?
That's a really interesting point. That's literally one of the priorities of the Republican Party of Texas. Where was the chairman of the Republican caucus? Where was or at a minimum, the policy chair of the Republican caucus? Well, these guys actually don't like the Republican Party that much. They like the R next thing. They don't really care that much about the grassroots, is what they seem to communicate today.
To Robert's point about why do we always have to, to pet and stroke the teachers and placate the public education? Well, what I've seen, I know Jeremy has seen, and those who've been in the building, is legislators are terrified of their school boards and teachers. And it's always been that way, and there's a number of reasons for that. I would make the case that there's too many policy decisions that are placed on school boards, and the fact that the way elections work, specifically local elections, and I over and over call these local elections secret elections. If you want to talk about voter suppression, this is actually voter suppression, where we have these secret May elections that nobody knows about. There's abysmal turnout. They're nonpartisan, quote unquote, but everyone kind of knows, it's mainly Democrats running, or the quote unquote conservatives will give you little hints as to, we're Republican. But why on earth do we allow these secret, nonpartisan, non-uniform elections with something as important as a school board or city councils? There needs to be more talk about moving these elections, one, making them partisan, and just being open and honest about what system of values we have, and then moving those to November. And I guarantee you, without any effort at all, just moving those elections and making them uniform and partisan, I bet you 70% of city councils, school boards would flip. At least, I won't say be conservative, but they certainly would be Republican. In a lot of these, where the Democrats and more leftists are able to kind of veil themselves and blend themselves in.
Well, I'd also suggest, and some of this is very practically for a lot of these members. Last time I checked, of 150 House districts, public education, government schools was the #1 employer in 149 of them. There's only one district, and that's the district in Brazoria County that has Dow and BASF and big, people-intensive, chemical companies and stuff. And then it was just like by 7 people or something, So government ed is a big employer in all these districts, and that's something. But also there's this kind of sense of clubbiness that comes along, where, you're a state rep and you get elected, and you run in the circles with all these elected people, and there's Robert who's on the city council, and you equate him as the same thing. When in point of fact, 2% of the population turned out for that school board election versus 60-80% turned out for your election. And yet, but in their heads think, oh my gosh, Robert is the most popular guy on the school board. He won 100% of his election every time he's run. Yeah, with 8 transsexual teachers lobbying, campaigning for him or something.
And 302 votes.
Yeah. I mean, that's just insane. But yet they, they don't think in those kind of numbers. Many I've had these conversations. I think you two have had them also. Members who live in terror, a fear of the school board president challenging them. When you see that happen, the school board president loses, or runs as a Democrat and then loses.
Well, it tells you
it's the perceived fear.
It tells you where the legislators and our lawmakers, where they put stock and who influences them. Right? Is it the voters they're fearful of, or is it lobbyists and local electeds that garner 2% of the vote and are mainly placating to leftist policies. And overwhelmingly, I think we've seen today and over and over and over again that they're more fearful of corporate lobbyists and of local officials than they are of their own voters. And I think there's fault that's shared, and some of it is on us as grassroots.
I think it's worthwhile. So they have not updated the vote on the actual amendment yet, but the vote is public for the motion to table. Okay. And the Republicans, I think it's worthwhile to probably list off the Republicans because some are notable here. The Republicans that voted no on the motion to table.
And to be clear, what's the motion to table again?
So the motion to table the amendment would have gotten rid of the amendment, right? If you voted yes, it would have gotten rid of the amendment for consideration, right? So the people that voted no, which means they wanted the amendment to be considered, right? The first step of that. Of the people that voted against the motion to table, Republicans listed on there's Trent Ashby, Republican from Lufkin, right? You've got Travis Clardy, not necessarily surprised there. You've got Drew Darby, right? Jay Dean. You've got David Spiller, Hugh Shine, right?
Suspects so far.
But the notable one, in my opinion, is Gary Van Dever, not because it necessarily surprises me, but because he's former school superintendent up in House District 1. This is New Boston,
Texas,
that area, right? But he's also the Article 2 chairman, I believe, right? Or Article 3 chairman, subcommittee chairman for the overall appropriations bill. So I think, some of that's interesting. Certainly, to your point, there were Republicans, right, involved in that. I imagine those are probably the same actors, Guerin, of course, no surprise, same actors that voted for the amendment, obviously, as well. So I think it's worthwhile to point out that there's a lot of absent members, too, for what it's worth.
They were absent. They were trying to find their way to the desk. They got lost. I couldn't remember which one it was. They were absent for the moment. Yeah.
To your point about making local elections partisan, I can say probably the biggest reason why I know local governments oppose that. The reason why is because, like all government officials, they don't like transparency. In the city of Fort Worth, the establishment there, we call them Fort Worth Way. They're very big about putting out a narrative that, here we're all bipartisan. Republicans and Democrats come together. If that were to change and it became partisan, I think partisan elections, I think it would create a shock because then citizens of Fort Worth would realize, because right now on paper, if you look at the makeup of the city council, it's majority Democrat based on their beliefs. If you put those letters next to their names in the next election, you probably see an overturning in Fort Worth because citizens would wake up and be like, wait a minute, this is Fort Worth. This is supposed to be a Republican area.
Yeah.
And so the transparency is something we need more of throughout the state of Texas.
Of course, I'm a resident of Fort Worth, and so Betsy Price before Maddie Parker, who was a staffer of hers, right? You look at some of the policies. I believe they supported the bathroom stuff back in the day. They've supported much of the transgender leftist stuff out of Fort Worth, and so for those who are paying attention, we know which way they're leaning. But you're right; they want this this veil, right? Where we're working for all voters, but the reality is they're not. They're not. One of the first things Maddie and the city council did was vote to triple their own salaries in Fort Worth.
All the voters wanted that.
Of course.
All the people.
It was a mandate.
All of the 2% of the electorate who turned out actually wanted that.
Yeah, of course. They deserve it.
All right.
So it looks like we're on a point of order right now. We're going to take another little break here. Really, the only real substantive thing we have left is Article 5, which is going to be dealing with border security. So we're going to take a small break, and we'll be back again. We'll put you back on the live feed here for a little bit. Thank you all for being with us, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks for watching our live stream. If you want to stay up to date with what's going on in session, subscribe to our vote notices and fiscal note at texastaxpayers.com. Just go to the website and click the subscribe button.
The amendments on page 209 to 212 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 213. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allotment for the National Medal of Honor Museum is already in Article 11. I want to speak just a moment about the request, and then I intend to withdraw the amendment that attempts to move it to Article 3. While over 1.5 million students live within a 40-mile radius of the museum and can visit in person through this investment, only about, within that 40-mile radius, only those students living within that range will most likely visit in person. Through the technology that would be made possible by this article, investment would allow people from all around Texas to visit the museum. And it would give all Texas teachers and students in grades 7 through 11 access to the museum digitally. The Texas Medal of Honor Integration Initiative will provide digital classroom instructional platforms that allow teachers and students across Texas to experience a narrative journey of the lives and heroism of Medal of Honor recipients. This initiative's educational curriculum will be aligned with Texas social studies and language arts. Additionally, the curriculum will align with the positive character traits that this body passed in 2019, including courage, respect, courtesy, gratitude, loyalty, and generosity. These characteristics are perfectly demonstrated by General Pat Brady, who visited us on the Texas House floor just last week. Members, each of you received an email from General Brady yesterday, and I just want to read one paragraph from that email. It says that my fellow Medal of Honor recipients and I view this museum and institute as a way as we can continue serving long after each of us are gone. We hope our stories and the values which drove us to do what we did on the battlefield and in life will serve as an inspiration for future generations to know that they too can act with courage and honor in the moments which matter most. Members, I just ask that our conferees, that when they have an opportunity to work on this particular article, that they make sure that the final budget includes full funding as currently allocated in Article 11. And I thank you for your attention and time and move to withdraw this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Jones, for what purpose? The amendment on page 215 has been withdrawn. Is Mr. Raymond on the floor of the House? The next amendment is on page 216. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I really don't want to do this one, but I have to. I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this amendment. under Rule 8, Section 4, the House rules, and that the amendment creates or modifies or amends general law.
Mr. Kane, please bring your point of order down front.
Cody.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll start off by saying this is acceptable to the author. Members, the bill already does an analysis of high-cost hospital claims in ERS care, the ERS system. So this amendment would simply do the same thing that TRS care. It's acceptable to the author, and it's going to save a lot of money. So move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 217 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 219 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 221 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 223 has been withdrawn. The amendments on page 224 to 227 have been moved to Article 11. The next amendment is on page 230. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kemple.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment which is acceptable to Mr. Van Dever, this amendment would authorize a coordinating board to work with institutions of higher education to ensure that all top 10% graduates that are eligible for a Texas grant can receive one. Right now, they're having trouble identifying and just letting the higher ed coordinating board work with those institutions. And I'll move passage.
Mr. Kemple sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, the next amendment is on page 231. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment to the amendment to correct a drafting error. In the bill, it says, in the amendment, excuse me, it says A&M, but it needed to say A&M Kingsville. So that's the amendment to the amendment, acceptable by the to the author.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to stress the importance of having certified teachers in bilingual and English as a second language and Spanish languages for our communities in Texas. 40% of the population in Texas is Hispanic, and 53% of the students enrolled in Texas public schools are Hispanic. Forgive me. I hear I need to ask to accept the amendment to the amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to close on the amendment.
As adopted.
Okay, we are back. And of course, the biggest vote of today just concluded. And we have a little bit of more information. They have put in TLO, kind of the vote split. So I'm going to have Jeremy kind of talk about who voted against, who voted for, and who pushed the coward button.
So to be clear, what we're talking about, right, is there was an amendment, probably the most talked about amendment, not necessarily just by us, but on the Twitter sphere, right? Everyone leading up to this. It's an amendment that has come the last few cycles for the budget, right? 𝗡𝗢𝗪𝗧, a Democrat out of Robstown, offers this amendment. And ultimately what it does, the amendment seeks to preclude any money being appropriated to school choice, ESAs, that sort of thing. Right? So by people voting in favor of the amendment, they were voting against school choice. People voting no were presumably in favor of school choice, right? And so the important takeaway there is the amendment was successful, right? Which means currently in the budget proposal that is going to be sent to the Senate will be an amendment added on that says no money should be used for school choice. That's interesting when you contrast to right now in the Senate, they're literally taking up the school choice bill, right? Senate Bill 8, are currently debating it. I could go through the list of names here, but it was 86 people voted in favor of precluding school choice or money going to school choice. 52 people voted against it or presumably support it. I think the more notable thing here is there were 10 people that what we call white lighting that voted present not voting. Now, I'll tell you, taking off my TFR hat, my personal philosophy on the white light is that unless you have a conflict of interest, right, meaning like you would gain money because your business or something would benefit from this, there's no reason ever to white light. I don't elect lawmakers to use a white light.
I call it the coward button.
That's right.
Because it's like you're scared to take a stance on this. And it doesn't seem like with the way the vote, that even had they voted against or for, they would have flipped it at all.
Yeah, it wouldn't have changed the ultimate result. However, I'm going to list the names here because I think they're all Republicans, maybe, right? Except for one is you've got Brad Buckley, right? The guy that was up there speaking. You've got David Cook, Mano de Ayala is a freshman Republican from the Houston area. You've got Harold Dutton, which is notable because he was the public education chairman last legislative cycle. Also maybe one, if not the only Democrat, right, who's at least maybe, right, been favorable to the policy. You've got Frederick Frazier, freshman Republican from the DFW area. You've got Caroline Harris, I believe the CJ is Caroline Harris. That's my rep out of Williamson County. I believe CJ because it's CO for Cody Harris, which would be the other one. You've got John Lujan, a Republican out of San Antonio. You've got the speaker, of course, that is constantly votes right. Yeah. You've got Shelby Slauson, right, up there in the Stephenville area of Texas, Republican. You've got Kronda Thymish, which is up there in the Carrollton area, I believe, of DFW, Republican freshman. And then you've got Ed Thompson from the Houston, Richardson, that whole area. All Republicans pressing the white light to basically be like, we don't have a position.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what does this translate to in plain language? Like we said, it's like they refuse to take a position on this. They're scared to either vote no or yes because they know whichever way they vote, whether it's in support or in opposition to it, they just don't want to have to face it, so they find it easier to just push the coward button, right? Push the white button and not take a position on it, which is absolutely not what they were elected to do. They were elected to fight. They were elected to stand for their constituents. And all polling is showing people want school choice. Both parties the majority is in favor of school choice. And I do think it's funny that the Senate is right now debating SB 8, which is a school choice legislation. Is this a preview of what happens if and when this comes over to the House? Are we going to see a similar split? Are these 10 or 11 people who refuse to take a position, are they going to take a position when school choice comes over? I think this gives us at least a rough estimate of what it's going to look like. It looks like it's going to be hard in the House to pass school choice legislation.
Yeah, I think that's the question. I know Michael said it in the previous segment is, you've got to think if you're Governor Abbott, right? And I think by all intents and purposes, he wants a school choice program, right? It's a priority or emergency item of his. You look at the vote that just took place in the House, and that math, right? That political calculus seems difficult, right? And so, as I'm sure folks have already seen, he's been doing this kind of not listening tour, but traveling around the state, specifically to districts, targeting districts where people in the past, these House reps in the past that have been opposed to school choice, right, been trying to encourage them to come on board, right? And of course, they show up to the event and what have you. The question is he going to continue to do that, or is this maybe writing on the wall for what's to come for the remainder of session, at least for folks that maybe support school choice and want to see that as an outcome this legislative session?
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, we have to see, what happens with SB 8. Does it change form? Is it made better or worse? We assume there's enough votes to get through the Senate. That's the rumors, but we won't know until the vote actually occurs. And then once it actually gets kicked over to the House, are they going to slow walk this like they tend to do? Is it going to get hung up in committee and then slow walk to calendars and then put on the House floor at the last second and oops, we just didn't have enough time? Or is it going to come to the floor, and are we going to see a similar vote split like this? Of course, neither of us have crystal balls. Right. We don't know. We will find out in the next month. I would say if it's not in calendars in the next couple weeks in the House. Oh, I mean, I guess you have a little extra with the Senate bill coming over, right? So if it's not in on the floor by early May, you're running out of time at that point.
It is important. Michael kind of noted it in a different way, but it's important to say again, right? Like this doesn't necessarily end the prospects for school choice as you talked about, right? It's like obviously the budget proposal will have to go to the Senate. Odds are, I would assume they would strip the amendment out, right? And so, who knows? But if anything, it was at least a bellwether to kind of see where lawmakers are, because the bills for school choice that have been filed in the House previously have never made it to the floor, right? And so this is kind of the only vote we really ever have to see where members are, other than when they say publicly, and which not a lot of them do. So.
If anything, for grassroots, for our subscribers who care about school choice, this is a big flashing light of, if you care about school choice, you need to be calling and letting your representatives know that you do demand school choice, right? The fact that we have so many people not even taking a position after really 2 years of misery for a lot of students who have, suffered under lockdowns and COVID policies and all the woke stuff in school. These representatives are basically saying, meh, I don't really have a position on it. And it's kind of reminiscent of the day as a whole, right? Like we started off the day with the vast majority of amendments just getting pulled down right off the bat. It's kind of like everyone just throwing up the white flag saying, we don't want to fight. We don't care about the growth of government. We're not really that worked up about property taxes. And we're so-so on school choice. We haven't seen a whole lot of fight from any Republicans. There's been a few, flashes in the pan, but nothing substantive aside from that one amendment. And so it makes me curious as how the rest of session is going to go, if this kind of lackadaisical attitude. And what's surprising is like in one of the most volatile years in politics nationwide, with everything with, Trump getting indicted and just people just at each other's throats, nationwide, and Republicans in Texas for the most part are just
It's one of those. What was the song I was joking about? It's like, I need a hero, right? It's like who's standing up for these sorts of things, the things that are talked about. You're right, on the national level, by and large, you just don't seem to have that for whatever reason within the Republican kind of lawmaker sphere this go around. Obviously, both of us are former legislative staffers. We've seen our share of these budget days that go into nights, right, and the theater. This is the weirdest one, I think.
It really is. I don't think I've ever seen it. Well, one, it's boring.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. It's boring. A budget night is boring as a whole, but at least like when you get the Kabuki Theater and you have arguments going back and forth. We've been in part of sessions where there's literal fights on the floor, people pushing each other down. You know, the sergeants having to get involved. I remember working, under Stickland. I remember what was it, Springer? Somebody tried to defund, transportation in our district because tempers
only
were
in y'all's district.
Only in our district,
That's right,
because tempers were so high, but like. You can't get anybody worked up at all about, like I said, in one of the most volatile years with everything we have going on, gender modification and property taxes and school choice. There's just no life in the budget, fight today. If you want to call it a fight.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of the flashpoints, there's obviously the school choice thing. We had a property tax amendment, right, that earlier where the Democrat caucus, and we knew this going in, right, he was caucus chairman, was going to take $8 billion from property tax relief fund to give to teacher pay raises. And even though that amendment failed, it was an interesting back and forth that Republicans would go out of their way, right, to be like, well, look, this isn't necessarily a vote against public school teachers, right? Like they very much wanted to grovel in that way. And, as we talk about, not even just on this stream, but in our weekly podcast, everything is, taxpayers, Texans are reeling from inflation, all sorts of the cost of living going up. And to not have serious conversations about how to help them, I think is probably, for me, the biggest disappointment from the budget debate today has been no one standing up for those things, right? I think that's the biggest takeaway. And if I'm a taxpayer that cares about those sorts of things, I mean, you got to leave with a salty taste in your mouth, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think it's disturbing the fact that the only substantive property tax amendment that we got to vote on was taking away property tax. But as someone like Kane, who had some really good ones, right? Like we don't know why, but all of them were pulled down. So nobody even engaged to try and advocate for more property tax. We only saw a strong opposition to property tax relief, and so that's disturbing. I think what's left on the agenda. We have mainly Article 5 budget. The funny thing is we don't really know what amendments, because they just list off all these pages and everything that's been pulled down, and they're still just pulling down or kicking amendments to Article 11. And so when we get to Article 5, we're not sure if there's going to be any worthwhile, right? Most likely, a lot of this is a lot of the amendments are Democrats pulling from border security and putting it in their pet project, whether it's education or this or that. And so maybe we hear a couple of those. I don't know if there's anything to rave about. And then after Article 5, there's really not much, as uninteresting as it's been, there's certainly nothing even remotely worth talking about after Article 5 coming out.
I think if for those that have stayed with us or at least viewed the stream today, the biggest takeaway, I think what we would implore taxpayers to go back with, right, is that this budget represents growing government substantially, right, even beyond, right, what we would consider kind of a conservative metric. Right, it grows government substantially, and there's a lack of will, seemingly, to provide taxpayers not only with the property tax relief they need, but to have serious conversations about spending. And so, as we go in the next 2 years, I think you'll see obviously all that pan out. But if you were hoping, not even just from budget night, but hoping from the session to get some of these things that are taking place nationally, as we've all talked about today, culturally, right, on the state level, get some protections in there, it does not seem that there's an appetite to address a lot of those, at least in the Texas House. So
yeah, I think it's also worth talking about, our organization, what we've been advocating for, because session's not over, right? We of course have our Texas Prosperity Plan. One of those, and the budget process is not over yet. It's going to head over to the Senate, and then they're going to go to conference committee after this. But I think it's worth talking about our stance on the budget and why we advocate for a frozen budget. Vance talked about it a little bit earlier today, and of course he rightly said that us as conservatives would adamantly argue that government is too big right now, far too big, not even just a little bit too big. Far too big. We've tripled. We have a $302 billion budget in its current form. Yeah. I think we're in the 90s in 2090 billion for biennium. So we've more than tripled the budget if it passes currently at 302 total, right? And so population growth, I think I think from 2000 to 2020 was maybe 40%
about
growth?
40%, yep.
And so our budget has grown massively. Government is far too big, but the status quo is always, we'll grow a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know what's conservative? instead of growing at 5%, we'll grow at 4%. But unfortunately, this year we're actually going to be growing at 14%, right, because of that inflationary number. And as conservatives who, I know you and I both for over a decade, we're concerned about the federal government, concerned about monetary policy, concerned about growing government, and even focusing on state governments. The same problems exist here, and every time we go talk to grassroots, every time we go talk to voters, pretty much everyone will concede government is too big. All these lawmakers will concede government is too big, but no one ever wants to take a bold stance. It's like, why do we continue to grow government then? Yeah. We would say, not only do we need to freeze the budget, I mean, realistically, we should cut the government by 50%, I would say, or more.
It should not be an extreme notion, right? It's like we start from this weird premise of, well, we just need to grow it a little bit, to your point, right? Of like, assuming that the previous budget was somehow conservative, right? Instead, you would hope that these alleged conservative lawmakers would be like, what can we get rid of to make government smaller? And no one starts from that premise. It's a weird dynamic, that we just assume that whatever budget is put in front of us that we can't touch, right? I mean, we didn't talk about it too much, but the only rule they have is they just can't add to the overall number, right, that gets put out by LBB, right, as an estimate. They can absolutely cut. There's nothing that stops them from cutting other than themselves. But for whatever reason, that's never interjected into the conversation. And very few amendments will just cut, right? They'll always take from somewhere and put somewhere else.
So there's a few things I think voters need to pay attention to. One, who's going to vote no on this in the House? I would argue some of these people are actually going to vote no because of school choice, not because the government is growing bigger, which that's a noble idea, but my bigger concern is we're growing government. But even when it comes over to the Senate, likely the school choice thing is going to get stripped out, right? And then the conference committee is going to reconcile the budget. It's going to come back over to the House for a final vote. Who votes for or against it then? I don't think we're under any delusion that we're going to get a frozen budget this go round, right? But I think as conservatives, as voters, as taxpayers, how much longer are we going to just accept conservatives who call themselves conservatives, who say they're for small government, but continue to vote for the status quo, no matter how good of a guy you think they are? As we mentioned earlier, the core to all of these things we're upset about, all of those Republican priorities, anything that's important to conservatives, ultimately comes down to funding. And if we're not willing to make some bold stances when it comes to funding government, do not expect anything ever to change, and you're going to have the same old dog and pony show every single cycle. We're going to continue to grow government. These people are going to come back saying it was the most conservative session ever, but yet we're on path probably in the next few years to quadruple the budget since 2000. And so we have to at some point wake up and understand how important fiscal policy is to governance and how important it is to the idea of growth of government. Ultimately, the growth of government comes down to one thing: spending. Right? If we vote to spend more, we are voting to grow government. If we vote to cut spending, we are literally limiting government. It's really that simple.
It's a good segue to kind of, if you're a taxpayer that's like, well, how do I do this, right? Like, how do I pay attention to this more? Luckily, we try to make that easy, right? We've got the index, the Fiscal Responsibility Index. Just as a quick plug, you can find that at our website, texastaxpayers.com, or index.texastaxpayers.com. You can find it, obviously, on our homepage as well. So make sure you navigate there. We've got ratings going back all the way to the year 2007 as the first legislative session in which they did that. And we cite the vote they took, right, and try to be, of course, as objective as possible based on, did your lawmaker vote to increase the size and scope of government? Right, and of course we're going to do that this legislative session sometime in June. We'll release the index for this legislative session. I imagine, if not one, multiple votes will be considered in the index from today. Granted, we didn't have as many votes as we were hoping, but that would be a good starting point for folks that are interested in that. And then, of course, not only continuing to pay attention for the rest of session, but having a relationship with your lawmaker, other lawmakers, constantly trying to stay in communication. Michael spoke about that earlier, but he's absolutely right. We can blame lawmakers all we want, but the reality is it's ourselves. We're not participating in the republic. Then this is what happens, right?
Yeah, and I say we exist to serve taxpayers, to provide transparency, to educate how to engage, and we created, for instance, the Texas Prosperity Plan, and we do have two other planks that still are alive, right? We have, the budget it's doubtful we get the freeze. There's still room to improve it if maybe the Senate wants to do that. But we also have taxpayer-funded lobbying, right, which has been voted out of the Senate as of...
They voted on it today. Unclear. I'm not sure if it was voted on third reading. So I can
okay.
look that up, but
Typically, they'll suspend rules and vote it out third
Yeah.
reading. We don't know if it has or not, but either way, that's on its way to the House. I believe 𝗥𝗘𝗪𝗦 is carrying the one in the House. So that is still alive. And then, of course, property tax relief. Of course, we're advocating for elimination of property taxes, specifically the elimination of school M&O. There hasn't been a whole lot of traction on the bills that exist out there. No hearings have been set. I think Schaefer and Kane, there's a bunch of people who have the 90% M&O buy down. But if we're just talking just property relief in general, right? There are still, you have HB2 and then the 3-bill package from the Senate that can still be improved, that we can still add more compression to. There's still room to improve these bills. And so we would encourage you not only to check out our index, but to subscribe to our fiscal note. We have a podcast every Thursday we do where we keep you up to date. Like I said, this is why we exist. We exist to fill you in, because not everyone has 10 hours to sit here and watch a budget, or to sit there and watch the House and the Senate and pay attention to committees. And so we try and consolidate all this information into emails, into podcasts, into easily digestible pieces of information where you can take 5 or 10 minutes and be educated on what's going on in Texas. And we just encourage you to use the resources. They're there for you. They're free. All you have to do is just subscribe. We're not going to sell you or your email or spam you or anything like that. It's literally a once a week email. And then, of course, the other thing is our vote notices. If you are more of a political junkie and you want live updates of what's coming to the floor, you can also subscribe separately to our vote notices. And we give legislators, our subscribers, and all of their staff as much notice as we can. It's usually 24 hours or less, because we get calendars in that day. But we'll put out, hey, tomorrow these bills are coming up. We're for or against it. And then we take the time on each one of these. We're analyzing hundreds and hundreds of bills, breaking it down on why this is good for taxpayers, why this is bad for taxpayers. And so I just want to remind everyone, it's out there, it's free to you, and this is the mission of our organization.
I think today's day 87, day 88. So we've still got, what is that? So 50 some odd days of the legislative session. And so we're only going to get more and more bills going through the process, at least for the next few weeks. And so stay tuned. Stay tuned to that.
So just to let everybody know, just the way that Facebook works, we only have a certain number of hours, and we are approaching at the very end of our live stream. We've been streaming since 10:30 this morning, so we've been going at it for at least 6 hours now. And so we're going to be cut off. So we're going to basically shut the stream down. We encourage you to continue watching the budget. Of course, we want to let y'all know that we will be having kind of a consolidated, here's what happened. It'll likely be early next week. Of course, we have Easter weekend, and so we're going to celebrate Good Friday and enjoy our Easter weekend. But they have a calendar on Monday, and so I would be tune in if you haven't subscribed, or if you haven't watched our podcast. I encourage you to do that, and we're going to give you updates on exactly how the budget panned out, who voted for, who voted against, and give kind of a more consolidated breakdown of that. And then, of course, going into next week, just kind of resume what we always do, which is providing transparency for taxpayers and for voters all the way through the end of the legislative session. So is there anything else we've missed?
No, I think it's worthwhile to wish everyone a happy Easter. He has risen. Appreciate everyone joining us today. It's been great. This has been a very interesting live stream. So
especially for those troopers who stuck with us this entire day, we thank you very much. We thank you for your support. Stay engaged, and you will see us soon. We appreciate y'all. Have a good one.